question my beliefs, examine my choices, replay my path. I made those decisions somewhere in the past. I'm wandering blindly, hiding from dread, reminded by stories somebody read. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. Comfort of purpose, the prison of faith, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane. Something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? Assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep, stay up all night to question my beliefs.
We don't want to tear apart what you hold dear. No proving you wrong round here. But if you've got a belief in a power above, request on up, request on up.
A curious mind is a lantern at night, brave enough to see and still hold the light.
A belief may be sturdy, ancient, and tough, but bravery asks softly, is that quite enough? Some people defend what they already know. Brave people ask where the knowing might go.
The boldest question is gentle and small. What if this answer isn't the answer at all?
Bravery isn't tearing a belief apart. it's knocking politely and asking to start. So if you do have a belief in a God or a higher power or something like that, and you can question that belief, request on up. Request on up. Request on up.
Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says, son, don't poke that sky. Say, why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not damned, I'm just finally walking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly walking out the thought prison with mine. Questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Oh yeah. So here's my prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you'll love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, he'd laugh along or he'd just unglue me. I'm not scared, I'm just finally breaking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, questions are the only thing that ever set me free.
And we still... Oh, wait, we do have a request. One request? Look at that. Before I go ahead and accept them up, if you do have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I don't mean this to be a lip sync live. I just, got no one up here to question. But if you have a belief, go ahead and request up, and I might have some questions for you. Hello, Dawn. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And what God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
And is there a particular denomination?
I don't attend any, but I'm inquiring into Eastern Orthodoxy. It's probably what I'm going to end up as.
I see. Why is that?
Just from like a historical perspective, I think if you trace it back, they were like sort of the original Christian church. I think it makes sense to start there.
Is it so because it is, as far as you can tell, the oldest church?
Certainly, for the first like 1,000 years at least, you had the Orthodox Church, and then you had obviously the Great Schism. You had the Catholic split from that. And I would say, as it stands currently, I agree with the Orthodox views more than the Catholic views.
What
So
is the
I'm gonna.
difference, as far as you can tell?
One of the major ones is the papacy. There's a big disagreement about that, and there's also something called the Filioque, which is also another major disagreement about the nature
what was
of
that?
the Trinity.
The nature of the
Papacy and
Trinity.
nature of the Trinity. Those are the two major disagreements between the two, as far as I can tell.
I see. And what does the Trinity mean to you?
I mean, you're aware of what that is, right? Just generally.
I'm just asking you what that means to you.
Well, it's the Godhead, yeah.
The Godhead is a
Yeah.
Trinity.
Yes. That would be our understanding of God's nature. It's the Trinity, 3 persons, 1 being.
And you're saying
That's
that
the
it's
Eastern Orthodox teaching.
3 persons, 1 being. And what's the difference there between that and the Catholic view?
The difference is in something called the Filioque, which is to do with the status of the Holy Spirit. So in Eastern Orthodox is in some Holy Spirit. Getting this wrong slightly, so if I do, I apologize. But generally speaking, you have the Son who is begotten of the Father, and the Spirit who spirates from the Father. That's the Eastern Orthodox view. But in Catholicism, the Holy Spirit is seen as spirating from both the Son and the Father. It's a subtle difference. Well, it's not a subtle difference, but it's a very big difference.
But there's a. So you're saying the Spirit comes from the Father as opposed to just the. I guess I'm confused. You're saying
Yeah,
God
in a
is
very
all 3
crude
of- I'm
way.
Still speaking. So you're saying
I'm
that
sorry.
God is all 3 of these things. It's Father, Son, and Spirit, or
Well,
Holy Ghost.
in
Is
both
Spirit
views.
something else?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is Spirit a 4th thing, or is that the same as the Holy Ghost?
No. So in both Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox, it's still 3 persons, but they have a different relational. There's different relations. So in Eastern Orthodoxy, the Son is begotten by the Father, and the Spirit spirates from the Father. But in Catholicism,
Spirate. What does that mean? Sorry, go back. You keep saying that.
yeah, it's just a
Spirit
language
spirates
that's
from the Father.
used.
What does that mean?
It's just a language.
But
I
what does
don't
it
know if I can
mean?
explain. I could not explain it beyond that. You could maybe
Are you
look it
saying
up
you
for
don't
yourself.
know what it means?
I think I know what it means,
You
but
think you do.
yeah, but I couldn't. I don't think I could try and explain it to you.
The Spirit spirates. So what is a spirit?
In this instance,
Yes.
it would be one of the persons of the Trinity.
So it's Father, Son, and Spirit,
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Yeah.
and Holy Spirit. And the Spirit, you said, spirates from the Father.
Yes, that would
Not
be the
from
standard.
Son. It doesn't spirate from the Son. Does it spirate from itself?
I don't know how you mean that question.
Well, you said the Spirit spirates from the Father, and apparently Catholicism, if I understood correctly, thinks that it spirates from the Son.
In Catholicism, they say that it spirates from the Father and the Son
And
together.
the Son, so they both
Yeah,
get to do
yeah.
the spirating.
And that's the difference
and
between
nobody's
Neo
saying
and
that it
Catholic.
spirates from itself, right?
Neither views say that.
So what is spirating?
Again, I don't think I could really explain. I kind of just take it as dogma.
You just kind of take it as dogma. So it's just a word that happens and you say, oh, well, I don't know what that word means. But I'm just going to accept it.
At this level of conversation, yeah, because I don't want to say something that's wrong. So it's just one of the Eastern Orthodox dogmas that the spirit spirates from the Father.
So it's just dogma. It's just kind of.
It's a dogmatic. It's one of the dogmatic beliefs you have to believe in order to be Eastern Orthodox, for sure. Yeah.
You have to believe it.
Yeah, to be Eastern Orthodox.
You have to believe in the spiration, even if you don't know what the spiration is.
Yes, yeah, it's
How
a
do you
dogmatic
believe in something
belief.
if you don't know what you're believing?
Sorry, can you say again?
How can you believe something if you don't know what you're believing? How can you hold a view of acceptance of spiration from the Father if you don't know what spiration is?
It's an article of faith. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to understand it or comprehend it completely, but it's something you can accept on authority, like of the church.
Are you actually accepting it if you don't understand it? If somebody were to ask you using a different language, a different word, could you be mistaken and accidentally say that it's, spirating from everywhere, even though you didn't know because they didn't use the word spirate?
You're accepting it in the sense of like again, I'll go back to this word, like a dogma. It doesn't mean that you comprehend it fully.
Right, I'm not understanding.
Yeah,
why would
but
you
it's an
accept?
article of faith.
But why would you accept something that you don't understand? I'm not understanding that.
Well, it's like humility, I guess. There's all sorts of things that I accept that I don't fully understand, right?
Means humility. I'm so confused now. You don't
Spirating,
know what is
spirating means what?
You said it means humility, and so I was wondering, is that what spirating means now?
It doesn't mean humility. You asked why you would accept something without fully understanding it, and I just said.
Well, I just mean understanding at all, like understanding at all what spiration is.
Oh, okay. Well, again, when it comes to that, I just accept it as an article of faith. I don't have to understand it fully in order to accept it, if that makes sense. There's all sorts of things that I accept without fully understanding them, and this is one of them.
So if they just make up words and say, you have to accept this thing does the thing when we say it, things all over things, then you have to accept that, even if you don't understand what the words are.
Well, if you want to be part of the body of the church that I'm trying to be a part of, yeah, maybe in the future I can fully understand what that means. I mean, you yourself could just go look up that doctrine and you'll find much better explanations.
But the question is to see if you understand, right? You understand.
Oh yeah, I told you already. I don't fully comprehend it. Yeah.
Right. I guess I'm not understanding why you would believe something you don't comprehend, why you would sign a contract you never read, why you would agree to a deal whose terms you don't know.
Yeah, like I said, it's an article of faith.
How does that answer?
Again, okay. Let me try to see if you can understand what my position is. So there are things that you say you would accept, right? But you don't fully understand. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't say that at all. I don't know why you would put those words in my mouth or lump an assumption against me. I have no reason. No, I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm trying to understand why you would accept something you don't understand.
Okay, but I'm not.
I accept things I don't understand falsely doesn't actually get you anywhere. I'm just trying to understand why you would accept something like spiration if you don't know what spiration means.
I meant to put it in the form of a question. Like, are there things that
I'm not
you
going to
generally
answer your questions?
Oh, okay. Does that only go one way? Like you don't answer, but only I have to answer?
Right. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs, what I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, I was hoping it would be more of a
respond
two-way conversation, I guess.
Are you more interested in a debate? I'm not interested.
No, just a conversation. Like, just, if I can ask you general concept and you ask me back.
You can ask the question. If it's relevant, I may see fit to answer.
Yeah, I think it's relevant. You are asking me, how can you accept something you don't fully understand? And I'm asking you if there are things that you accept but don't fully understand, and you will say, "No,
That's
I'm
not
not going to answer."
relevant at all. Me trying to now personalize it and make it mine doesn't help me see if you can question your belief. It's really just an avoidance tactic. You'd like to see if I can
Okay, so it
identify
is
who
fully
you're
one-sided
talking
then.
about. Why are you talking over me? What the fuck is the matter with you? Are you
We're both
are
just
you
talking, bro.
incapable? Yeah,
It's
you
it's
just
not that
keep
deep.
talking when I talk. Why do you keep doing that?
That's how conversation works. Sometimes
That's
people
not how
interrupt
conversation works. What makes you think that's how conversation works?
because people interrupt people all the time. That's how
Right.
conversation works.
Right. You wait for the other to finish, then you say your piece. Or you ask
Not
your
all the
question,
time.
and you answer the questions that are asked, and you can't answer questions
Oh,
until
like
they're
you mean like
finished.
you're not
yet
answering
when-
questions?
Right now, I'm not here to answer your questions. Sometimes I will change the board to say question the questioner. It doesn't say that right now. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs.
Oh, okay,
Are
fair
you
enough.
having processing issues?
No, you know what? I understand now. So you
Okay,
don't answer
so
any questions.
You're not here to question your beliefs then. You're just here to look for some kind of argument to try to goad me into getting argumentative, which I'm not going to. So I'm just going to wait until somebody who's actually genuine and capable of questioning their beliefs requests up. If you decide you can behave yourself like an adult and wait for the other person to finish asking questions and answer them, then you're welcome to request again. But I'm not here to play this game with you. I don't know why my lights keep flickering. It's kind of obnoxious. That might help. Well, that might have made it worse. I guess we have to change the lighting. There we go. Now we're here. I'm not pissed. Who's pissed? I'm shaking my head because the camera said shake your head, and it was phasing me out. TikTok's weird. But thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you so much, Bats. Appreciate you. Also, Shell, thank you. Wow.
I like the star one. Star one was pretty. I tried to make the pirate one work and have coins float around your head, but it wouldn't connect to your head at all.
That's where I was shaking my head for.
Racist TikTok, not giving you the pirate tag. Those are so pretty, though. Oh my gosh, the little paper cranes.
Love those paper cranes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Blake. How are you?
Hey, Blake. How are you this fine moon waning evening?
Is it waning yet? Still looks pretty full.
Is it full still? Aw.
I don't know. I didn't look at a calendar. It just still looks it. Let's see. Dawn would like to come back. We also have one other in the queue. If you're patient, we'll bring you back up. Try again. Let's see. Oh, I guess the other one has already moved on. Well then.
Here we go, I guess.
Welcome
Hey.
back, Dawn.
Thanks for having me back. So just to be clear, I can't ask you any questions, and
You can
I can't
ask
like cut in.
questions. You can ask questions. I'm not here to answer them. And if they're not relevant, then I don't see the point. It seems like you were trying to evade the previous questions.
Okay, if you ask me a question and I ask you the same question back, does that
I'm
not count
not
as
likely
relevant?
going to answer it, no. Because asking me the same question back just shows me that you're trying to evade it. You'd like to rely on my answer or see what I say or how I identify, which does not help you question your beliefs in any way. You don't seem to understand the exercise.
Okay, fair enough.
So would you like to go back to questioning your belief?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask any question.
Great. What is spiration?
I don't know fully what that means.
W's I don't know in the chat. So you don't know what spiration is. So then what is it that you think is actually relevantly different between Christianity and Catholicism as far as the Trinity?
The difference is that under Orthodoxy, the spiration happens from the Father only, and under Catholicism, it happens from both the Father and the Son. That is the relevant difference.
A thing you don't understand happens, and it's relevant.
Well, I mean, I might not know the nature of spiration, but I know the difference between the two views.
Have you ever read the Bible from beginning to end?
Probably not entirely, but I've read a good, well, maybe not even a good amount, but I've read the Bible. I couldn't tell you an exact number, an exact percentage. I couldn't tell you.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe the stories that you have read to be true and literal?
It depends, because there are stories in the Bible where somebody's like telling a lie, for example. That wouldn't be technically true, but it's recorded as that person saying that this is what happened. So it depends what you mean by true.
What about something like the 6-day creation?
I don't think that it's literal. I think it's a creation myth meant to, at the time, the point of it was to go against the other prevailing views in the other cultures around the authors of the creation myth and found in Genesis. The point was to make God the origin of everything rather than the other cultures which sort of believed in created beings, being demigods. Essentially, it was meant to compete against those views and saying, you guys believe in. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you feel like this belief is in line with the Orthodox Church?
Oh yes, the Orthodox Church does not subscribe to any particular view of in regards to the creation question, I guess the 6-day account. They don't say you have to take it literally. There's a name for it. I think it's like the fundamental view of, or literalistic view. The Orthodox Church doesn't subscribe to any particular view. Let's say there's like a concordist view.
Do you think that there
things like that?
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there are any flaws or errors within the text?
In the text in general, or just the creation account?
In general, in the Bible.
Yeah, I don't think that the Bible is not error-free. There's definitely errors, yeah.
How do you determine what is trustworthy and what is error?
I think when it comes to spiritual matters, I think that there are no errors, but there are errors in terms of, for example, the example the gentleman brought up about like the creation account. Scientifically, I don't think you can square that with the history we know of like the Earth and the universe fully. So that would be something that doesn't line up. But then again, I don't think it was meant to be a scientific outline of, the natural world. So depending on how you view it and how you see it, you think it's an error or you don't think it's important.
What about if there was an error in a more fundamental truth, like the existence of Jesus? Would you consider an error that maybe confuses everybody on whether or not he actually existed and when he was born?
To some degree, yeah, because for example, I don't think that like most historians think Jesus existed, so the Bible wouldn't be in error in that regard. You could say that there are details that are inconsistent with each other about the narrative around Jesus, but that's kind of what I would expect from texts from that time. And even like in modern day, when things happen, you ask two people about the same event, you will get slight inconsistencies. But I wouldn't say that's an error in the sense that the event itself that's being talked about didn't happen. It's just natural for there to be differences in people's point of views based on their recollection or what they choose to emphasize.
What if the recollection error was 10 years? Like, that seems like a long error to for someone to misconstrue someone's birth. Like, if someone believed, oh, this person was born in this year and that's when they existed, and someone else comes along, no, they were born 10 years later. Like, from people who actually supposedly knew him, why would there be an error like that?
Well, part of it has to do with the fact that it's antiquity. So the records around that time, it's not unusual for there to be discrepancies like that, such as, you say 10 years. That's not uncommon when talking about people from that era. But that discrepancy does not automatically mean that that person therefore didn't exist.
What if the Bible is the really only evidence we have of this person being a singular person in history?
That's fine. Historians accept the Bible as a source. I don't have any problem with that either.
What do you mean, though, historians accept the Bible as a source? In what way?
So, well, in regards to Jesus, historians look at the Bible as a source about Jesus. They don't have this sort of hyper-skeptical view, say you can't use the Bible.
I'm sorry, which historians?
Talk about Jesus. Like the majority of historians.
The majority of historians use the Bible as a source for Jesus.
Yes. Yeah.
Do they use any external sources?
Yeah, I think they do, but they definitely don't not use the Bible, if that makes sense.
Is it a primary source?
I don't know how they describe the source as primary or secondary, but they definitely use the Bible as a source in regards to Jesus and other things in history.
Really quickly, I'm going to speak past you, and it's not to be rude, but I need to thank Philly, Morgan, Brad, and Fibonacci Flux for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you, and I'm quite certain that, Philly or Bats have questions they're just holding on to till I shut up.
I was wondering when you're going to get to the gift goal, but I do enjoy your questions, Thrayle, because I'm wondering if, like Dawn, what about a belief that you can't prove or explain makes you want to believe it?
Well, there's two things to consider. One is I might not be able to explain it to you, but that doesn't mean I don't have an internal explanation for myself. So that's one thing. And secondly, again, I think this goes back to what the host was asking about, how can you hold to something you don't fully understand? And I guess
you keep adding the word fully to that. I apologize for interrupting, but you keep adding the word fully to that. And my point was understand it all. Like with spiration, for instance, there was at all. You didn't seem to know what that word even meant or what the difference between spirating from one entity or another was. And so that was kind of my point. It wasn't fully. it seemed to that you didn't understand that point at all, and that's kind of where I think we're going here again. So when you say, kind of what the host was saying, I definitely didn't say fully. I meant at all.
Okay. Well, I think I have a basic understanding of it, but my cautious approach is that I don't want to say something that might not be entirely accurate. And that's why I said you could go look at what the Eastern Orthodoxy teaches on this matter. That would be a way better answer that I can give you.
That may be all fine and great, but we're not here to question the Orthodox Church. We're here to question you and ask you if what you believe, and maybe if it's a personal thing, like if you can explain it for personal reasons. We're not going to condemn you or go call the church and say they said this and Don DeMarco said this and now we believe that the church believes this. We're not going to go after the church or anything and clarify it, but maybe perhaps you can explain in your own words what it means to you, and if it's incorrect, we'll take that in consideration, I guess. Would you be willing to do that? Like say, this is not a reflection on the church, but this is what I believe. Would you be willing to see something like that?
I don't know, I guess. I guess I'm not confident enough to answer that question. I need to look further into it myself. Yeah. I think that's a fair answer. Like, I don't know.
I don't know is always a fair answer. We celebrate the I don't knows around here.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I take it as a article of faith, as a dogmatic belief. Which
but
means
if you
that
can't... I'm sorry.
I accept it to be part of the Eastern Orthodox, which is the body of Christ that he set up. I don't have to understand it fully.
He can't question his beliefs.
But maybe in the future I can.
No.
Yeah. I am looking into it, and I do ask other people who are more knowledgeable than me what that means exactly.
He probably almost could, but it sounds like the Kool-Aid is taken. He can't question anything if it doesn't align with the Orthodox Church.
Can you question the Orthodox Church? Would you, as a member, question its authority?
There are some matters within the Orthodox Church which are non-salvific, which you can question. So, for example, the host brought up things like, what's your view of creation, right? What do you think about that? That's a non-salvific issue, but on issues such as like the Trinity or, the nature of sin, for example, I think those things you cannot question because that would fall outside of what Orthodoxy established.
Can I clarify the word you're using there? Are you saying salvific, like it's not related to salvation?
Yes. So your view of creation or history doesn't determine if you're going to be saved or not. However, your view of, let's say, the nature of the Trinity does determine, maybe not even salvifically, but it does determine if you are within the body of Christ as established by the Orthodox Church. The Orthodox Church doesn't have a particular teaching of creation and what you should believe about creation, but it does have particular views about what you should believe about the nature of the Godhead, for example. So maybe even outside of salvific issues, there are other dogmatic beliefs that if you don't believe them, you fall outside of the body of the Orthodox Church. But you can be a young earth creationist, you can be an old earth creationist, you can believe in evolution or not believe in evolution. That doesn't make you fall outside of the purview of the Orthodox Church.
So what makes you believe in the Orthodox Church? Because it seems like that is where you are placing your faith, since you can't explain the dogma of why, what are the specific mechanics of the belief system. What makes you believe in the Orthodox Church?
Fair question. there's two aspects. One is historically, that was the church that was established by Jesus and the disciples. And for the first 1,000 years of Christianity, that was the predominant view. And then you had the Great Schism where the Catholics split off. And obviously later you had Protestantism, which was another split, you could say. So just tracing it back to the original source, that's one reason I would
Do you
start with
realize
Orthodoxy. Go ahead.
that both churches claim that?
They claim what? Sorry.
They both claim that they're the original church, and that the other church is like breakaway.
Yeah, I understand both churches claim that. I did say that was one reason. So you could say that I should either land with Orthodoxy or Catholicism, right? Protestantism comes much later, and you could say it takes from both traditions in some way. But it's also quite different in a lot of ways. So it wasn't just the history. It was also, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we're talking about certain doctrines in regards to the Trinity, for example. I think the Eastern Orthodox view makes more sense.
But you
than the
can't
Catholic
explain
view.
that. You can't say that you believe in a mechanism that you can't explain. You're just saying that the Eastern Orthodox has the right one without being able to explain what the right one is. Does that make sense?
We can do a quick test, and maybe.
No, does that make sense? Can you believe in a mechanism you can't explain? Like, you can believe in the church. You can say that the church has the correct answers. You can't say that you believe in something that, like, if I say that I believe in Gleepglorp, but I can't explain what Gleepglorp is. Can I really believe in Gleepglorp?
Okay, so there's two aspects to that. One is, it is true that I don't fully understand what this is, going back to when we were talking about spiration, right? But just as you could say the Eastern Orthodox view is more parsimonious, right? Because it doesn't posit that the Spirit has to spirate from both the Son and the Father. That is another layer.
But you don't know what that means.
I don't know what spirating means, but I can tell that
like how are you
source of the
how are you saying
spiration.
that it is a reason if you don't know what it means?
But I'm just saying one view is more parsimonious than the other.
But why wouldn't?
How can it be more parsimonious if you don't know what it means?
Because it doesn't posit. Sorry, go ahead.
The word could literally mean it's not parsimonious.
Do you know what parsimonious means?
Yes, but you're not answering the question, Don.
Okay, well, which view is more parsimonious? That the Spirit spirates from the Father alone, or that it spirates from the Father and the Son?
What does parsimonious mean now?
It just means simpler.
If you're simpler, is that all it means is simpler?
It's generally simpler, yeah. It's like you're not positing more layers to the theory, right? So if I say that the Spirit spirates from the Father, and you say no, it spirates from the Father and the Son.
Hang on, but you're already applying more assumptions by even assuming there's spiration happening when you don't know what spiration is.
Yes, but I'm also not applying another assumption to say that it's both the Father and the Son. So if I had to pick between the two theories, I would go for the one that's more parsimonious.
Why are you making yourself pick between the two theories when there is a more parsimonious belief?
Because I'm comparing the two. So one is more parsimonious than the other. Would you agree at least?
I would agree that there is more parsimonious and less parsimonious. I don't understand why you would have to choose between those two if there is an even more parsimonious explanation.
Okay, such as?
No God at all.
Okay, well, I guess at that point we would have to go back to just theism in general. You were asking me why I choose Eastern Orthodoxy versus Catholicism. And I said that in that particular instance, Eastern Orthodoxy seems to be more parsimonious, and that's why I pick it over Catholicism. It's not the only issue. There's also the issue of papacy and what that means. So there's more layers
How
to it
did you
beyond.
decide? How did you decide that these were the issues that were important to determine between Eastern Orthodoxy and Catholicism? Are you still there, Don? Am I the one that cut out?
No, it's him. He's
Oh.
left. I think he recognized that he was not in a debate space, or maybe the question hit him. Good questions, though, by the way. And thank you, everybody who did vote in the poll. 75-25, eventually. That conversation was going to end. It seemed quite evident that we weren't going to get a questioning of belief, but rather a defense of dogma.
Nevertheless, he wasn't ready to question. Maybe one day he will be.
I hope some of these questions sit with him. Maybe they might get
Something to think about. Something to think about when they're talking on and on in church.
Yeah, we didn't even get to ask them about the Byzantine popes when the Eastern Orthodoxy did have popes.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
Current Pope seems not half bad. He is also American, which is kind of feels a bit weird. An American Pope.
Yeah, like it was the map was split in half. Like y'all were both the original. You split in half. That's how splitting things work. Well, not original, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I always wonder, especially when it comes to Orthodoxy or Catholicism, whether there is as much belief or loyalty.
As somebody that grew up in the Catholic Church, and I don't know if it is it's partially probably the Phil Bro kind of culture of TikTok is like been my exposure because of course like Daragon had many like lovely conversations with them about Orthodoxy and a few other people on here. But yeah, I've never run into Catholics that were like were the original church, like they've explained it more as like a split than like one was off in Protestantism. Definitely there is still hundreds of years later some bad blood there. But it's interesting the like I believe it because I have this set of arguments versus like I believe it because it spoke to me or like I had this experience, like coming at it from that perspective. Like and yeah, most Catholics are just born into it, like at least here. So I also I forget who says it, but somebody used to say that like nobody's as like fundamentalist as a convert. Usually like converts tend to go like because if you are like choosing to join a religion as an adult, you're like into it. And
super
so
fan.
yeah, so you're like a fan of it. at least a little bit to some degree. But then to not even be able to give any ideas besides, and I'm so curious what spiration means. I tried to Google it, but
Breathing life into something.
okay. Because I was like, a spiration valve in medicine is like a thing you use for um, treating COPD, so that makes sense. But
Yeah, it's the
that's
breath
just
of
like
life.
a model name.
Mm-hmm. I found it interesting that he didn't know what spiration was, because it is kind of core to that denomination and their split, their difference. But yeah, it means breathing life.
So I spirated some children.
If you exhaled breath as a creative act of giving life.
Oh, they make you do a lot of exhaling. Yeah, they make you do a lot of exhaling when you're pushing that thing out. So yeah.
There's that's true. I remember the breathing exercises.
Yeah, between the screaming and the breathing and the get it out of me. Yeah, there was some spirating, I guess. Oh, darn it, I forgot it again. I made 2 new songs and forgot to send them to you, Thrayle.
Oh, that's okay. I'm excited to hear them. I really am. There are so many songs. I don't know which ones I haven't played yet.
I did see that there was a bunch of additional songs that I think Heretical and someone else had posted. I couldn't see all who.
Yeah, there were a few. And I didn't get any new ones off the Discord today, but I will get them after the live. And I'll check again before the next live.
That'll be my time to post them later, I guess. Meanwhile, if anyone does have a belief that they think can be questioned, like a belief in gods or higher powers or anything like that, if you know what it is you believe and why you believe, and if you can explain it in a few questions, we'd love to have you up. There's several boxes and a pink and blue person down below who can usher you to your seat if you so choose. We're not here to take away your beliefs in higher powers, merely to question them and see if you know what it is you believe. However, if you do choose to drop off a god, I'm sure Thrayle already has like tons of room in his shed.
Hello.
Hey, Brash.
Hello, Brash. How are you?
Doing good. I had a quick thought,
Okay.
relevant to beliefs, because it's maybe an anti-belief that all rituals, religious, spiritual rituals, can be reduced to just a shift in a thinking error or like a thought distortion, just softened schemas, really. But yeah, rituals just I don't feel are necessary. Just more meme.
Rituals are like memes.
Would you be surprised to find that ritual is actually one of the things of religion that is found to have one of like the most like scientifically like measurable benefits to mood and like what am I trying to say? Like life outcomes.
No, I believe you, Blake. I guess I just strip away the dogma from it, though. Like what is the point of the ritual? What are you trying to achieve with the ritual? and then just make it happen. I don't know.
What is the point of yoga or Tai Chi or meditation or sitting quietly at a temple?
Yeah, stillness, listening. It's important.
What is the benefit of a tea ceremony?
Tea ceremony.
Hey guys, sorry, my phone disconnected.
No worries, Don. Hold on. Brad is thinking of an answer.
I don't know. It just makes me think maybe the Last Supper was more about the connection between the people than it was, bread and water, wine. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ritual
cool.
can
You
also
can
be
go,
used for
Don.
negative.
It's a lot to think over. I jumbled thoughts, so I'll just chill.
Welcome back, Don. I think Philly's got some questions already queued up for you.
Yeah, do you want to pick up where we left off? I kind of remember what the question was.
Yeah, my question was, how did you determine what what things to evaluate in choosing Eastern Orthodoxy over Roman Catholicism?
Yeah, so we've kind of gone over the historical aspect, but I think somebody pointed out that both views could just say, well, our side, well, they can both claim roots historically. So maybe let's just call that a wash, right? It's a tie.
So it's not what you evaluated the two. My question is, how did you determine what was worthwhile to evaluate the two against?
Okay, so now you're talking about theism in general.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to understand how you determined what was important in determining between those two.
Okay, can I give you an example of something that can be a tiebreaker between the two?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking for what was the determination between the two. I'm asking, how did you determine what to focus on in determining between the two?
Okay, so I think one, the nature of God is clearly going to be up, like high up on that list. Would you agree? That's like the most important thing between the two, right? So you pick the view that makes more sense.
Just hold on, Don.
Can you repeat back her question to make sure you're
she's saying, what criteria did I focus on to judge between these two different views?
No. How did you determine what criteria to focus on to determine between the two views?
Isn't that what I just said?
No. You're saying what criteria. She's saying, how did you determine what criteria? How did you choose the criteria rather than what is the criteria?
Thank you, Thrayle.
How did I determine how did I pick what criteria? I'm sorry, I guess this question is...
She's asking about the criteria you're using, not what the criteria is. She's not saying what is it. She's saying, why use this criteria? What made you choose this?
Okay, I guess it's the same reason you pick any criteria to when you evaluate in views. Like
that's a rather dismissive and assumptive answer.
Yeah.
You're assuming you know how she thinks, how she operates, why she chooses what she chooses. Try answering for yourself.
Okay,
sorry, Philly.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I chose the criteria that I did because it made the most sense for me to pick that criteria.
Why did it make the most sense?
You're just saying why? If I give you an answer, you're just going to say why again?
No, Don,
No.
I'm trying to understand. Wow, I'm sorry, Thrayle.
Don, she's asking very direct questions. It would be nice and respectful just to answer the questions directly back and see where it goes.
Okay, I guess maybe I didn't choose the criteria. I just happened to choose to pick a criteria. I don't know how I determined the criteria. It just seemed right to me to pick the way I did. I don't know how else I can answer that. Like, how, if I asked you the same, like, how did you determine the criteria to be an atheist? How would you answer that?
I've never claimed to be an atheist, but I would say that I have used what I value in determining what I seek knowledge around. So if I value authenticity, accuracy, truth, those would be things that I would be seeking out in the knowledge that I am trying to gain to make decisions.
Okay, I think that answer helps me to maybe formulate my answer then. I would say that in this regard, I value historicity, and I also value simpler theories to a degree, not always, but to a degree. And when I'm comparing two views, I will tend to pick the view that is simpler and has fewer assumptions. But not always, but generally, if I'm given a dichotomy between two views, it's not the only metric.
How do
I
you
will also
determine?
value like explanatory power, for example, over, and also just like general like logical considerations. I value that as well, and that's why when picking between Orthodoxy and Catholicism, I think that Orthodoxy makes more sense.
How do you determine whose questions are more worth listening to and engaging with?
You mean generally or like in this panel?
Either, both.
Oh, in this panel, it's just whoever asked the last question. I can only answer that. Generally, people who I think are genuinely inquiring and they seem
why did
sincere.
Thrayle have to explain to you Philly's very clear question several times before you even decided to give it a thought?
Because I've never had the question asked that way before, so I actually had to really think about it. I think that's fair.
Sorry, Philly, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I love you, Kat.
You too.
Can I give you another example of why I think
No.
it's okay?
Take a beat.
I am going on
That
mute.
was perfect.
Understandable.
So you said that like one of the criteria you're looking at was the nature of God, and then you said like clearly, like you assumed that we would also choose that criteria. Why did you choose that criteria of the nature of God?
Because I think when talking about God, understanding his nature or trying to come up with theories about his nature is the most important thing. It's kind of tautological. So that has to be one of the main considerations between picking different worldviews. That, are theistic. You then have to dive deeper into the idea of what God actually is, and then you kind of weigh up the different options. Like it is the thing.
How do you reconcile the changing picture of the nature of God that the church has had throughout the centuries?
I think that's what I would expect to happen, right? Because you're asking that to say that there's a hidden assumption in your question that if God exists, there wouldn't be a changing view in what God is, right? And I'm saying that if God exists, you
Why are
might
you trying to
expect to see a
dismantle the
changing.
question instead of answer it?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Why were you trying to dismantle the question instead of answer it?
Well, because there's a hidden assumption in his question.
No, there's not. It's just a question. There is no gotcha. There is no
It's not a gotcha.
like there's nothing hidden there. It's just a fucking question. He can't question his fucking beliefs, Thrayle.
His question was, how do you reconcile the different views or the development of the view of God? Right? The assumption in that is that if God did exist, there wouldn't be a development in the view of God. You would only ask that if you thought that there shouldn't be a change.
Why do you keep trying to assume where everybody else is coming from? It's like you're...
Well, it's an implicit
it
assumption
really
in
is
his
like
question.
you're fishing for
No,
debate.
it's not.
You don't think there's a hidden assumption in his question at all?
Not what you're trying to put onto it.
Okay, so...
Are you coming into this willing to question your beliefs, Don?
No.
Yes, I am, actually. Yeah.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
It's to think about your beliefs and ask why you believe them or if you should believe them.
How have you displayed that here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the fact that I'm even talking to you guys, I think, is a demonstration of that.
Oh, we're so lucky to be having this conversation right now.
Why do you believe that having this conversation is a demonstration of that, Don?
Because if I didn't care at all about questioning or thinking about my beliefs, I wouldn't do this.
So you could value thinking about your beliefs and come and do this, but does thinking about your beliefs always mean questioning your beliefs?
Not always, but sometimes.
So how has coming here demonstrated questioning your beliefs?
Because I'm accepting questions from you guys about my beliefs. And actually, there was one aspect which I'd never thought about before, which I now have, which was how do I determine what's important when talking about God? I'd never really examined that before, and now I have. So that's one example.
So that's examining it. Is it questioning your belief?
Yeah, absolutely.
In what way?
Because you were asking me about how I determine about what's important when talking about God, how I determine criteria. That's something that I had not thought about deeply before, and now I will, and probably need to think about it more.
I'm glad that you can take something away from this, but I don't think you understand what we mean by questioning beliefs. Is it possible that you are thinking of questioning beliefs in a way that is different than we're trying to explain?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. I guess, well, how do you mean it?
When I think of questioning beliefs, I think of being willing to, like an analogy, opening up the box, picking out the pieces, examining them to see if they're valid, if they're worthwhile, or if they need to be thrown out. Examining whether they are truthful or not. Not just thinking deeply about it, not just explaining it, not just answering questions about it, but truly, humbly being willing to look at it and see, is this valid or is this not valid?
This isn't a comprehension check.
Okay.
The critical thinking exercise.
Okay.
Do you think that here tonight you have been able to examine your belief and truly ask yourself, is this valid?
In some ways, yes.
In what ways?
Yeah, I already said it. The way about how I determine my criteria. I've genuinely never thought about it that way before.
So do you,
And I'm gonna have to think about that some more and actually really think deeply about why I put more weight on certain things like the nature of God versus like historicity, for example.
mm, mm.
Yeah.
So you're willing to question whether you have chosen the right things to focus on
Yeah.
as criteria.
Yeah.
Are you willing to question the other beliefs that you have presented here today?
It depends which ones. There are some that I accept automatically, and I probably cannot withdraw those without leaving the fold of the church.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other matters that maybe I would be willing to accept a different view.
So
Are
you're
you
not...
able...
Oh, go ahead, Philly. I think you're going to ask the same thing.
Are you able to question a belief while still being within the fold of the church? Or do you have to blindly accept it in order to stay in the fold?
Good question. I think that you can have doubts about certain things or uncertainties about certain things, but there are some things that I think within the fold of the church you cannot doubt and be, quote unquote, within the fold of the church.
Why not? Why can you not ask questions about it and seek whether it's valid or not?
You can ask questions, but I understood what you meant to say. You can doubt it. So if I'm seeking further understanding, that's not the same thing as saying I'm rejecting this.
What does
It's
it
more
mean
that
to
I'm trying to
doubt?
seek a deeper understanding, right?
Okay. What does it mean to you to doubt then, Don?
To doubt is to be unsure about something.
Mm-hmm.
And
So you have
within
to have...
orthodoxy, that is fine. You can doubt certain things and be unsure about certain things. But to be within the Eastern Orthodox purview, there are things you have to either accept or accept that your doubt is it is not saying that you're saying ontologically this is not the case, but more epistemologically you just don't know how to get there yet.
So it's okay to have doubts and still be within the fold, I'm hearing you say?
Oh, absolutely, because nobody knows everything for certain, right? That's only God knows everything for certain. Yeah.
So
Doubts are not
I'm trying to
do not take
understand
you
then.
outside of the fold of the church.
I'm trying to understand then. You said, or at least my understanding of what you said, and I'm looking to be corrected if my understanding is wrong. What I heard you say is that there are certain things that you cannot question, you cannot doubt, or else you would be outside of the fold.
Perhaps I would. That is what I said, but maybe what I was trying to say. Maybe let me take that back. There are certain things in orthodoxy that if you don't accept, take you outside of the purview of orthodoxy.
Are you able to question those things as part of the acceptance process? Or is there
Insofar
not a
as you're
process
seeking
to
understanding of what those things really mean. So
Yeah,
we've already been
sure.
over one of them, which is the nature of the Trinity. For example, you cannot deny the Trinity. However, you could have an incorrect view of the Trinity or an incomplete understanding of the Trinity. That does not automatically take you out of the purview of orthodoxy. But if you
So if
reject
you-
the Trinity outright, that does take you out of orthodoxy. So if you're a Unitarian, for example, that is outside of the purview of orthodoxy.
So if
But within the
you,
Trinity
Don,
itself, there are several
Hang on,
models
Don.
that you
Hang on, Don. You've explained it well. She has a
Okay,
question.
thank you.
So if you, Don, were to say, I am going to examine, I am going to question my beliefs around the Trinity today, is that something that you would be able to do, or would that take you outside of the fold?
No, that would not take you outside of the fold because you're seeking learning. You're accepting that the Trinity exists. You're trying to understand what the nature of the Trinity is.
What if
But
what if you questioned the belief of whether the Trinity exists?
that would take you outside of the fold of
So
orthodoxy.
you cannot question whether the Trinity exists or not.
In orthodoxy, that's correct. Yeah, that would be a correct statement. You cannot say.
So you can't doubt.
So you cannot doubt.
You cannot doubt the Trinity, but you can doubt what the Trinity means.
You can't question if there's a Trinity.
Yeah,
right.
it's
So
like
I'm
saying
hearing
if you're a
there are
theist,
some
must
things
be a
you can
Trinity,
question, but there are also things you cannot question. You are
yeah. So
unable
in
to
a general
question your
sense,
beliefs and be within the fold. I'm hearing you.
yeah. So in a general sense, for example, you can, if you're a theist, right, and you say I'm a theist, you cannot question that the fact that there is a God. However, you
That's
can
not true.
talk about what
You're
the nature
wrong.
of that God is, and I would extend that analogy
I mean,
to.
you're just making that assumption, broadening it out to mean everybody. Do you see how boldly ignorant you sound when you say things like that?
No, I think that's quite a humble statement.
Fascinating. The fact that you would say, I think that's a humble statement. Fucking fascinating. Kat, did you have a question?
Not one that I should ask.
Wonderful. We're going to move on to somebody who's actually got the capability and the mental fortitude to question their beliefs. Yep. We ran a poll earlier. I would have given him a more ceremonious exit, but he was lucky to get that much time.
He's lucky that Philly is so fucking charitable, is what he is.
Exactly.
You're the best, and I admire you so much. Philly.
Yeah, W's Philly for putting up with that absolute blatant fucking misogyny.
This is not the first time I have flown up here in a fucking rage over some guy talking to Philly wrong.
I don't know that it's misogyny. I really don't. Because I can see how it
You
can
tried
be
so many times
nice
to cut in for your question, and not until I said something and patted him on the back. You explained it well. Did he sit back and perk up ready for another question? Like a good little boy.
Thrayle, you stop that. I can't deal with the men today. Ah! But no, it was blatant, fucking gross, awful, terrible misogyny. And you always are so sweet and give them the benefit of the doubt. And I will always fly up here if I'm in the room and ream them for you because. But I do admire how kind you are to give them the benefit.
Well, that cleared the queue. Maybe somebody else has the courage or the curiosity to actually question their beliefs.
I might have to leave this place. I don't know if I can do this.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but
I thought y'all were just other panelists. What does that even mean?
What do you mean? It really is my favorite question. Morgan was right.
Really quickly, I do need to thank Philly Red, Fibonacci, Flux, Shell, Bats, and Danny Grax for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you.
I determined yesterday that next time someone tries to debate us, we should just what do you mean them to death? And what do you mean them right into submission?
That kind of disingenuous, but also would be hilarious.
I was accused of only asking why after every response.
Well, okay, but like you were validly asking why, and he wasn't answering.
He was clawing for deflections, any deflection he could find.
Because he doesn't know why. Because he doesn't know why he believes this. He just does.
Because the moment you make him internalize these questions, he's looking for your flaw. He wants to know why you believe what you do wrongly or don't wrongly.
But here's the thing. That is the brain trying to protect from questioning a belief. When a belief is, at least I've seen this in myself. When I hold a belief that is so closely tied to my identity, my brain will grasp at anything to not have to question it if it feels that questioning it is dangerous. And I think that's why people, when they are being questioned, when they get defensive, when they lash out, when they look to turn the tables or gain power in some way in the interaction, I truly think it's because their brain is just trying to protect them.
Oh, likely.
And maybe that's why you have empathy where Thrayle and I don't as much have that often. I've never experienced that, so I don't see that. Like I not
for it. I just sometimes give them more push than maybe I should.
I don't know. I understand what you're saying and I agree with you. I'm going to try to have more empathy for it moving forward.
I might have. You guys know that I have these regular conversations with my parents who are strong believers. And we've gotten to the place where the goal of our conversations is to understand each other. And I see in them where I was for a long time. And I just it's truly for me like this weekly or bi-weekly exercise in empathy. I asked them yesterday if they would be willing to look into the historicity of Jesus with me. After asking them, if they found out that Jesus never existed, how would that affect their Christian faith? And how would that, and was it too big of a risk to challenge that, to explore that. And the honest answers I got from them, they're aware to at least some degree of how faith is a protective thing for them. Like it is a psychological way to cope. And I just don't want to, for some people, I don't know. I'm getting preachy now. I can stop.
I don't think you're getting preachy, but you're empathizing, and I hear it. And also, I've got some questions about your dinners. Maybe that's a Discord conversation.
I guess it depends on the question.
Can I just mute him?
I thought you did.
Well, I gave him a warning. Mute.
He thinks it's a versus one. He doesn't understand. The exercise is for your benefit.
He told Mika to kick rocks. Like, fuck that.
Yeah. He can kick his own rocks. He doesn't need to participate in the comments or the discussion anymore. Maybe he'll find this again one day when he's ready. But today, I think you've had your chance, Dawn. And I want to point out that his name, Dawn, that's not his name. It's a meme from Alpha Bros about victory, which he did not gain, which is why he's throwing his tantrum in the comments. But maybe he'll find us again another time. And maybe victory won't be his desired outcome. It was really one of the most dramatic comment crash outs I've seen in a while.
Wait, what? Oh, I don't know. I don't know that it was that bad, but he was definitely getting there, and I just don't have the patience for it. Not after his performance on panel.
Understandable.
I really like it when the cat takes up the whole beanbag chair all to himself. It's so funny. How does such a tiny animal manage that?
M for guest. It's an upside down W. We don't give out Fs. I like it. Oh, we do have a guest. Look at that. I mean, Bat's not a guest, but welcome back, Bats.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not a guest.
No,
Oh,
you're
we got
home.
M's in chat. Oh no, it ended that badly?
For more on Thrayle, not an upside down W.
No.
I'm not calling people morons. It's an upside down W.
When did the M start? I've never seen that before.
And for malignant, minuscule, melodramatic, misogyny. Yeah, so I heard some of that.
Why was I like muerte?
Muerte.
I don't often fly up here raging, but damn.
He's already found his way back. We're not doing that. We're not gonna broadcast your crash out and come back when you've had some time to think about it.
No melodramatic malingering, please. So I had to get more M's out. Go ahead, Kat.
I just said M for me.
I love your shirt. You are God's favorite.
Mean is good. Thank you. I thought so.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't. But if you aren't interested in some melodramatic malingering and you can question your beliefs, please request up. We are here to question beliefs and to see if you know what it is you believe. If you don't, then I don't understand the reason of malingering, but maybe later. But for now, if you have a belief in gods, higher powers, goddesses, entities, energies, please request up. We're not here to take away your beliefs in gods or higher powers, but merely to see if you can answer a few questions. So, what is it you believe? Why do you believe? If you can answer those simple questions, please request up. Or click the pink and blue person to escort you to your box. Usher, whatever. Where's the coffee? You got coffee, Thrayle?
Oh yeah, I just got a refill.
I just made some too.
Coffee
My
and
cold brew
question.
concentrate has been cooking in the fridge for a long time. It is so good now.
Delicioso.
I think I know what we need. Just to break up the monotony for the moment, anyways. I mean, blue coffee and questions sounds like a good idea. But while we listen to this, make sure everybody's tapping that screen. Thank you guys for the 76,000 times you've already done that. Keep tapping. We'll get some more people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Somebody doesn't understand boundaries or consent.
Oh, that's not good.
moon shines bright, but my bones feel cold. Longing for beliefs and the stories untold. This blueberry coffee only lasts so long, but I'll wait for till the end of this song. Got a lantern full of maybe and a pocket full of doubt. I don't come to tear it down, just to turn it inside out. I seen preachers in the daylight, gamblers in pews. Seen 1,000 different heavens in 1,000 different views. Some say God's a fire, some say God's a breeze. Some say it's the silence humming deep between the trees. I ain't here to take your faith or steal what you hold dear. Just knocking on your questions, see what answers might appear. Hey, now what you believe, child, let it breathe, let it spread. I ain't here to take your angels, just to walk where they've tread. If your truth's feeling crowded or your fate's feeling threadbare, there's always room for one more in the shed somewhere. Yeah, I rattle when I'm walking, but I mean you no dread. Just a skeleton man making space in your head. You say energy's a river running through us all. You say higher powers listen when the lonely start to call. I just tip my hat and ask what makes your spirit sing. Is it thunder in the distance or a soft and shapeless thing? If your faith is like a lantern, I will snuff its gentle glow. I just ask you what it lights up, what it helps you truly know. Ain't no final answer written in the marrow of the night. Just a jukebox full of maybes and a flicker of a light. Bring your gods and all your theories, let them rest upon the shelf. Pour a cup of blueberry coffee, get acquainted with yourself. The moon still shines and my bones feel cool, but your story's got a fire that I love to behold. If your heart feels crowded or your thoughts misled, there's always room for one more in the shed.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Bats, for that one.
I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, I love that one. Can't
Now,
go
as
wrong
we...
with blueberry coffee and questions.
Hell yeah. Now, as we pontificate on mythological misandry, let's see if we can find any believers. I don't think I used either of those words right, but we'll pretend that I did. I'm just thinking of words that start with the letter M. Mythical, magical, miraculous.
Mysterious.
Methodical? Hopefully people are methodical in the way they answer their questions. Do you think there's a method to their madness, Thrayle, or ours even?
method in my madness. There's books about the method I use, most of which I haven't read.
Well, I'm sure your methods are magnificent, no matter the lacking of reading them.
Oh, I've read the method. I just haven't read all the books about it.
You don't do methodical in your method, do you?
My method is less methodical. It's more
mysterious.
Might be.
I believe that there is a new guest request.
There is. I was just noticing that myself.
Tiana.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 18 years old.
What year were you born?
2007. I know I don't sound older, but I am 18.
You can try again. I think that was a reflex.
You give me the actually, yeah, I did have something that I was supposed to be doing, and I got distracted.
I was gonna say, oh my gosh, I really sound that young.
Sorry, Tiana. We have to be careful. Sometimes there's people trying to get up here who aren't always 18.
Oh no. I know. Trust me. I get it. I've seen this interesting. This
like that.
Oh, do I have a belief in a god?
Or anything like that?
These past couple months, I've kind of been like hot and cold because I believe that there could be some type of God, but I don't really believe the Bible on, how can I explain it? I don't know. I'm kind of like hot and cold. Like, I believe there is a God, but just the way that they try to make the Bible seem, like, I don't think the God in the Bible is the God that we have. I feel like we have a God, but I don't know. I just feel like we weren't there like 500 years ago, so we never know what happened. And there's plenty of books that they took out the Bible, like the Book of Enoch and different stuff that talks about stuff like that. But yeah.
I guess so you believe there's a God of some kind?
Yeah, I believe that there might be. Like, I kind of feel like, I feel like God is within us, if that makes sense. Like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it.
Go ahead, Philly.
Where does your belief in a God come from?
I believe, like, what I mean by, okay, so for example, when I pray to like my passed on loved ones or like my spirit guides or whatever you want to call it. Because I feel like everyone has like a spirit team, like whether if it's like your ancestors that you know are watching over you, making sure you're okay. So like when I pray to like my ancestors. You know, I feel like that there might be some type of angelic beings or some type of God of that sort. Because, I mean, I've had like experiences where I've got like uncanny signs before that didn't really seem like a coincidence. If you would like me to share one of those stories, I could, to make it make more sense. But
so you believe that the spirits of your ancestors can hear your prayers and that there might be other spiritual beings, supernatural beings, like angelic beings or divine beings.
I believe that there's good and bad spirits. I believe that there's good and bad spirits. I've had experiences with demons and, you know, different types of spirits. I've been seeing spirits since I was a little girl. I can hear them sometimes. I say I'm a spiritual person. We'll just put it at that. Like, I have dreams about stuff before it happens. I could feel stuff in my dreams when people touch me, or I can taste stuff from my dreams, stuff like that. I mean, I've had lots of paranormal experiences with, I guess you could say, bad energies.
How do you know that you've experienced things that are outside of the natural realm?
I can give you plenty of experiences. I mean, it was like one time where I was in my room, and this was about when I was like 13. This was like when slime was like really fucking popular. And I was playing with slime on my little desk that I had, and I just felt this very like cold type of, I felt like someone was standing behind me. I was in my room playing by myself. Long story short, I know it sounds fake, but this actually did happen. The light started like flickering, and then it turned back on fully. And when I turned around, the bowl, just like the bowl of slime that I had on my desk, it wasn't on the edge. It was literally in the middle of the table. It flew up in the air by itself, and it flew up so hard in the air that it touched the ceiling. And like before it fully stopped spinning, it spun around a few more times before it fully stopped spinning on the floor. I've also had experience to where I've seen spirits with my own eyes, like stuff. Like I've heard my grandmother call my name, and like clear as day, full sentences, and I call her and she's not home. And it's like, I know I'm not crazy. Like, and just plenty other stuff like that. I've seen doors close on their own, like literally close, like it looks like someone shut the door, but there's nobody there. I've experienced different stuff. Like Christmas Eve, before my grandmother went into the hospital, we heard 3 loud bangs on the door, and our apartment, like, it had like a long pathway, so if there was anybody ding dong ditching, you would see them before they got too far. And I went across the street. I asked my neighbor. She's like, asked my husband. He was out here.
Let's stop for a moment.
Oh, sorry. I'm probably yapping right now.
You've said a lot, but you keep referring to things as spirits. You've said that you've had these experiences where things are unexplained. You claim to have seen things that you think are spirits. What is a spirit?
You're asking what is the spirit?
Yes, you're using it as the thing that is happening, the thing that you've seen, the answer for all these occurrences. What is it? What is a spirit?
I mean, I feel like a spirit can be, everyone has a spirit. Like when you pass on, you have a spirit. Like,
what is a spirit?
It's someone who didn't cross over yet, or residual energy.
Residual energy, what is that?
I mean, like, say for example, if something traumatic happened in a place and someone got unalived in a place in a tragic manner, their spirit could revisit that location.
What is a spirit? I'm still confused at the spirit. Like, so what is a spirit? And then you said residual energy.
Like just a supernatural being.
So spirit.
I don't really not explain it as supernatural. Okay, wait, what do y'all believe in? What are y'all beliefs?
What we believe doesn't make a difference to seeing if you can question yours.
Oh, no, it's fine. I just want to know, like, what do you guys believe in?
But it doesn't make a difference to seeing if you can question yours. And you're kind of avoiding the question by asking.
I mean, I can't explain what a spirit is, I just say it's a supernatural being, whatever you want to call it.
Supernatural being, what does that mean?
Something that's not from this earth, or something that's,
How did you determine it was not from this earth?
I wouldn't even say not from this earth. Something that has capabilities that we wouldn't have, like, if that makes sense.
Like breathing underwater, so like a shark.
I mean, I wouldn't really say like that, like.
So what do you mean?
I mean, I don't really know how to explain it to you. I mean, yeah, what someone in the comments says, a soul that passed on to the afterlife, like.
What is a soul?
I mean, your soul is like your energy, the thing that's inside you.
What is energy?
I mean, energy, it could be different things like a physical matter, stuff like that, or energy, like using force. Like we use our energy to open up doors or to drive a car, stuff like that.
What do you mean by force?
Like force, like energy. We have energy. We have energy to open up the.
Okay, so back to energy then. So what is energy?
I don't really know how to explain it, dude. Like I said, some type of force. It could be physical. It could be like.
I can't switch screens that fast. So it's force is energy. Energy is force.
I mean, I guess you can say that. I don't really know how to explain it.
Is that what you mean?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't really know how to explain it.
Tiana, why did you request up?
Oh, well, I mean, I like talking about topics like these, like, spirits and beliefs and religion and stuff.
But can you question your beliefs?
I mean, yeah, I question my beliefs all the time. I mean,
what does that mean?
I question my beliefs all the time, like, about Christianity.
What does questioning beliefs mean?
Questioning your beliefs is also it means like also having an open mind that it's not what you think it is, or it's not how you were taught that it is.
Okay. And how is it you question your belief in supernatural experiences and spirits?
I mean, I also question the supernatural experiences before I'm ever so quick to jump to the thought like, oh, this is a ghost or this is a spirit. I always try to debunk it like by, okay, maybe.
In what way did you try to question your experience with the bowl of slime?
I mean, I thought of it as it could have been. I thought of it could have been anything, but for me, it just didn't make sense because the air wasn't on, and there's no type of air conditioner that's that fucking strong that can just have a bowl fly up in the air. It wasn't on the edge, and even if it was on the edge, that doesn't explain how it flew up in the air by itself. It was in the middle of the desk, and I was in the room by myself.
So your questions begin with, how did the bowl move?
Yeah, how did the bowl move? Like, why did it happen? How the bowl move? That's when I assumed that. Well,
Isn't
that's when
there a bigger question that should come before that?
What bigger question is that?
Did the bowl move?
Yes, it moved.
How do you know?
I mean, I saw it. I know what I saw. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't like on.
You saw what?
The bowl fly up in the air. No, I didn't hallucinate. I know what I saw.
You saw it fly up in the air.
Yeah.
Did it lift off quickly or did it raise slowly?
Are you really interested in my questions, or like, is this like a... Anyways, let me answer your question. No, it didn't fly up slowly. It flew up like fast. It flew up fast. Not like
shot up fast. Was it like somebody picked it up, or was it like it shot up like a rocket?
It's like a real person just picked it up and threw it up in the air, and it fell back down to the ground, but no one was there. Yeah, I know hallucinations are very common, but I wasn't hallucinating.
How can you be certain? You don't need to keep responding to the comments, by the way. That's extremely distracting and rude.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I'm sure because I know what I saw. I mean, I felt it. I wasn't hallucinating or anything. I don't have...
How do you know?
I don't have any type of mental disorders that run through my family.
You felt what?
I felt like someone else was in there with me.
Because you felt like someone was in there.
If you're actually in tuned and tapped in and aware of your surroundings, you would know what I'm talking about. Like when you're in tune, what I mean by in tune, when you are...
What does that mean?
In tune, tapped in, like you're aware of everything that's happening around you.
How do you mean aware? You mean
like
visually,
wherever you're at, wherever you're at, whether you're at the grocery store and you keep noticing a certain person keep eyeing you, and like, you're aware of your surroundings. You're aware of who's around you. You're aware of a little bit of
You
what's
think,
going on.
okay, so, but you're saying that you had that awareness that someone was in the room with you. How do you say that you are aware they're in the room? Was it
Say, for example, you're at home, right?
feeling in your mind?
Say for
Is it a feeling?
example.
Can you answer my question instead of trying to explain past me?
No, I'm just gonna answer your question, but go ahead. My bad.
Was it a feeling in your mind?
No, it wasn't a feeling in my
Did you
mind.
visually see someone?
No, I mean I didn't.
Could you
visually see
audibly
anyone.
hear someone?
No, I couldn't audibly hear
Do you
someone,
feel
but
like there was a tactile sensation? Something you could feel on your skin?
no, I didn't. No, I didn't feel a tactile.
How would you say that you were aware of them?
So what I was saying earlier, say for example, you're home and you live with an animal or you live with someone else,
You're
and
not
someone walked
answering my
into the room.
question.
I'm trying to answer it. I'm getting to it. I'm trying to. I'm going to answer your question.
Stop for a moment, Tiana. I don't think you're actually here in good faith, and I don't mean that to be insulting. I don't think you're here to question your beliefs. I don't think you're understanding the questions because
I'm
I
listening.
don't think you're capable of questioning this.
I'm confused. What do you mean? You think I'm crazy or something?
No. That's part of why I don't think you're capable of questioning this. I think that's your reaction to questioning this, is that you think you must either be crazy or it really happened the way you're explaining it.
I mean, I know it happened the way
I
I
think that
explained.
shuts you down from questioning. I don't think you're capable. I think
Oh,
you said
okay.
you just talked over me to ensure to me that you're not capable of questioning. Is that what you did?
No, I was just saying, like, I mean, I get what you're saying. I was just saying, I mean, I know what I experienced, you know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But I mean,
Does
I
anybody
get what
else
you're
have any
saying.
questions for Tiana?
Thanks for requesting up.
Okay, have a nice day, guys.
Have a good evening, Tiana.
Appreciate you, Tiana. I hope you do keep asking questions. I don't want to make it seem like I'm implying you're crazy, and I think that's why it's best we stop, because it seemed that was the only place you were willing to go. Besides, it must have happened. Ooh, and Alex, what a great point. Space is always a good thing. Space is a great thing. And giving Tiana some space right now, I think, is best. She might come back and question again another time. But she definitely wasn't giving the questions any space.
I had an experience like that slime story once where there ended up being a yellow pepper on the counter when I went to look in the fridge. And I would have sworn that I had not taken out the yellow pepper. And I'm like, how did it get there? I never would have put it there. Did it just teleport?
Brownies.
Did I black out? Yeah, this was like years before I ever experienced.
I could
My
imagine.
experience. Oh, go ahead.
I could imagine having I guess, a different perspective on things. Whenever I misplace something and I get frustrated that I can't find it, I find that if I say out loud that I'm looking for it or I can't find it, that I find it soon after. And I could imagine someone thinking, oh, the spirits must be waiting for me to say what I'm missing. But I recognize that saying it helps me think of where I left it.
There's another M word, manifesting.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you know it's not the borrowers getting your things and putting them in plain sight for you in exchange for having a place to live?
Because I remember leaving the thing in the place I find it as soon as I find it there.
I guess I shouldn't base my beliefs around Disney movies.
Bippity boppity boo.
At this point, I have found a comfortable landing space in maybe somebody else put that pepper there. Maybe I did move it and just was not at all paying attention to what I was doing. Or maybe memory reconsolidation has created an event that didn't happen anywhere near what I am recalling.
Think of my situations. I've misremembered a lot of things. Even misremembering doing and being places, even. Philly, do you think it's possible you may have misremembered or someone else might have put it there?
Yep.
Or magical, mystical little people are doing it.
The part that feels so real is the feeling of befuddlement that comes with that memory.
Oh, befuddlement.
Like you just honestly didn't remember putting it there.
It's certainly possible, but if that's what happened, why was I so shocked, so confused? The memory I have, which maybe the memory is wrong, is that I was extremely disturbed.
Could the moment have been primed? The moment it happened, could you have been in a state of mind where that was something prevalent?
Yeah, certainly possible.
Spirits on the mind. Spiritual experience.
Spirits
Suddenly
that move yellow peppers from one side of the kitchen to the other.
certainly does raise a lot of questions about the motivations of the undead.
When I find things that aren't supposed to be in the fridge, I generally look to my children. Those gremlins are always putting stuff in the refrigerator. Like the remote, my keys.
My horror mind flash of, is it this? Goes to the Matrix. It's a glitch in the Matrix. Which is kind of funny considering where my spiritual priming has come from. It's not in simulation theory.
So red pill, blue pill, Philly.
I always forget which is which.
Red pill is the awakenment and the knowledge. Blue pill, back to sleep.
Practically offered that to my parents yesterday.
Oh no, I want to ask. Which did they choose?
Which one is which again?
Red, knowledge, blue, tiredness, sleepiness. When I think of the blue, I think of going back to sleep.
Yeah.
Like
the red pill would be the truth, and the blue pill would be the comfortable lie.
my dad. See that they would not have said these words. But the way I interpreted their answers, my mom would choose the red pill and my dad would choose the blue pill.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
It actually goes along with my beliefs that certain people are more prone to red pills. Along with my belief, I don't know if that's a sexist thing to say, but I don't know if women are more prone to red pills than blue pills.
The story that I make up is that my mom is more confident in her beliefs. And that is why she fearlessly would choose the red pill, because she doesn't believe it would change much.
Oh dear, what an awakening. Are you going to challenge her red pills, Philly?
I don't think it'll happen unless they both want to do it, and I don't think that will come about.
Well, Easter's coming up. Plenty of time for everybody to question their family members on their beliefs. Just as eating a nice big deviled egg and be like, so, when was Jesus born, under Cornelius or Herod? Just like a big bite. Not Cornelius, Quinerius. I can't say his name right. Poor guy. His mom named him, I bet.
Camera's bouncing all over the place.
Yeah, I saw you shaking your lovely locks. Giving Megan Fox a run for her money. I don't know why her hair is compared to everybody else's.
I don't know. Mine's better.
Oh, by far.
The green light might not be doing it any favors, but it doesn't like the light.
I'm still saying it's giving what not to wear in the best way, and that's the name of the show. Not saying that you are looking
An
at
example of what not to wear.
style specialists that have a show called What Not to Wear.
Yeah, I watched that show. It's very informative on for its time. I don't like the show more currently because it seemed to not like people wearing alternative methods of clothing, and I think that was kind of classist of them.
Uh-oh, we lost a Philly.
No, Philly, come back. Maybe she has to sleep. Who knows?
Philly fell down. It is late for Philly.
Oh yeah, watching it now, it's very like America's Next Top Model, where it's like, oh, we used to just watch people get berated and like emotionally abused on TV for entertainment. Not that we've really stopped doing that, but you know what I mean.
Well, much like how Stacy questions people's beliefs in fashion, I think Thrayle would be willing to question people's beliefs in gods or higher powers if there was a believer in the comments willing to come up and answer a few questions. Of course, if they're curious enough or courageous enough to. But what do you think, Blake? White pants before or after Labor Day?
Uh-oh. I think you lost him.
No, Blake, come back.
Katie's asking me, now that I've been cast in the new Masters of the Universe film, do I have any tips for aspiring? Do I have any tips for aspiring? Do I have any tips for a movie?
Even come from?
I'm
I
not
have
sure where it
no
comes
idea.
from, but I know people will argue if you wear it past Labor Day.
Or yeah, I guess it's just white in general. Well, if I had a pair of white denim jeans, I would be wearing them too often. That would be dope.
That's a belief I could question.
I guess it helps if I actually unmute my mic.
I found that helpful too, yeah.
It is helpful. I was going to say, if there's nobody out there who can question their beliefs, we have an awesome community who absolutely can, and not only can they, some of them have written some really awesome songs about it. We've heard a few already, but I wonder what else I can find in this giant folder of community music.
Good communities. Music is actually really amazing. I love all of the songs.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let me double check that I got this from the right spot. Oh yeah, there's a few I haven't picked up today. No, this is definitely... I haven't heard this one yet, so I'm excited.
Oh yay, a new one.
New to me.
I'm holding onto my breath in anticipation.
I wonder if I can find another new one in the list. It does happen. Well, at least I haven't heard it in a while. Maybe that's what I'll find. Oh, you know what? I know I haven't heard this version of this song, so that's great. And while we listen, I want to thank you guys really quick for the 98,000 times you've already tapped the screen. That's fucking amazing. I bet we could definitely get to 100K, probably before even, I don't know, the end of me talking. Who knows? Maybe you can get there before the next next song even gets fully queued. But let's make sure that we do keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. And all of that, of course, will get us out more to the FYP, maybe get a few more people curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, or just a few more questioners coming through who are curious enough to question with us.
Request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question me. Me gustó esta idea. Tell me what you really know.答えがあるなら step into the fire shout. If you believe it, say it with your chest. If it's really true, then let's do the test. No script, no shield, no bar of faith, just your own voice in this place. 信じたもの can I stand right now? He has ammo, will it break somehow? If it's real, let it breathe. If it's yours, then speak to me. If you believe in a God, gods, or anything like that, and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Let the whole room shake. Then it will not break. Bring your reason, bring your flame. Say why you believe that name. No hate, no theft, no twisted game. Just come and talk and make your claim. If your faith is strong, it won't run dry. So request up and tell me why. It's real, it's there. Question it, let it live. Show me why you're thinking yeah. If you believe in a God, gods, or anything like that, and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Come and say it, please. Today, what don't go, will it stay the same? If you know, then let it show. Speak it now and let it go.
Trudging through the mud with a splintered wooden cart. Got a wheel that's held by string and a manual from Descartes. There's a bloke in rusty armor shouting orders at the clouds. I ring my cracked little handbell and I call out to the crowd. Bring out your guts. Stack 'em nice in the back of the wagon. Bring out your guts. Got a spare Zeus, toss that dragon. Old idols, false titles, shrines with suspicious rods. Step right up, don't be shy, bring out your guts. One man wheels a marble statue, says he grinds me perfect hair. Another holds a golden hamster, made my taxes disappear. There's a druid with a house plan, claims it made the moon stand still. I take them on my parchment, charge a sacramental bill. Bring out your guts. If it glows or it levitates, drag it. Half price fade in a burlap packet. Tired relics, wired skeptics, blessed by 3 odd bars. Roll them cast them down, bring out your gods. We've got patron saints of lost left socks, mystic spoons and talking clocks, minor deities of cues and rain, and queuing in the rain again. One small shrine to probably a temple to, I guess, kneel you before the great supreme of fake, uncertain yes. Bring out the thoughts, load 'em high till the cart starts creaking. Keep your receipt if salvation's leaking. Oh thunder, new blunders, miracles on the odds. Form a line, praising time, bring out your God.
Hell yeah. I gotta thank Semper for the anime theme. That was amazing. With a title inspired by Brad. That's awesome. That was the Question of the Lotus. I like it. And then, of course, after that was Bring Out Your Gods by Ketchup. One of the versions of that. That's a really good one. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to actually question that belief, well, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
And just like that, get 106,000 taps on a gift goal net.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You guys are amazing.
Best audience on TikTok.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to, to Philly Red, to Quantum, to Shell, to Katie, to Danny Grax, to Bats, to Triceratops and Nishu. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all of you helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And of course, the 107,000 times you've tapped the screen. Thank you guys. Oh, and thank you, Quantum. I wonder if we're at that point where we need do we really need a longer musical break? I don't think so. Maybe just somebody with a belief. Curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief.
Do you think they are curious enough, Thrayle? People seem to be a little scared sometimes to venture out into curiosity. What do you think prompts their cautiousness? Are they scared you're gonna burgle their god?
I think they might be. I don't know why anybody would think that I'm out to tear the last vestiges of faith from someone's fleshy fingers and stuff it in a silken sack and drag it out into the middle of the woods and lock it in a shed where it will never see the light of day again. I don't know why anyone would think that. I'm really just here to see if people can question their beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, honestly.
I'm sorry, Quantum. My dad's doing the same thing.
As a parent, I'll never understand that.
As a parent, I don't think I understand either, but it's his parenting choice, and everybody's choices has consequences, as he fully reminds me every time he does talk to me. So his choice, his consequence. I'm delightful, though. Who could ban me or from their conversation? I don't know.
Right.
I don't think I'm that annoying. Maybe to him I
No.
am, because I cause him to question his beliefs.
I do that too. I hope I don't drive people crazy with it, but I do have a lot of questions.
And I'll just do like Mika. Hail Satan! And then run.
That's one way to do it.
Well, it's okay if I mean it. And I do mean it in its satanic sense. Hail thyself.
Yeah.
I'm just pretty much just saying, look at me as I run. Run from brainwashing beliefs. It's a hard thing to get someone to question something when they've been brainwashed.
Yes, it is.
You come across it all the time on here.
Fairly constantly.
But alas, dear Thrayle, I am questioning my beliefs in the Sandman.
Oh, are you getting tired?
I don't know how much longer I'll be able to go on mute and not fall asleep.
I understand. I absolutely understand. And we're probably going to end up, by the looks of it, playing a few more tracks before we get somebody curious enough to question.
Why you baffle the believers on their beliefs and whether or not they should behold a brighter beginning. I think I'll behold my beliefs in dream form.
I hope you sleep sweetly.
Thank you. I hope you all.
Bats.
I appreciate you too, Thrayle. I appreciate everybody up here. I appreciate you, Blake. I appreciate all the commenters and all the likes and all the taps. And I really hope you guys have a beautiful evening of questioning beliefs.
Good night. Sleep well.
Thank you, Blake. Good night.
Good night, Bats.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Got them. Big W's for Bats. And those alliterations. Those awesome alliterations of amazing aptitude. I don't know. They're so much better at it than me.
Now, We also need everybody to repost and share so that we can get a believer up here. The clue is strong.
Otherwise, I'm queuing up songs right now. I don't know if they're going to be as sleepy as the last few. Hello, Muhammad. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. We'll just set you back down, and if you're meant to be here, you'll find your way back. In the meantime, if there is anybody who has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to burgle your gods. I really am just here to see if you can question them. And if you can, well, then I have a few questions for you. Okay. Hello, Muhammad. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Well, then you didn't mean to be here. That's twice. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, well, only you can stop me from playing more music. Yep. No, that was one of the questions. That was the song I wanted. Oh. They were there and they were gone again. As soon as I pick out a song, somebody requests. I'm gonna pick another song. I have not heard this one yet. One I've heard, one I haven't. Let's see how that goes.
Midnight on the corner where the street lights blink slow. Fog in the alley and the cold wind blow. Then I hear bones clack like a beat in the dark. Skeleton man grinning with the philosophical spark. He said, believe a step closer, let's talk a little belief. Not here to steal hope, not here to bring grief. Just curious bones with a curious mind. Trying to see what truths you been hoping to find.
What do you believe when the night gets loud? When you're lost in the thunder of the doubt-filled crowd? Do you believe in a God way up in the sky? Or a higher power watching every tear that you cry?
He said, what do you believe? Tell me what you see. Is it faith in the heavens or mystery? Comfortable lie or a truth that stings. Which one sits better when the doubt bell rings? What do you believe? Tell me honestly. Is it written in the stars or philosophy? Truth might bite, but a lie might soothe. So tell me now, which one would you choose?
You tap this skull like a professor at night. Empty eye sockets, but the question's like,
Why do you believe what they told you was real? Was it love? Was it fear? Was it how you feel?
does your God hold you when the dark gets deep? When your heart's wide awake, but your soul can't sleep? Does your faith dry tears when the pain cuts through? Or is it something you just hope is true?
What do you believe? Tell me what you see. Is it faith in the heavens or chemistry? Comfortable lie or a bruise that burns? Every searching mind eventually learns. What do you believe? Tell me honestly. Is it destiny talking or biology? Truth might ache, but a lie might soothe. So tell me now, which one would you choose?
I said bones. Slow down, that's a heavy debate. You're asking big questions without love and faith. If truth is a mountain, we're climbing blind with maps made of hope in the human mind. Jaw rattling, believer, that's the wisest thing I know. Truth's a puzzle with missing parts, built from questions and restless hearts.
So we sat on the curb while the moon hung high. Two silhouettes under the cosmic sky. A bag of bones and a soul it down. Letting the universe figure us out. What do you believe? The skeleton said, is it life after death or silence instead? Comfortable lie or a truth laid bare? Either way, believer, you gotta be aware. What do you believe? Echoes in my mind. Truth ain't simple and it ain't always kind. The questions grow and the brave ones choose. It chase the spirit even if they lose.
Hello, Jen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Jen, did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess not. Good evening, Everlasting. How are you?
Hello there.
No,
I am.
no.
I thought I would be out of TikTok jail on my main account, but I was wrong. I got one more day. I got 24 hours still.
Damn. They would do that to you.
It's okay. I've gained like about 100 new followers this week.
Well, hell yeah.
On my backup account. Yeah.
That's still awesome. We apparently achieved another gift goal, I just realized. Because I'm that attentive. I'm that good. We probably did it a while ago. Thank you so much, Shell, KD, Nishu, and Tiny Science. You guys are fucking amazing. Appreciate all of you. Hell yeah. And really quickly, I guess, if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods or higher power, or anything like that, you're still the only ones who can stop me from playing more music. I might have a couple questions for Everlasting, but I think mostly we just got more jams. Speaking of jams, You've been gigging a lot, right? Isn't that what I heard?
Well, the gigs are just starting up this weekend. We're booked like through into the summer, pretty much every weekend. So
Hell
it's
yeah.
gonna be a pretty busy season.
Is it original music or covers or mixture?
Mostly covers. In fact, the new band project we're just doing like it's a party rock band, so it's just any like cheesy strip club tune. Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Yeah, I was in a band like that.
Yeah, we're doing everything from Hot for Teacher to Luther Vandross and
Hell yeah.
yeah, it's just dance party, Nickelback.
I was fortunate that the band I was in avoided that, but we did play a lot, but not much Nickelback. Not that I have anything against Nickelback. I just
I at my
didn't like
age,
it at
I
the
don't
time.
really. Yeah, I don't have an opinion anymore. I'm just like, okay, what are we doing? Just tell me where to show up. It's fun though. I mean, it's like it.
Hell yeah. No, it is a lot of fun. I did it for years. It was quite an experience.
Now we do have original stuff too. In fact, that's how this band initially started. So we don't completely abandon that, but we just like we save that for special events, like special venues where like that's where people are there for that, and instead of they're expecting to you know just a random bar crowd, like you don't really go play original sets for just random crowds. You have to cultivate your own crowd, and we do that too. So we get that outlet, and writing new stuff and recording, that's obviously way more fulfilling. But we've been so busy just putting together the new project that we haven't done much anything else. Although we do have an original set coming up in a couple of weeks in New York. So that'll be fun.
Well, that sounds awesome. We're going to listen to another jam here from Michael V. It almost started without me. But hell yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher powers or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and request up. We'll pull you up, and after the song, I might have a few questions for you.
Are you brave enough to wonder while the coffee gets cold? Are you brave enough to question every story you've been told? Do you believe in something bigger, something sparkly, something true, something out beyond the ceiling that's been keeping tabs on you? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Can you question your beliefs, kid? Give them just a little squeeze. Do they rattle? Do they giggle? And do they wobble at the knees? Do you believe in God or something, something higher, warm and wide, something bigger than your lunchbox, something patient deep inside? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Request on upward, holler hard into the sky. Even holy things don't mind, dear, if you're brave enough to try. Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. The big old why. I found a rope hanging out of the clouds, knotted with questions, whispering loud. Each twist and maybe each strand of why, dangling somewhere in the middle of the sky. They told me, believer, don't climb too high, you'll lose your footing, asking why. But gravity loosened its grip on me the moment doubt set my hands free. No map above, no net below, just calloused hands, and I don't know. So I climbed the rope of I don't know, higher than the truth I used to hold. Past the sermons, past the fear, into the quiet atmosphere. Maybe there's a heaven glowing gold, maybe just a sky forever cold. Still I climb wherever down may go, up the rope of I don't know. Low are the houses built out of creed, brick after brick of what we believe. Windows of comfort, warm candlelight, doors that stay close to the climbing night. But the wind up here hums strange refrains of vanished gods and newborn names. And every night I pull above is tied with wonder more than love. No voice declares the final show, just echoing winds of I don't know. So I climb the rope truths I used to hold. Past the temples carved in stone, into a sky not fully known. Maybe there's a water in the glow. Maybe just the stars in silent rows. Still I climb wherever down may go. Up or over, I don't know. What if the road goes on forever? Fled through darkness, fled through weather. What if the end is never shown? What if the climbing is the throne? Hands that tremble, heart that's slow, learning strength that I don't know. So I climb the rope of I don't know, higher than the fear of letting go. Past the stories I was told, past the gates of iron and gold. Maybe there's a truth beyond the snow. Maybe just the climb itself will grow. Still I'll rise to doubt, strange glow on the endless rope of I don't know. If there's an end, I'll see someday. If not, I'll climb anyway.
Hello, Danny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there? All done, all done. Okay, well, goodbye. Appreciate the shares, but also, if you're not here to talk, we need you to, well, at least confirm your age. I don't know. And now you're spamming the chat. See, that doesn't help at all, Danny. What is this behavior?
What is that genre of like general 2000s rock called?
Kind of new metal, maybe. Not quite. I would just say, yeah, 2000s hard rock. Dad rock.
I was just trying to remind me of something else. All of like the AI songs, it's like I can catch like bits and pieces of what it's like pulling from, but I'm like, oh, what was that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I'm trying to think of a band that, what would, Seven Dust maybe, or no, early 2000s. Oh, the band name is on the tip of my brain and I can't think of it. Caesar. That's it. Itty Bit's got it. That was the band I was trying to think of.
Yeah, it did sound a bit like that. I don't know. I like that song. That's Rope of I Don't Know from Bats. And before that was The Bravest Question from Michael V. And I got more tunes where those came from if nobody has beliefs to question. Though that is what I'd prefer to be doing. Maybe it's one of those nights when I should be questioning the questioner.
Were you able to hear that Godstopper Razor song that I posted on the Spectral stage?
I did hear it. I did not download it, put it in the list, and I probably should have.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, like, if, because I shared it directly from the, the link, the whatever, the app. I wasn't sure, like, if it was able to be listened to by everybody or not. I don't know how that works.
And now you've got me wanting to go back and double check if I actually did. It's got here.
Puddle of Mud was another one of those bands.
Yeah, not my cup of tea, but I like weird music, so
What qualifies as weird music?
folktronica, like Kokorosy. Play Werewolf by Kokorosy right now and tell me it is not both beautiful and weird.
I can't do that.
You can, you're just afraid because you know I'm right.
Well, and there's like, copyright and all that kind of thing.
No, that's just the excuse. You're
Mm-hmm.
afraid.
Mm-mm. Not afraid. I can listen. If you send me a link or a message, I'll listen after the live.
I thought the band I've been obsessed with lately is a band called Our Father Peace. And they're weird, but they're really, really good. Like it's some of the best. They're a trio, and they're so tight, and like it's fascinating music to me.
I do like obscure music, but I like our music here too. And if no one with a belief in a god or gods has the fortitude or the no, I don't have another one. If you're scared, if you just can't question, then, what the hell's the matter with you? But if someone does, Well, there's boxes there, and we don't bite. At least, that's what one of these songs says. And in the meantime, let's make sure we keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. Someone out there has a belief and is curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, and maybe they'll request up. And we've got some questions for them.
Step right up, take your seat, wipe those worries off your feet.
Hear that nameplate shining clear. Batcolytes are volunteers. We don't buzz,
We don't smite,
take a breath now.
this bat don't bite. So you're called to the panel and your pulse runs wild.
You can feel all your answers flee.
But you asked for a canvas, now your colors are checked. What you stand for is on TV.
They will prod, they will poke, they will press every joke. Tilt your halo and sit up straight.
You don't have to be perfect, just present and clear. Be the grown-up you'd like today. Step up to the Batcolyte panel. Let them shine their little light on you. If your faith is made of cardboard, it'll crumple at a question or two. So be brave,
Right!
be civil, let your words ring true. Not sheer, be respectful,
Honest,
thoughtful, or you'll be removed out of here. Be respectful,
honest,
thoughtful, or you'll be removed out of here.
they might twist your old slogans like a towel in their hands.
Till the holes in your logic show.
You can sigh, you can chuckle.
Say you're right, I was wrong.
That's how grown conversations grow.
Don't you hide behind slogans or a secondhand rage.
Don't you spit just to win the round.
If you shout, if you slander, if you dodge every point, there's a trapdoor beneath that ground. Step up to the Batcolyte panel. Let them sort what's solid from spin. If you're sturdy in your conscience, you can let the tough questions begin. So be brave, be kind, be candid. Make your I and we sincere. Be respectful, humble, or you'll be removed out of here. Be respectful, humble, or you'll be removed out of here. You can say, I don't know yet. You can say, I've changed my mind.
You can laugh at your old missteps.
Leave the cheap shots far behind. 'Cause the bravest kind of courage in the brightest kind of light is to stand there as you really are and still be polite. Step up to the Batcolyte panel. Heart steady, voice clear and warm. If you honor every person, you can dance through the fiercest storm. So be brave, be fair, be grateful for the chance to speak and hear. Be respectful, present, or you'll be removed out of here. Yes, be respectful, honest, present. don't buzz,
we don't smite.
tell your truth now. This bat don't bite.
There's a shed out back where the walls breathe slow. Planks full of secrets nobody wants to know. The floorboards creak like a warning sign, but there's room in the dark and maybe one more mind. Drop your guards, your doubts, your paper crowns. I won't kick you out, I won't burn it down. Every shadow I've hoarded, every ghost I've kept, can squeeze in here too. Take your first step. There's room for one more voice, one more spark in the corner of the shed. Room for what's unsaid. Cobwebs hum with the things we forgot.
Oh shit. That was it. What happened? That was not intentional. Right. Music player malfunction. I wasn't anywhere near it. Okay, well. Oh yeah, it skipped far. And the song we were listening to is gone. I mean, it's not gone, it's just not on the list. Right, witty. Alright, well, we'll go back to the tavern's glow. And if there is anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and is curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not here to mock or belittle you. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I changed one of the backgrounds. Obviously this one. But I didn't change you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, then you can go ahead and request up. Of course, we will question you. But if I've questioned you before, if you've submitted to the gauntlet, then perhaps you've been waiting for your opportunity to question me. Well, now's your chance. We did have one, and yet still we have none. I did see Itty Bits ask a question down there. Why do I think people believe in ghosts? I could speculate about traditions steeped in folklore and unexplained experiences based in natural phenomena simply being attributed to things, and all those ideas that clearly, maybe. But truth is, I don't know why each person believes whatever it is they believe, be it ghosts or alien encounters or floating bowls of slime.
It's because it's real. It's all real.
I don't know about that.
Or it's because the human brain is an incredibly complex machine that only needs to work just well enough to keep you alive and reproduce and not get like punched by somebody. But people still get like punched by people all the time, so
That is true. People do. It's an unfortunate truth. Oh, now I'm in trouble.
I hate it when Thrayle either doesn't read my comments to him or just ignores them, so I have to come up here and force him to not ignore me.
what do you have to say for yourself, young man?
What did I miss? I'm old
You're
and decrepit and clearly don't see things.
You are old and decrepit, that is true. That's fair. You said you were talking about ghosts, and you said, I don't know, and I said, yeah, you only don't know because you haven't seen the beach house ghosts. If you'd seen the beach house ghosts, you'd know. Beach house ghosts.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You know about the beach house ghosts?
I know, but how do you know?
I don't know.
What you saw was, or what you think you saw was what you saw.
Wait, what'd you see? I don't know if I've heard
know.
this story.
You should.
Oh, the beach house ghost? I saw like a full-bodied apparition multiple times at this beach house I used to live at. Is this question the question?
It was.
Oh, what? Are we questioning me?
Maybe.
We can question me, obviously, always. But
you are a questioner.
I am. The beach house ghost. So I lived at this beach house, for a while, and I saw some ghosts.
What did you see?
So here's the story on the beach house. The beach house is this like old decrepit house, much like Thrayle. And so it was like a sketchy hospice place for like 20 years, and like the people who owned the hospice place had an adult child that was like a drug addict, and him and his friends would, like, a couple of them unalive there, and then all the hospice people unalive there, and it's like just this like big weird old house. Anyway, so I lived there for a little while, and like there's always like weird shit going on. But the upstairs roommate was also a weirdo. So there was that. But one night he wasn't there, the upstairs roommate, and my friend Corey and I were playing chess. And so like we lived in this downstairs apartment, and when you walked in the door, Corey had like a L-shaped desk sitting right there, and I would sit on the side of the desk with my back to the door, and he would sit on the other side. And we were playing chess, and this was the second time I forgot about the person. The first time I saw this apparition, this ghost, the beach house ghost, I was laying in my bed, which was in the living room, and it was like 3 a.m. and we were about to go to sleep. And I looked at the door because I was like facing the door, and I saw a person standing outside the door. And I was like, Corey, is somebody like coming over here at 3 o'clock in the morning? Like, why is there somebody outside the door? And he like ran out and like went to the door, and there was nobody there. But the door was opening too, which might have been, in all fairness, may have been like a breeze or something, because it was cracked open because the animals like to go in and out. But anyway, so then a couple days later, we're playing chess, and I'm like sitting with my back to the door, and I saw out of my peripheral like a shadow move behind me, like somebody was walking behind me, and I was sitting in an office chair, so I spun it around, and like a foot from my face, there's like a full-grown like mid-30s man. He was white. He had long black hair, like a little longer than shoulder length. He had a black beanie on and a black and white striped shirt. And he looked like a junkie, and like a pair of jeans or like black pants, something like that. And he was like right there. And then I just like spun my chair back around, and I sat there for a second. And when I spun it back, it was gone. But there's like a bunch of stuff that like happened. Like there's just like banging noises and things moving and all kinds of like that kind of like silly ghosty stuff that happened there all the time. But that was just like, I don't know, it was wild. And both of those times there was no substances involved. I had not done any substances. There were a few other things that I could talk about, but there were substances involved, so they're not reliable, because we know I hallucinate the music.
But you said there were not substances involved on that occasion, like at that time, right?
Yeah, at that time, there's no substances.
But prior and at other times.
Yes, but I didn't see the like there was no like one time I had been eating, hanging out with Lucy all day, and I was like sitting in the living room, and like in the evening time, and okay, this was a really old, decrepit house. Like all the lights started flashing, and that could have been just but they never did that before. I don't know. Like, and the music changed, but also we know that I can hallucinate the music. So like that's that's not really reliable. But there was no substances those 2 times, and there's no apparitions any of the other times.
And you got it clear enough.
It was like a foot away from my face. Yeah.
Yeah. So like you saw the details, and then you turned back around, and then it was gone.
Yeah, I turned back around for a moment, and then and then I looked behind me again to see if it was still there, and it was gone.
I've always kind of wondered about like all the different ghost stories that I hear about. The descriptions are always like they're always within a century or so, in terms of what they saw, what they described, like the kind of clothing they were wearing, like kind of what you just described.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever hear anybody telling stories of like, a Roman centurion ghost or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I get, curious about this, but I'm just wondering if people like you're thinking about something closer to your timeline than anything too far back. It's a closer. You have more immediate access to it in your brain, I think, and I don't know. Like I'm curious as to why do you think that would be? Would you agree that most stories are like told within?
I think that like most specific ghost stories are told within that. I think like when you get into there's like some like cultural things or beliefs um that you might get older like ghost stories or ghostly like figures and like for example like a thing here there is like kind of in the same vein as like ghosties um it would be the night marchers. These are like ancient warrior um like apparitions that are just like shadow figure eyes that like they come they're like the story of the night marchers is that like if you see them something bad's gonna happen, like you need to like leave that place that you're at because like something bad is gonna happen, but the night marchers don't acknowledge you or even they're aware that you're there. There's just like a bunch of them that walk by.
Yeah, I would say
So
that
like
there's actually a
in
lot of
that
ghost
sense,
stories from throughout time, even Jesus.
right, so like it's in that sense like there are like several there are plenty of ancient ghosts, just not like specific examples that people see, you know what I mean? Like did I lose him?
No, I was just thinking if you were
Oh.
talking about me.
Mhm.
I've
Also,
questioned
I
as
caught the end
well.
of Tiny's. I caught the end of Tiny's live, and your mythicism TED Talk was beautiful and concise and very well presented. I just wanted
Oh,
you to know.
thank you. Honestly, I wasn't even getting into the mythicism aspect of it. I was just focusing on the second century authorship. Like
You
I didn't
really,
even,
that's true. That is true. Um,
because it's been a while since I've talked to Gary, and Regulus was suggesting that I maybe, because Gary came in asking about what do you think about the different Jesuses? So like in the comments, Regulus said, he suggested maybe I bring that up, and so started discussing with him, and then my other friend joined the conversation. I've spoken with her before, and I think she's been up here before.
she's been up here a few times. Um,
Yeah.
Pretty recently, too. Regulus wants me to tell you something. What is he talking about? He says that it's because of movies. That's why you don't see ancient ghosts.
Well, another thing that I wonder about with ghosts is, I guess, like before photography was invented, nobody ever told the kind of ghost story where, like, the translucent ghosts.
What he's
It
saying
was
is because of
always,
movies.
yeah, like film and photograph, like double exposure. That's when we start to see everybody talking about their ghost stories, as I could see through them. But it sounds like what your apparition that you just described, you didn't describe that way. Like it was like a person. Like it might as well have been like a physical person that just was
Yeah,
there
no,
for a
it
split
wasn't.
second and then gone.
Yeah, it wasn't like transparent or like anything like that. It wasn't like I love me a little sheet ghosty, but it wasn't that.
I know people that in my real life that have, like outside of like slamming cabinet doors, like why don't they ever interact with, like, you know, anybody? It's always the stories are always like the groundskeeper is doing his rounds, you know. Oh yeah, that's old man Jones, you know, still doing his daily duties, you know. All those kind of ghost stories that just, I don't know, kind of sounds sensational, you know. But I've had some friends that have had like real interactive experiences where they were actually physically, you know, like harmed. And these are not people that would have any motivation to, you know, to lie. And there to witness it, what was described to me, and that was described to me by, you know, people that were there that did witness it, that was, you know, it's unexplainable. That's all I could say. And before, but the waitresses are convinced that the restaurant I'm working at is haunted. And
Wait, no,
I
I
was
haven't
there
heard
late.
this.
Oh, okay. They're convinced that there's, they, when they're counting their tips at the end of the night, the kitchen's cleaned up. We've left for the night, and they're like rolling silverware and doing their things. They're convinced there's a ghost there, and it bangs on the wall in the kitchen, you know, after hours. And
Are they sure
so,
it's not a rat?
no, I got stuck there in a snowstorm waiting for an Uber a few months ago, and I was there by myself. When I turn the hood fan off, there's two ventilators. One is a hood fan, and the other is this big wall fan. And it's got these flaps on the outside that when it's on, they stay open, you know, ventilating air. But when it's off, they lay flat, and the wind from the snowstorm was, you know, making them clang, clang, clang. I knew what it was because I got excited. I was there. I was like, ooh, that's the ghost. And I went back in the kitchen, and I immediately discovered they're too scared to go back there. So I didn't like tell them like, oh, you guys are silly for believing. They believe it. It's not hurting anything. It's their friend. They talk to it. You know, they joke about it. It's like not a big deal, right? So I'm not going in there like all gangbusters trying to bust their, you know, their fun little ghost
Their
story.
fun work thing.
It's something they, yeah, it's their fun work thing. Exactly.
Okay, so let me also clarify just for everybody and all, 100 people in here. I don't actually believe in ghosts. I don't think this is really a ghost. I think that I don't know what it was. I don't think it was a ghost. I don't really believe in ghosts. I mean, that'd be a fun thing to like, it's a fun thing to entertain. It's a fun idea. It's a fun story to tell. It's a fun discussion to have, but I'm not seriously thinking that this was a ghost. Just so we're clear.
Are you saying you default in a circumstance where you can't explain to I don't know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why would anybody ever do that?
I don't fucking know. It seems like a stupid answer, doesn't it?
No, I want an answer. Did you mean to request that?
Hi.
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 27. I was born in 1999.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Whenever I came on here a year ago, I didn't know the name for what I believed, but I believe it was Aspen that explained that what I believed in was animism.
How do you describe what you believe now?
Well, I think it falls under the category of animism pretty well. I believe that there is no, like, manifestation of God, there's no consciousness of God. I believe that what people think of as God is, like, the life force that goes through all living things, the magnetic energy, or just like resonant energy that you can even find like coming off of rocks that can be measured, that all stemmed from like the Big Bang or whatever, but I don't know where that would have come from. So like I believe that what people believe in as a god is not some old man in a robe sitting in the sky watching and judging all of us, but an actual part of us that makes us move around and conscious and have the urge to create and think. And
why would this be considered, to you at least, why would this be considered a god?
because it's not necessarily in size bigger than everything, but it encompasses everything. Like I said, the rocks aren't alive, but you can measure energy coming off of them.
What do you mean by energy?
I mean, like, the vibrations that you can measure. I'm not a geologist, but I know that they have measured energy and vibrations coming from stones at different frequencies depending on the material.
Measured different vibrate. Go. Oh, Cat, you've got some bars. Cat, you've. I bet it's fixed now, though.
I mean, yeah, they measure like the vibrations of the volcano, like the rocks in the volcano all the time to like know when it's gonna erupt. Like that's just a natural process.
Yeah, I'm saying that that energy is just a natural process. I'm not trying to apply like mysticism or anything to it. It's this residual kind of the energy that was in the Big Bang just kind of resides and continues to expand in the universe, all that stuff. Like, yeah.
Why
Like I said in chat,
label that God?
like I said, because it just encompasses everything. Like,
Why do you need it to be God? Like, why do you need to label something God if it's just like a thing that is there and is not mystical at all?
I don't.
Then why
I
are
just
you?
believe that I believe that that's what people think of. Like, that's how they explain magic. It's how they explain their religion.
But for you, is that a god?
I don't know. I don't know if that's what I classify as my quote-unquote god. I do feel like sometimes whenever I'm, like, thinking out into the void, or some people would say praying,
that sometimes it does get answered, like what I asked for does happen, but I don't know if I can adequately equate that to a god or not.
You feel
Could
like
that
sometimes. Oh, go ahead, Blake.
could that not just be you thinking about something and then it happening? Because you're usually thinking about things that are like, coming up in your life.
I don't know. It's like whenever you're a kid and you wish for a puppy, and then out of the blue you get a puppy. And you're like, oh, this must mean that.
Right,
But
but
I'm
usually the
like,
scenario there is like you're a kid and you wish for a puppy and you tell your parents that and then they surprise you with a puppy.
yeah.
Really quickly, itty bits. I've got to ask if you can possibly move away from or turn off the fan or air conditioner. Something really droning behind you.
I can turn it off, but my room's gonna get really hot. It's just an overhead fan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's so different.
Hi.
So much better, thank you.
No problem.
So like we know that like right, so like the puppy thing, like the puppy example that we just did, right? Like does that make your parents God in that scenario?
Oh, no. No, because I have that kind of mind where I want to test things. So growing up hearing about this god, I would specifically like only send this prayer up to God and not tell my parents to see if it happened.
So do you think that there is a sort of like intelligence or sentience or being with agency?
I don't think I personally believe in a being with intelligence or agency, but I do believe in the energy that you put out into the world coming back to you, karma.
What does
I
that
don't know, like
mean?
I said in chat, or like if you're negative all the time, people around you are going to sense that you're negative. You're either saying negative things or you've got a sour expression on your face, and it will kind of be like they don't want anything to do with you, or they may set up some things that cause negative events in your life, whether they mean to or not. But if you have good energy, good vibes, then people are like, oh, I like to be around this person. Or they really helped me out the other day. I think I'm going to do something nice for them. Or they just think about you 10 years down the road and they're like, I think I'm going to send this letter.
What if I suck and people still do nice things for me?
Then maybe you just think that you suck, but people actually like you a lot. Maybe that's a self perspective kind of thing. Because I know at least two of my really close friends think that they're absolute garbage, but they're actually beautiful human beings that deserve way better things to happen to them than actually do.
Okay, so that's maybe a better example. Because I also don't think that I suck. But why, if they're such beautiful human beings, do the things that happen to them suck?
They seek it out. They don't believe that they deserve good things, so they seek out things they think they deserve. Like that quote in The Perks of Being a Wallflower. We seek
Mm-hmm.
the love we think we deserve.
But if we um if like there was just this like karmic force happening that was like giving us what we actually do deserve, then that wouldn't happen, right?
That's true.
So could it be that like things just happen and we do seek things out? I think that there's a lot of wisdom to that, to what you said, like at first, about how they seek it out, and I think that that's probably exactly what it is. But that defeats like the whole karmic idea, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the karmic thing is like treat people the way that you want to be treated. And like that's just like a really good thing to do in any case. But the more often you do that, the more likely it is that the good things that you do for other people will make people want to do good things for you.
Yeah, I understand the sentiment behind that, and like that's lovely, except for I scrapped that last year in favor of treat people how they want to be treated. Anyway, that was just it's a little soapbox I get on sometimes.
That is a better sentiment. I like that sentiment better.
I like it better
that
too.
one. I read a lot, and I hear my version more often. So I didn't know the words for your version in that order, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, I somebody said it to me last year, and I was like, "That's it. That's the thing."
Mm-hmm. Treat people the way they want to be treated. Except in the case of people like my friends that just don't realize that they deserve better than they seek.
I defeated karma, so I don't think I have any more questions for now. But you could give me the question.
I don't have any more, but if you have Everlasting or Blake.
I kind of do, and I don't want this question to come off wrong,
Okay.
but this is something that I always kind of am concerned with when this kind of a concept comes up. Do you ever have any concerns that there might be a fine line blaming in situations like where somebody, you know, doesn't seem to get a break? You know, like, could you see how maybe being told like, oh, you're just seeking bad things could be, I don't know, you know, like bordering on victim blaming?
Yeah, I can see that, but the way that these circumstances work is I'm not saying like, hey, you did this to yourself. I'm being like, hey, you're beautiful, and they're like, no, I'm not, and you did really great today, and they were like, it was subpar at best. And I was like, why are you with somebody that treats you this way? And they were like, they treat me the way that I deserve to be treated. It's them saying it about themselves, and I try to break them of that pattern. But you can't change somebody that doesn't want to be changed.
Yeah, I could understand how, you know, like trying to encourage somebody to, you know, towards, you know, solutions to their problems could be, you know, beneficial. I just the only reason I asked that question is because I can see that kind of being misused at times. So like I always kind of have a little bit of a you know, apprehension with that kind of language. But I
Yeah, and
understand what you're saying.
y'all can feel free to question me about other things too,
Well,
like ghosts or precognition or like.
I might have more questions for you another time, Eddie, but
Okay.
we do have a few people lining up in queue, and
Okay.
I'd hate to leave them waiting too long. But I do
Oh, that's
appreciate
completely
you.
fine.
It was really good to see you again, and I hope we get to
Me too.
question you more.
Also, you're lovely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, W's. Yeah, definitely W is for itty bits. Janie, the background noise kind of startled me. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to request that? I'm gonna guess Janie waited too long and fell asleep. But maybe our next guest is still there. If not, we're gonna have to get Itty Bits back up to question the ghosts.
Did you see that Shake's here?
I did see Shake. Shake Zula. Hell yeah.
I haven't seen too much of Shake lately, but we love Shake.
The AI summary is interesting. We brought Itty Bits back.
Hi again.
What is the
Where
AI
we go with
say?
that?
I do want to say something real quick for the 95 people that are viewing. You shouldn't be afraid to voice your opinions to these people because at the end of the day, they're seeking for you to find a better understanding in your own beliefs. And they'll be as respectful to you as you are to them. I've been a part of this community for more than a year, even though I've kind of ghosted them. But it's a really great community, and they're just seeking for people to understand themselves better.
Thank you. That was lovely. And true. Also, you shouldn't be afraid to voice your opinion because who the fuck cares what we say at the end of the day?
Yeah, some people are just afraid of coming off as ignorant, though. But the more you know that you don't know, the more you can seek to figure those parts out.
I just remembered.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of random beliefs about ghosts or seeing the future, or reading people's minds, or any of that stuff that's kind of seen as kooky or eclectic.
Seeing
I
the
believe in
future?
some of it to certain extents. Yes.
I think
I'm-
Kat knows what to question.
I'm torn between seeing the future and mind reading right now, but we'll go with seeing.
Okay.
Do you believe? Tell me. Tell me more about the seeing the future thing, please.
Okay, ever since I was really little, I places in Walmart and seeing a specific group of people walk past this seasonal brand thing. And then it would just be over and I'd go on with my life. I'd kind of forget that it happened until one day I'm walking through Walmart and I see that specific group of people walk in front of that specific seasonal branding thing. Or hearing just minding my own business, going about my day, walking a dog, and I'll see myself sitting in a classroom listening to a specific lecture that won't happen until 3 years in the future when I have that class and that teacher. And it'll all be verbatim, word for word,
When did you
thought for thought,
realize?
exactly what I experienced.
So, in this second example, right? When did you realize that you had did you realize as soon as you got to class the first day that it was the same class and the same teacher, or was it not until you had the deja vu experience?
Oh no, it's really weird how I'll completely forget the experience has happened until I'm in the moment of it happening, quote unquote again. And like sometimes after I've had my staring off into space moment, I'll like write it down. Like I can kind of sense whenever I'm in both places, like, hey, I've got way too many thoughts going on at this time. Like I'm experiencing two different spaces in time kind of thing.
Do they feel
And
like... Oh, sorry. Do both
and
places feel like they exist, like, here on Earth? Like, does it feel like they're, like, both real places?
yeah, they're both real places. They're both real times. It's just like, I don't know, maybe I'm sensing like a more mature version of myself and a more immature version of myself at once, and those kind of conflict and give me an uneasy feeling. And that uneasy feeling is kind of what triggers me to remember, hey, I've seen this before.
I picked the right one, Thrayle.
It does feel like a Twilight Zone kind of thing sometimes, Shakesy Lou.
Yeah, I
You gotta
so
question it.
I'm trying so hard. I
do have a specific example if you'd like to hear that before your question.
That's not what my problem is. It's not you, it's me. Okay. So these like moments, the visions, can we call them visions? Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, the visions happen while you're waking. It's not a dream, it's a vision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You're
it's
sure?
not a dream.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'll be conscious of sitting in my room, but then suddenly I'll be like seeing myself somewhere else thinking different thoughts.
And are you seeing yourself or are you experiencing the event?
I'm experiencing it through my own eyes. Like I can hear my own thoughts in the vision.
Like you're in the first person.
Yeah.
How have you ruled out, like, I don't know, daydreams, and then do you know how memories are stored and recalled, like, long term?
No, I don't have any neurology.
So when you remember something, you're not remembering the thing itself. You're remembering the last time you remembered it. Right, Thrayle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That would be an example of memory reconsolidation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, it ends up being like a game of telephone, right? Like, because so is there any way that you could have like had like a daydream or like a thought or like some creative scenario in your head, and then later there was something very, very similar that occurred in your life, and since memory recall is a little weird, you could have just filled in the blank details with the thing that you were experiencing.
I wish I knew where it was. I used to have this diary that one of these specific visions, I felt myself in both places at once. And so the future me, the more mature version, started listing off notable things that had happened recently. Not dates associated with them, but started listing things off like, hey, write this down as quick as you can because these visions only last for like a couple seconds. And one of the thoughts that I had was that my dog died from like some blood thing. And I wrote it down and then just completely forgot it existed. I don't know where that diary went, or I'd read it out in the date. But years later, I was cleaning my room, and that's why I used that example, was because this one stuck with me so much. But I was cleaning my room, and I was the mature version feeling the whatchamacallit version. And I was like, wait, did I write it down? So I started like going through all of my old journals and diaries and found where I had written it down. I was like, holy crap, this is real.
That is interesting.
It's like things that are so much random detail. And like I said, I'd like to test things. So I would test whether or not the future is concrete. I would test whether or not there's things that you can change about it. Like I would see myself sitting in a classroom and my pencil would let it roll off the desk. Sometimes I would pick it up and move it to the other side. It's about to roll off the times I would pick it up and move it to me. And that worked out really well. I could change what happened to me versus what I had seen happening to me until that started to become what I was going to do. I'd be like trying to think of something random and I'd just do it because I was running out of the seconds. And then turns out that that's what I had already seen me doing. You can only be as unpredictable until your unpredictableness becomes predictable, kind of thing.
In what way are you questioning this? Because it's sounding like you've set yourself a criteria.
I mean, it's a belief I have. Maybe you guys questioning it could lead me to questions about it. Like, I don't know why I forget. If it's such a weird occurrence that should stand out, then why don't I think about it more often and recall the exact instances of, oh, these haven't happened yet? I can't ever remember it until it's happening.
Do you know anything about like dissociations?
Not more than just staring off into space thinking of nothing.
Right. So I'm not like any type of expert in dissociation either, but I have had one particular experience that's like extremely dissociative. Um, and and I think that what you just said here when I asked you about dissociation is very telling, right? Like, you said staring off into space thinking about nothing, and then when you were starting to describe these experiences, you said like staring off into space moment, right? So, if so, could these be like could these experiences be a result of a dissociative moment, like a dissociation of some sort?
They probably could be. Like I said, I don't know enough about the dissociation and I don't know what triggers these events.
Stress, maybe.
Or anything like that.
All kinds of things could. But if that is the case, that it is like in a dissociative like moment, the amnesia on the other end is like fairly common with things like that. So that would be a good descriptor for like why you wouldn't remember it until you have this like deja vu moment, right? And but the deja vu is caused by having like this experience in an association that's like very similar to the experience you're having in life, and maybe that could be, I don't know, because you are you and you have lived your life up to this point and you like kind of have an idea of what kind of experiences you've had and will have, right? Could that be the case?
It very well could be the case. And it's one of those things that it's like it's unexplained to me. And the closest thing that I can equate to it, to describe to it, is precognitive powers. So I would do that. But now that you've shared the dissociation thing, I'm like, that could be it. That could be an actual, like, explanation for it rather than the mystical.
And I'm not an expert, and I don't know everything, and I don't even really know that much, but it's something to look into.
Very much so.
I defeated karma and fortune telling, Thrayle.
I don't know about defeated, but definitely called into question. And what
Hey, Kat can
great
be a
questions.
warrior if she wants.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. I do really quickly need to thank Karu, also, Shell, Nishu, Imperfect Melody, Tricera Bear, Cat the Witch, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And also, sorry, itty bits, I muted you because we could hear you tapping. It was
Oh, I
just
didn't
coming
mute
through
myself.
loud and clear.
Thank you so much for going on that journey with me and being willing to question your beliefs.
You're very welcome. I'm glad to be kind of fill in the space until somebody new wants to join and either become a new part of the community or give us something to talk and think about.
Right.
Yeah, I'm so glad you came up here. Otherwise, I'd still be talking about fucking beach house ghosts.
Right. Well, I still have questions.
Well,
Okay.
we can do that if you want. Somebody told me how to defeat hard determinism earlier. I don't think it actually does defeat hard determinism, but it's a decent idea.
What is it?
So it was basically, I'm just gonna Philbro it out real quick so we don't have to talk about this forever. P1. God, it sounds awful coming out of my mouth. We reason to determine what is P2. Hard determinism says everything. P3.
God says no. God says no filbroing.
Apparently, it was predetermined that the Wi-Fi would get swallowed just right in the middle of P1 and P2.
Great. I love that for me.
Wait, let me write this down in case we have to go through them a couple times to get all of them.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you get any of it?
None of it.
That there
Okay.
was two
P1. We
P's so
use
far.
reason. We use reason to determine what the truth is. P2. Hard determinism says everything is causal. P3. If everything is causal, then our belief in hard determinism is causal, and we did not use reason to determine that it was the truth. Therefore, how can we know it's the truth?
Yeah, no. I disagree that, like,
I don't necessarily agree with it either, but it was kind of fun.
yeah.
It's a fun book to go on. I can see it. I can almost hop on board.
Yeah, I
But
think that reasoning and, like, because the more I think about it, the more I'm a hard determinist. And I think that, like, reasoning is like just it is the process of like you experiencing your brain processing and like
okay, so here's the thing. I think that's a reasonable argument, but I also knew this would like hard determinism it out.
hmm. And I don't think that because like people get icked out by that because they are like, well, that means that nobody is responsible for anything, and I'm like, no, because like impact over intent, like we you still have to be you still have to be responsible for like the outcomes of your um, actions, whether the however you got to those actions. And I think in a society where rehabilitation over punishment is a thing, that that understanding gets us to rehabilitation a lot
Here's the
easier.
thing. Um, my problem with this is like, so I just present this argument and it's like, no, because this is because I'm gonna make this causal thing like, defeat your argument. And that's fine, but then it's just determinism all the way down. We're just God of the Gapsing it, like it's if we try hard enough, we can make hard determinism be the answer to every question.
He is
Huh?
He said
sorry.
because it is.
Yeah, sorry. I went too
Oh.
excited. French cage with that. Yeah, I said because of this.
That's so boring.
Is it
I
boring
think it,
if you are simply saying that the cause of things is the cause of things?
Yeah.
Well, then you just trace back each thing to its cause. So that you
It's determinism all the way. It's hard determinism all the way down.
what would it be otherwise? What is the alternative?
Sorry, I can't leave the app to look this up for myself. Can you explain kind of what hard determinism is? I haven't really heard that
oh
term.
yeah, sorry, we just like totally sucked you into the middle of that.
So when you describe
I'm all here to learn.
when you describe your premonitions, it would what you're describing is almost something that is going to happen as if it were already predetermined by factors that were beyond anybody's control. It was just an infinite series of causal events that led to you passing that family at the Walmart. So that would be the idea of hard determinism. And then this part of your story where you said that you were going to take your free will into your own hands and decide the premonition about the pencil rolling off the desk, you were going to take matters into your hands. That would be compatibilistic free will. So you're exercising a certain element of your free will to change what was hard determined already. Did I explain that good or
Yeah, you explained it very
satisfactory?
well.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another example where, like, almost completely all of my episodes would be just like random things, like walking beside a building, walking beside that random family. It doesn't mean anything. It's not gonna like lead me to saving the world or anything. And one of these times I was sitting in a class in I think like 9th or 10th grade, and I was talking to my friend. And my friend normally sat about 4 seats behind me on the column to the right. But he was sitting at the desk in front of me that day, and we were talking about something random, and I suddenly had my two places in once feeling, and I could think of the word he was going to say right before he said it. But one of the words was different than the one that I had previously thought, and it shook me. I was like, what the heck? What changed? And I started asking him, was there another word that you were thinking that you might have used instead of this one? He's like, no. It's like, is that a word you learned recently? Like, I was trying to like kind of guess why it might have changed. And it's just like, it's not concrete. Things can be changed. And I think what I'm seeing is a possible or the most possible version.
Is it possible that you inferred what your friend was gonna say because you this person and you just incorrect?
All I got was the infer what my friend was going to say part because he started cutting out again. But yeah, that is possible.
And that possibly this time you just inferred incorrectly.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, it's been happening pretty much all of my life. So I eventually just had to like come up with a conclusion to explain it away so I could stop thinking about it so much. Otherwise, I would have driven myself actually into crazy territory.
So I have had experiences, like I said, similar experiences where I also felt like I needed a conclusion to give myself the answer, right? But the conclusions that I have come to are generally something to do with my brain chemistry, right? I think that my brain's just braining real hard sometimes. Why did you draw like a different conclusion than that?
Because from what I am experiencing, it is the two periods at once, not just inferring. So I had to think of how, if it really is two periods in time at once, how can I explain this away? Am I experiencing a linear timeline and I'm just crazy? Is it a non-linear timeline and I'm seeing into one of the possibilities in like some Marvel movie thing? And I think the easiest thing to do was that science has been discovering or stating things about non-linear time, how time is not linear, and I don't know hardly anything about all that. But it would help describe that thing happening to me was I was seeing into a possibility. And I just kind of sat here and I was like, that answers me enough for now. I can get back to doing my homework now.
Does it make more sense to you that time is not linear and you are seeing into a non-linear timeline, or that your brain just does like weird shit sometimes because we don't really understand how our brains work that much anyway?
Oh, our brains absolutely do weird shit all the time. And it's part of, we don't understand how the brain works, so maybe this is possible. I'm not gonna dismiss that the world is round just because we haven't seen the proof of it yet, which I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying that is an example from 3,000 years ago or whatever. But just because we don't understand the science of it yet doesn't mean that it's not science. 500 years ago, electricity would have been witchcraft or magic. But now we just flip a switch and the entire room's lit up. And it's just like they're talking about space-time and black holes and non-linear timelines. And it's like, are they onto something? Does this explain what I've been experiencing? Is there a part of the human brain that maybe is more activated in some people that can sense certain things? Like, to some people, cilantro tastes like an
So you're
herb. To some people, it tastes
right,
like soap.
but you're looking for reasoning as to why the experience is true, why the something else must be, not the reasonable, the grounded. Why do you prefer those explanations?
Because saying that your brain just does weird things, while it is true, doesn't explain why your brain does weird things. And I want to understand the why in some way.
Okay. Your brain does weird things greatly for the sake of not being like on it. Like
You could, but you have bars, and you muted.
I muted the bars. There are explanations that we could like explore. There are whys there to be had for that explanation, is what I'm saying. So in that, so taking that into account, why is this explanation the one?
I think because it checks the most boxes for what I think I understand or what I think I'm experiencing. And maybe the answer is just that it seems more fun than just saying I don't know.
I like that answer.
Thank you.
Also, that
Any
was really
cilantro
difficult.
thing?
That was so difficult for me because I am totally on the nonlinear timeline bandwagon.
Yeah.
So Thrayle, WCAT, because I didn't even hop on the bandwagon at all. I completely sidestepped it.
I know, I'm proud of you. I like to see things from like two different perspectives too. I am my own devil's advocate all the time.
But so I am totally on the nonlinear timeline bandwagon. However, comma, it is really just because it's more fun, right? Yeah. I don't know how much actual belief I have in it. Like I definitely believe more that my brain just does weird shit sometimes. Um, I had another question. How important is it to you that what you believe is true?
Not super important. Like I said, it would be more fun, but at the end of the day, if somebody explained it away with actual, like, we've tested this on multiple subjects, we've like looked at MRIs to see which parts of their brains light up, and it's just like the dreaming part of the brain, so that they're dreaming while they're awake type of thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, so it's just the brain activating inappropriately, and they've answered it. But until it's answered, it's just like, let me think of a fun explanation. Let me apply some Doctor Strange Marvel to it. And I had a thought, but I lost it.
Can this be used to um, to extract any actionable information that gives it some efficacy or predictability?
I don't know if it's on the mystical side, which would be fun if it was. then it's always the like, maybe if I exercise this muscle that's allowing me to see the future, then it'll become stronger and I can actually see things that I want to see or see things that are more important. But at the end of the day, it's just, I've never had any control over when these episodes happen or anything like that. But I remembered what my thought was. It was another thing where all my life I've had like this kind of TV static over my eyes. Like I can see the image that I'm looking at clearly, but if I sit still for a minute, then there's just kind of like this filter over it that's very, very subtle, like a glittery body mist type thing. It's very, very subtle, but you can tell it's there. And it wasn't until I was 16 that they finally did a study on it and named it visual snow. And it's kind of like wires in your brain getting crossed where it's substituting imagery, like sensory input where there is none. And it can lead to light sensitivity, which I'd been experiencing all my life as well. So it's like they explained away this thing where whenever I was like 3, I discovered what germs were, these tiny microscopic things that were everywhere, and I was seeing the visual snow. So I asked my aunt if they were germs. And she didn't have visual snow, so she had no idea what I was talking about. So I turned to the mystics to try to explain this away, and I was like, maybe I'm seeing like some form of auras, or I don't know, just it's not like floaters in your eyes. It's not big things that drift. It's just like old TV static, you know? Like I turn off the lights and it's just kind of flickering. But yeah.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was seeing, so I applied some kind of loose basis over it and kept looking into it and kept looking into it until finally I found where somebody had done a study and it was explained away with science. And I completely accept the science aspect of it. I'm no longer where I was when I was 3 years old thinking I'm seeing germs.
That could explain away so many things people have said they've seen.
Mm-hmm. Just wires crossed and your brain is inputting sensory information that it's not actually receiving.
What's interesting to me is this is something our brains do when we're in, like, if you're confined to a like dark, silent space by yourself for long enough, your brain will start doing it. It'll start giving you sensory input that you're not receiving. And so it's interesting to me that it's doing that even though you are receiving the input. I'm gonna have to read that study.
Yeah, go for it. I think it happened in 2014 or 2015 that study happened.
Here in front of us.
Well, she told us how she had one solved for her before.
Right.
Yeah, I had the visual snow one solved, but whenever you look up anything that's any sort of precognition, it's always gonna fall into mysticism.
What do you mean by precognition?
The seeing things before they happen.
Like premonitions.
Yeah.
We call it precognition.
Because pre means before and cog means know, so knowing things before they happen. Just the vernacular of it makes sense, so that's the one I remember, but premonition is another one, but I don't know what mon stems from, so that one's harder for me to recall off the top of my head.
Well, I ask because for me, when I hear the word cognition, I think thinking. right? Think like that's what
Mhm.
cognition means to me. And so pre-thinking is what I heard. But I hear you. I hear you. Yes.
Mhm.
I have to leave this place. I left this place already and then I got sucked back in and I need to leave this place now for another little while and because I have been here for too long already.
You can't question it.
What, that I need to leave this place?
Oh, I don't know what place you're talking about. The lie.
No, I mean I literally have been putting off doing things that I've been meaning to do this. And I'm procrastinating it real hard and I can't. I need to do these things.
Go do the things you have to do.
I will. I'm not blaming you guys. This was great. I love this so much. Itty Bits, I hope we see so much more of you. You're so great.
Thank you, Kat.
Will you give me a voodoo chicken?
Yes. W's for cat.
Bye, Cat.
Any questions?
Me as well. I gotta go.
Shit. Well, W's for Blake, too.
Yeah, I'm not far behind them either, but I do have a question.
Great.
So, is it possible? Have you questioned whether or not it's possible that you get this sensory input, like in the form of a daydream where you see a family and in a very specific setting at the Walmart with the display, and then you experience this later on, and I'm wondering if it's possible that engaging in pattern seeking of sorts, where maybe you're recalling the premonition in a different way after you have the experience.
Well, that's entirely possible. Like Kat was saying, with the amnesia being common to disassociation, it's like I very well could be putting things together, and that feeling that feels like two places at once could make me start just assuming things are true that aren't. Like, make me start putting puzzle pieces on that don't even belong to the puzzle, you know? It's entirely possible.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like, deja vu in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that?
I would, but I wouldn't, because deja vu is usually classified as you're experiencing something that has happened before. That's why it feels so familiar, is because you actually have been in this place before. But my great aunt, I told her about me thinking that I see the future once, and she said that she had had those experiences all of her life too. And of course, she was my great aunt. She was 40 years older than me. 50 years, I think. She told me about how one of the experiences that she had had was that she like went to a clinic in a city 2 hours away that she'd never been to that city. It was a brand new clinic. And she walked up and had a conversation with somebody that seemed really familiar to her, that she had already had this conversation with before. And that person was also having that same experience where they had talked to my aunt before. And neither one of them had ever met each other. Neither one of them had ever been to that building. Neither one of them had ever been to that city. And that one kind of always stuck with me too. Like, that one wasn't deja vu. And I told that story to my dad. I told her story to my dad. And he's like, yeah, but your answer's crazy. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything crazy about these experiences at all. But I don't know. I intuitively kind of feel like the answer does lie in the brain, and I think you're you're open to that too, from the way it sounds. Like
Mm.
you want to understand what what the mechanics of what your experience is, and the reason I asked the question I did before is because um, one of the things when they study these kind of phenomena, and I know what you're describing may not exactly align with deja vu, because that's about deja vu is more about something that you may have already experienced that suddenly you feel like you're experiencing again. But what you're experiencing again and what you're describing is a thought, an imagery of of a thought, not something that you've already experienced. You've only experienced the thought that you later experience in reality. And so one of the things they find in studying like deja vu effect is um, like your brain's basically creating false a false memory out of it, that maybe you're not remembering exactly what that initial thing that you have later attached a pattern to, that is familiar enough with that memory of the thought that your brain kind of goes back and recreates the thought to fit the experience.
Yeah, I have that thought a lot, specifically for one of these so-called experiences. It's like the vision was just me walking from the high school building to the cafeteria building, and there was a gutter that normally had like nothing growing under it. It was usually just dirt. But in the vision, I noticed like a specific plant, and then lo and behold, some undetermined amount of time later, I was walking to the cafeteria and saw this plant. And I sit here and wonder, is it that I had seen a plant growing in that location before because I walk this way every day and just didn't notice it? And then the second time that I noticed it, it stuck with me because it felt familiar, but not familiar enough to feel like it had happened before. So yeah, I question that a lot because I use that specific example of me walking past this innocuous thing all the time, and then one time it means something that it never meant before. The visions seem, sorry, I'm referring to Sheikh Zulu's comment. The visions seem to be benign because they don't mean anything positive or negative. And if you're talking about health-wise benign, I am Native American. I have access to a free clinic, and I take full advantage of that and get testing done all the time to be like, hey, I have a family history of this thing and I've been experiencing some of these symptoms. Can you do a test to see this? And some of those symptoms have called for like an MRI to be done, or a heart monitoring Holter to be done. And
We're getting a little.
there's never been anything that came across as irregular.
Yeah.
So there's not like a tumor causing hallucinations type thing.
We're kind of getting a little into the weeds here, but it does sound like you do still question these things.
Oh, all the time.
And I appreciate you coming up. I think I'm going to go ahead and clear the panel back down and bring up a new guest.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you.
All right, I'll see you next time.
Absolutely. I could tell you were getting ready to drift off.
I'm so ready.
Appreciate you, Everlasting. W's for itty bitty and for everlasting. I'm sorry, itty bits. Appreciate you both. Of course. We do. Well, I think we might have a request already. And we'll get to that in just a moment. But I really quickly did want to thank everybody for the 154,000 times that you've tapped the screen. That's really amazing. I really appreciate that. And of course, all of the 71 times that you've shared out the live, all of those reposts, all of those adds to your story, all of those links copied, all of those things that help boost the algorithm. Appreciate you guys. And if there is anybody else who does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. And I think I do have a questioner in queue. Let's see if any of these requests exist.
Howdy, howdy.
How ghostly are they? Did you hear anything? I didn't hear anything.
No, I didn't hear you. Hold on. Let me change my earbud.
I'm just messing at me. We hear you.
Still here at work. How you doing?
You know, still here in
Here in the TikTok and YouTubes.
In the shed. In the
Yeah.
studio, not shed.
How your what keeps disappearing? Your bones keep disappearing, apparently.
I noticed I keep apparating and disapparating. It's a little unsettling. I was trying to fix the lights after the last round of music, and here we are.
So are you like the quantum particles that pop in and out of existence, except for it's your bones?
No, I don't think that's how that works.
Oh, well, you know.
See, we were fine with the orange earlier, but it's a little too orange. Apparently, itty bits. But is that a ghost we can question? I keep losing the lights.
Are the gods messing with things in there?
No. No, they're doing exactly what they always did. You know what I mean? I'm guessing you don't. Hello, Bex. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I didn't mean to. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'll drop it down.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, Bex. Big
Apparently I
W's for
didn't
Bex.
give it long enough. Apparently I didn't give my unmute long enough to kick in because I said, yeah. You asked me if I understand you.
Apparently, I'm appearing very ghostly.
Are you feeling very ghostly?
Not particularly. Seems like I'm physically here.
And if your god is feeling very holy ghost, well then
Hello, Michael. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
Do you follow any particular denomination?
Trinitarian, Protestant.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, not yet. One day.
Why not?
Because I'm so new to it and I haven't finished it.
How long have you been a Christian?
Not too sure. Since 2019, I think, around there.
And 6 or 7 years isn't enough to have read the entire Bible?
About 8 years. About 8 years, yeah. I've read the New Testament cover to cover, but not the Old Testament yet.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah, like I pretty much just believe all of it since I was a kid. I grew up in a Christian household, so.
You say you pretty much believe all of it, so the
Yeah.
six-day creation is literal to you.
Yeah, I believe it was 6 days creation. I don't believe in evolution, things like that.
I didn't
But
ask that. I asked why you believe the six-day creation is true.
I believe the Bible, that's why. I believe it's all the Word of God.
So anything it says in the Bible is true.
Yeah, but I still, obviously, I will question it. I think it's good to be skeptical and still question it.
How can you be skeptical if you just assume the Bible is always true?
Well, I believe if God's real and the Bible's true, then all of it's true.
Can the Bible ever contradict itself?
It's a good question. I don't believe so, but I'm open to anything. Obviously, you don't believe the Bible, I assume.
What I believe doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, I get that.
Can the Bible be an error?
I don't believe so.
You don't think anything in the Bible can be wrong, mistaken, or contradictory?
That's right. Yeah, I don't think anything in the Bible is contradictory. I think the Bible has a lot of things in it where it shows different perspectives, but no contradictions ultimately.
What if you were to find somewhere in the Bible that you haven't already read, that there were not just like one contradiction, but Multiple.
Well, I would still look into it thoroughly, but I would still be a Christian. I would ultimately
I don't
be.
think I was asking if you would or wouldn't be a Christian. I guess I'm asking about the inerrancy of the Bible. Do you think that your Christianity hinges on the inerrancy of the Bible?
No, it wouldn't change. I would still believe in the Bible. It just depends what the specific context says. But I would always be a Christian.
Why?
Because I believe that Christianity brings joy and peace in people's lives, regardless of whether it's a false religion or not.
So even if it's not true, you would still want to believe it?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not hurting anyone, I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want peace for everyone.
What if it was hurting people?
Then if it was hurting people, then yeah, that wouldn't be good. Then I wouldn't want to be a Christian. But I don't believe that
Has it ever hurt anyone?
I believe that people have used verses from the Bible and taken it out of context and used it for evil, yeah. But
How
for
would you
me,
know
in
what
my
the context is if you haven't read it?
yeah, well, that's the thing. You still have to learn. It's a continuous journey. You're still learning constantly and constantly and constantly.
I'm sorry, are we interrupting your mealtime? It sounds like you got a mouthful of food.
No, I'm just trying to go. I'm sorry about that. I'll put it away.
I also don't think that answered his question.
What was the question? Yeah, sure. What was the question again? Sorry.
The question he asked is, how do you know if it contradicts if you haven't read it?
Well, I've read the New Testament. I've read the Old Testament as well, but not completely on the Old Testament. I don't think that really matters whether I've read the entire Bible or not. That's irrelevant.
But how would you know if there are contradictions or not?
I
How
would
would you
read.
know if the context is inaccurate when people apply it for harm?
Yeah, that's why I said I'm still learning. I'm still reading it. And I also think it does ultimately just come down to faith, not your intellectual ability to understand everything.
So even if your intellectual ability to understand things is challenged.
Well, it's not so much about your intellect, but it's also about faith as well. Faith
What
without
is
intellect
faith?
is nothing. Faith is believing in something without seeing it.
Do you apply faith to anything other than God?
Sure, I apply faith to a pilot when they fly me from one destination to another destination.
Have you ever seen planes fly?
Yes, I've been in planes many
Is the
times.
pilot licensed?
Yeah, I assume so.
Okay.
I have faith that the pilot will fly the plane safely.
Was that faith?
Yeah, that's faith.
How is it faith?
Because of every single time that I've been in a plane to go to another country, I've never actually spoken to a pilot. I've never spoken to a pilot in my life, as far as I'm aware. Unless you're a pilot, I don't know. But yeah, that's faith.
If faith is taken on without like evidence, and we have evidence that pilots fly planes safely, how is it being taken on faith?
Because again, I said I've never spoken to a pilot. I don't ask a pilot for his flying hours or his license.
You actually need to speak to a pilot, though?
Do I need to speak to a pilot?
Pilots fly planes safely?
No, I don't think so. I think it could be good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting to speak to a pilot, but
So you
know,
would be applying this
but most people
trust
don't
with
speak to the
evidence.
pilots. Most people don't speak to pilots on planes.
But would you be applying this trust with some form of evidence?
Yeah,
Like
I
the
don't think
fact
there's
that they're
anything
a
wrong.
licensed pilot working for the airline that you paid a
Yeah,
ticket.
I think evidence is good. I think evidence
Right.
is
So
proof.
it's not belief without seeing. It's trust with evidence. Is that what faith is? Trust with evidence.
Yeah, definitely.
So what evidence is there then that the Bible is all true?
The evidence that the Bible is true is that when you read it and you look at the archaeological evidence for it and you see the places that the Bible mentions and you see that it's a real place, then you're like, okay, that's some sort of evidence.
I see.
So
So you're saying that the evidence that it is true, that the events happened, is that places mentioned exist.
yep, that's a part
Do
of it.
all the places mentioned exist?
Yep, I believe so.
Have we seen all of these places mentioned?
No, we haven't seen the Garden of Eden, for example, but I
Interesting.
believe it existed by faith.
Good morning, Dr. Josh. How are you?
All right. Good morning. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
How's it going, Josh?
Hey.
So, Michael, you were saying that because there are places named in the Bible, then therefore the Bible should be true if the places exist. But there are some places that we haven't found.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Are all the people sourced? Like, can we find all the people that are mentioned?
Not every single person, but I believe that, women have the same gene as Eve, the first woman to ever walk the earth.
That's not answering my question.
What's your question?
It was back to the evidence. You were saying there was archaeological evidence of cities. I was asking if there was equal evidence of all the people.
Yeah, I mean, we have evidence that Jesus was a real person.
Interesting.
Yep.
I think my question here, methodologically, how many counterexamples would it take for it to become a problem for you?
Who were you asking?
Yeah.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. So like with the pilot analogy, like how many times would you have to see unlicensed pilots like in the news flying planes before you stop trusting that pilots are licensed when they fly?
Well, yeah, if I went on a plane, let's say 10 times, I went on 10 flights with 10 planes, and each of the times all the pilots were drunk when they were flying the plane, and I kept getting into crashes but somehow surviving, I would slowly lose my faith in pilots. Yeah.
Sorry, to be clear, you would have to crash 10 times to
Yeah.
slowly lose your.
I
Okay,
would
Wow.
slowly
sorry.
be like, okay, I'm gonna lose a bit of trust. But with God, you don't lose trust in Him. It's a different thing.
Well, right, I think that's what we're trying to get at. So how many errors in the Bible, how many contradictions, how many like historical problems would it take like to get to the center of that Tootsie Pop?
For me to stop having faith in God.
Yeah, or yeah, to have that same pilot
Oh well,
process.
if the Bible just had a bunch of contradictions, just a bunch, and you could show me where like I couldn't like find an answer to it, then I would question it more. But ultimately, I would still be a Christian. I wouldn't just be like, I don't have faith in God anymore. No, I would always have faith in God. I would always question everything.
So the reason that's confusing to me is it sounds like you're saying you have faith because it's reliable, but then if reliability is questioned, you would say, well, I still have faith. So it doesn't seem like it's based on its reliability.
Well, I think it is based on its reliability, but I'm just saying my faith wouldn't easily be broken. even if you put a knife to my throat and you gave me all these contradictions, I probably just still wouldn't reject Christ.
Right, but then it's not based on its reliability.
Exactly.
Well, then it's based on faith.
Okay.
So your faith is based on faith?
Yes.
What? What does that mean?
I just have faith. That's simply it. It means what it means. I just simply have faith no matter what. I would die a Christian no matter what.
Why don't you have faith in the Assyrian god Asher?
Because I simply just don't. I don't have faith. I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of it.
What about the Babylonian god Marduk?
Do I have faith in that God?
Yeah.
No, I only have faith in one God, and that's Jesus Christ.
Why? Yeah, but why? Why that one god?
Because that is what makes the most sense to me based on the evidence.
Right, but do you see the circularity here? It doesn't sound like it's based on the evidence, because if we're hypothetically saying to you, if we could discount the evidence, if we could show you that you would say, oh yeah, evidence kind of shaky, that you would still just have faith no matter what. It sounds like there's something else underneath of it.
I would just have faith in God, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but not
say
Asher or
it's-
Marduk.
The reason why I wouldn't have put my faith in Marduk and Asher, those gods, is because those are false gods.
How do you know that though?
Because the Bible told me.
Where? Sorry, where did it say that Marduk is a false god?
The Bible says that
And
there's
why would you
only one God.
and why would you believe the Bible?
Because the Bible's just true.
Where does the Bible
Sorry.
mention Marduk?
It doesn't have to. The Bible just says there's only one God, so every other God is false.
Fascinating.
Really,
might
so if I
actually
point out
mention it,
passages,
and you wouldn't know.
I don't need to know about other gods, such as I've never really studied Hinduism. I do have a Bhagavad Gita. I've read the Bhagavad Gita. I've never read the Quran, but I just have faith in God, the God of Israel. I believe in Jesus because the Bible tells me he's true. Therefore, I believe he's true.
Right. But sorry, I don't want to belabor the point here, but it again, we're kind of going back in this circle to you believe it. And when I ask you why, and you say, because the Bible says so. And I said, well, like, what if the evidence for that is not as, solid as you think? And you say, well, I would still believe it. So it doesn't sound like ultimately it's based on the historical reliability or the truth claims of the Bible being valid. It's just there's something else.
Well, what's the evidence for the god Asher or the other god you mentioned?
That wasn't his question.
I mean, and we can go down that path. That's absolutely fine. I mean, as far as if you wanted to do like comparisons, I probably could build a pretty good case.
Okay, then.
But I don't know that that's necessary here.
Do you believe in these gods?
No, certainly not.
Okay, I was just wondering.
But
so
oh, go ahead, Hammy. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Dr. Josh.
No, I think it's important to sort of get to the bottom. I mean, it sounds like this is the first one that you encountered, right? It's the one that you grew up with. It's the water that you swam in, and that's why you believe it.
Well, no, that's not the only reason. I mean, I've had my own personal experiences, and I've read the Bible personally myself, and I believe it.
Right, but how do you know those experiences weren't Marduk?
I just don't believe in Marduk.
Right.
You don't.
That's why the Bible says to test every spirit.
Do you even know Marduk? Do you know what he did for you?
No, I don't know Marduk.
So you've never even heard of him?
No, I've never heard of Marduk.
What if his story was older than your God's?
Then it's older. Age doesn't change what's true.
What if your biblical texts borrowed from Marduk stories?
I don't believe that's the case.
But what if? Let's just go hypothetically, it were true.
just because two stories sound similar doesn't
No, no,
mean
It's a what if.
hypothetically, if it were true, if I could show you that the biblical text, the flood story in the biblical text, pulled from and utilized the flood story from Babylonia.
I would still be a Christian.
So that wouldn't be a problem for you?
That wouldn't be a problem.
It doesn't really answer the question, though. Like, would you still believe the Bible is true if it's borrowing
Yes.
stories from others?
Yep.
Didn't even let me finish, really.
Yeah, I would. I would still believe in the Bible. I'd still be a Christian.
So, if all the stories, let's hypothetically speaking, if every single last story was from some other culture and some other belief system, you're saying that you would still believe the Bible itself instead of those other stories.
Yep, because I have faith.
Wow.
You keep equating believing the Bible with being a Christian. Do you think that you have to believe the Bible is entirely true and literal from cover to cover in order to be a Christian?
Yep. That's my belief.
And so, even if you were shown some place where the Bible clearly contradicted itself, clearly said, for instance, something simple, that in one book it said God did something, and in another it said the devil did the same thing, talking about the same event, giving one credit to God, the other credit to the devil.
Well, I mean,
If
that's
the Bible, but just let me finish. If the Bible said something like that,
well, you're giving out all these hypotheticals. Like, what if the entire Bible was contradictory? Or what
for the moment, can you please respond to the hypothetical?
Yeah, but I think they're unfair hypotheticals because I just don't
This
believe.
is not an unfair hypothetical. I promise.
Yeah, I understand that's your opinion, but my opinion is that they're
No,
unfair.
this is. If we could take it out of hypothetical, if you need to.
Yeah, I don't like using hypotheticals because
Do you
you
have
go
a
a bit too
Bible?
crazy. Yes, I have a Bible.
Which translation?
What translation do you want me to read? Is there a specific one?
Nope.
Okay, I'll just read NIV.
Okay.
Is there a specific verse that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
2 Samuel.
Sure. Yep.
24, I believe it is.
Okay.
What's the first verse?
Again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go and take a census of Israel and Judah."
Cool. The next verse.
Before you go to it, Thrayle, sorry, just so that this isn't a problem in 30 seconds, can you just summarize that verse for us? Who did what?
Again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel. So God was angry at Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go and take a census of Israel and Judah."
Who is the he?
I believe that's talking about God.
Perfect. Okay.
Yep. Shall I read the second verse?
Yeah, I was just double checking. I believe it's First Chronicles 20:21.
Okay.
There's those.
No, I think you're correct.
Indeed correct.
First Chronicles chapter.
Same.
Verse
Yeah. Verse
1. Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to take a census of Israel. Just that verse?
What do you take that to mean?
That Satan rose up against Israel. So it sounds similar to what God commanded for David.
What does it say he did?
It says Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to take a census of Israel.
So this one says that Satan incited David.
Yep.
And the other one said that God incited David.
Yep. Shall I read the second verse as well?
And these are talking about the same story, isn't it?
Yes.
So you want me to read the second verse?
If you'd like, but
okay. So David said to Joab and the commanders of the troops, "Go and count the Israelites from Beersheba to Dan, then report back to me so that I may know how many there are."
Mm-hmm. Do you think that this verse makes any difference to the contradiction?
Well, one, when God gives a command, you're supposed to obey it, but according to the Bible, when Satan gives a command, you're not supposed to obey it because Satan is portrayed as the evil one in the Bible.
But both of these verses, David goes and does it.
Yeah. So I assume that maybe Satan is trying to copy God.
I tell you what might help, Michael, if you want to read verse 2 again, and I'm here in 2 Samuel 24, and I'll read verse 2.
Okay. Do you want me to go first or you?
Yeah, go for it.
So David said to Joab and the commanders of the troops, "Go and count the Israelites from Beersheba to Dan, then report back to me so that I may know how many there are."
And here's verse 2 of 2 Samuel 24. And the king said to Joab, the commander of the army who was with him, "Go about now through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba, and register the people that I may know the number of the people."
Yeah, that sounds pretty similar.
This is the same story.
Yep.
It's the same event. The chronicler is telling the same event as described in 2 Samuel 24.
So because Satan is obviously saying something similar and commanding something similar that God commanded, are you saying that God is Satan or?
No. This is this. I'm saying that this is it would be like if there were a collision out here on the road and you were a witness and I was a witness, right? And the police officer came to you and said, "Can you tell me what happened?" And then you told your account of that event. And then they came over to me and said, "Can you tell me?" And I gave them my account.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're 2 Samuel 24 and I'm 1 Chronicles 21. We're talking about the same collision.
Yep.
So, is it God or was it Satan that stood up against Israel and had it counted?
Well, in 2 Samuel it says it's God, and then in 2 Chronicles chapter 21 it says Satan.
So which one was it that did it though?
Well, according to the Bible, it says it was both Satan and God that both commanded the same thing.
Well, they're not commanding it.
Well, they're telling it.
What's the word used?
It says Satan rose up against Israel and incited David. So it says incited.
So, was it God who incited him, or was it David who incited, or was it the Satan who incited him?
Both. So are you saying it's evil because also Satan's is saying and inciting David to do the same thing that God wanted them to do?
We're not saying it's anything. We're asking you.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what you obviously have an issue with this. So what's the issue?
The issue is that it seems to be contradictory, does it not?
Well, I don't think it's contradictory. I think it's just them telling them to do the same thing.
Oh, if you'll recall, I was asking you a hypothetical about what a direct contradiction in a text would do, and I've noticed a lot of your responses throughout have been, I would still be Christian, I would still be Christian.
Yeah,
We're
so
not
you're
asking
like,
you to not be Christian. Stop. We're not asking you to not be Christian. We're just asking to see if you can question
yeah, I can question it.
what it is you believe. Well,
Yeah.
here's a question posed to you, not to us. Who incited David according to the Bible?
According to the Bible in 2 Samuel, it says it was God, and then now it's saying in 1 Chronicles 21 that it was Satan. So I understand where you're coming from. You're saying it must be a contradiction because one says in this talking about the same event where God incited David to take a census of Israel, but now here it's saying you're presuming that it's talking about the same battle where as a Satan is inciting the census of Israel. So which is which? Well, one says God and the other says Satan, but it's both talking about the same event. So my interpretation of it is God and Satan are inciting David to take a census of Israel. They're both inciting it.
So why didn't it say that they both incited it?
Well, yeah, 2 Samuel, God's inciting it, and then in 1 Chronicles 21, Satan incites it. So
Right.
they could have both
If,
just incited it.
but if they both incited it, why doesn't 2 Samuel and 1 Chronicles both say that God and Satan
Because
incited?
it could possibly be talking about both perspectives of what they both want.
Do you think that's a reasonable conclusion to come to?
That's a conclusion that I've come to. Look,
Do you
I'm
think
no
it's
scholar.
no? I
Right?
know. I mean, that's okay. But I mean, do you think that's a reasonable conclusion?
Yeah, I would say so, because I'm just going off what the Bible says. I'm not trying to twist the words of the Bible. I'm just going off by what the
Well,
Bible says.
I don't know that you are though.
Well, one says God incited David, and then the other one says Satan. So they possibly both incited it.
Right, but that's not what it says. You can't be going off what it says.
I know it doesn't directly say both of them incited it, but based on what I've read, they both incited a census of Israel.
Right. I mean, again, that's your interpretation of the passage.
So what's
That's
your
your
interpretation?
understanding, isn't it?
Well, this is a very common thing that the chronicler does. Right. It's Chronicles is a reframing. It's a historical reframing.
Answers First Samuel, and that's what
I mean,
Chronicles.
not always, right? But very very often, and it does so with its own theological aims. But just so it's clear, this is a very difficult passage
Yeah, it
for
is. Yeah,
interpreters,
yeah,
right? I
it
mean,
is.
for the scholars, right? There was something recently that was put out as trying to re-understand the word Satan here in the Hebrew to be like a military officer, right? So this is not something that's like, oh yeah, like this isn't an issue. This is a perennial issue for people in the academy.
I don't ask softballs.
No,
Well, okay,
I get
I
it.
do, but
I'm
if I'm
still
forced to
learning
bring
it.
a contradiction, this is one I like.
Yeah, I actually think it's good what you're doing because you're helping me learn more. So I'm open to that.
Can I ask you, Michael? Just because I heard you say something earlier, and it sounds like you hold the biblical text up in such a way that you're willing to sort of stand up against the consensus of like scientists today?
Mm-hmm.
Because you said you don't, if I heard you correctly, you don't, like you don't believe in evolution, I think is what you said. Is that right?
Yep.
Why is that? Is it because you've researched evolutionary biology and like you think, no, like scientifically this doesn't hold up, this theory, it doesn't work? Or is it because the Bible says X, therefore evolution can't be true?
Well, the Bible doesn't anywhere, proclaim to be a science textbook, but I read the Bible, and the Bible doesn't actually say anything about evolution, in my opinion.
Right, but what, like, like, do you take a stand against like germ theory? I probably shouldn't ask that. Sorry.
I don't know what
Let me
that
think of
is.
something even less controversial. Like gravity. Like you don't have a problem with the theory of gravity.
Yeah, I mean, things like gravity, science, and math, like, ultimately, I don't have a big problem. I'm not like a crazy flat earther, like, obviously, the Earth's a sphere.
Yeah,
Like,
those are
I
Nick's
don't disagree
question.
with it. I don't
Yeah.
disagree with science
So
completely.
that's interesting. And Thrayle, you can, because that's where I was going to go to. And if you want to take it,
No,
definitely
you go
take it.
ahead.
Like Genesis 1 pretty clearly presents a flat Earth cosmology. Like, are you when the text talks about God created the, I don't know what the NIV translates it as, maybe the expanse. In the old King James is like the firmament. You familiar with what I'm talking about? And he he creates the sky essentially, and there's water above the firmament, and then the earth comes up from the water below. You familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So that word there in Hebrew, the reason they're kind of struggling with it, it comes from the root rakah. It's a passive form. It means like a hammered out thing, and it's used. I think it's used in the Psalms, but it's like a solid. It's like a solid piece of metal, sheet of metal is sort of the way that it's depicted. It's a dome. It's a dome that's being created. So there's this is the way that ancient Near Eastern people thought about their world. Right, the Earth is flat, it's held up on pillars, and either the ground itself or the mountains hold up. Usually, the mountains hold up this big dome that's over top of them. That's what Genesis 1 is reporting.
Just like what's on the screen.
Yeah,
Batcolyte.
kind of like that. Pillars and everything.
Well,
I think
I,
it's
I
supposed
do
to have
believe the Earth is a sphere.
it's supposed to have corners too, I think.
I'm very happy, honestly. I don't mean that in any kind of a condescending way, Michael. Thank you
I understand
for
that
saying that.
I understand that those are, there are Christians out there that think the Earth is flat. I think those people are foolish, and I believe that when science says the Earth is a sphere, and that I believe that there's sufficient scientific evidence. Like, I mean, if I just watched the Artemis 2 launch the other day, and
Yeah.
I saw the pictures from space, and the Earth was clearly a sphere. So,
But if that's the case, then I don't know that you're justified in taking Genesis 1 literally.
I mean, I've read Genesis chapter 1 plenty of times, and I've read not the entire Old Testament, but there are verses in the Old Testament which I believe refer to spherical Earth. For example, it says that God hovers over the circle of the Earth, which the Hebrew word for circle translates to English as a sphere.
It
So,
doesn't.
context. Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't. It
I've
means
read
the horizon.
I've read it in a scientific Christian textbook that someone.
Right. I mean, think about the words that you just said.
Yeah, the
So what I
circle
would encourage, what
or
I would no,
circuit.
yeah, it means a circle. It doesn't mean a sphere. It's talking about the horizon.
The horizon of the Earth.
Yeah, which to them was flat. That's why it's a circle.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you actually know how they discovered that the Earth was a sphere? Because they actually discovered that thousands of years ago in Egypt, and they put like some sort of stick down, and they saw the shadow from the sun, and then they saw how the light worked, and they discovered that the Earth was a sphere. I think it was a Greek that discovered that.
I don't know how
Thousand.
that's relevant for what the meaning of this Hebrew word is.
Well, I'm just saying that I think scientists could have saved themselves time if they just read the Bible.
But that's the point of contention here.
That doesn't make sense.
What I'm telling you is that the Hebrew word that you're referring to here is in reference to a circle. It's not a sphere.
Yeah, well, I'm not a scientist, and I'm not a. I don't speak fluent Hebrew, but I've never studied Hebrew.
So then why are you arguing the meaning of the Hebrew word?
Well, I'm just saying that's something that I've read in a book. I'm not saying I'm
proof that there was a sphere.
Yeah.
But if there's a dome over the earth in Genesis 1,
Yeah.
is that problematic for your view of how the world is?
No, I don't think so. I think that what I was referring to, like for example, in Job, what was it? I'm trying to look for it. It says that in Isaiah 40:22, which was written about 2,800 years ago, it says, "It is he who sits above the circle of the earth." That's what I'm referring to. That's why I think the earth is a sphere.
But that's certainly not why you think it's a sphere, I hope.
It says circle. Why would you think it's a sphere if it says circle?
Well, because you can also refer to the word circuit, which refers to a sphere.
It doesn't refer to a sphere.
So what does this circuit refer to in Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew
I do, yeah.
fluently?
Well, sorry, are you asking me, can I read biblical Hebrew or
Yeah,
do I
yeah.
speak modern Hebrew?
Or can you read biblical Hebrew?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
But how does the dome fit with your model?
Are you referring to Genesis chapter 1?
Yes.
I'm not too familiar with what you're referring to.
Okay. So in Genesis 1. Yeah, so in verse 6, and God said, let there be a rakia in the midst of the waters, and let it divide between water and water.
Mm-hmm.
So he separated in verse 7, but the rakia, so he's got the rakia in between the waters, right? So you've got water above this hammered out thing. And this thing is called sky in verse 8. So whatever this rakia is, you have this primordial water, chaotic water. God creates this rakia and, it essentially uses it to divide the water. And now at the end of this, day, in verse 8, you have water that's above this hammered out thing. And then you have the earth, right, that's going to come up. And then other water ends up beneath it.
Yep.
I mean, you don't think that there's a solid dome overhead and, you mean you just said you watched Artemis, right? So like they didn't go through a dome and through water.
No, I don't think they did.
Yeah, obviously they didn't, right?
I think it could be referring to just the sky as water because it reflects off the water. But I
The
don't know.
problem, yeah, the problem is that in Genesis 7, this Genesis 1 pre-creation situation is like brought back when God, if you read, I have to look at which verse it was, but God opens up like the sluice gates of the dome of the rakia. He opens up the I don't know what's another word for them. Yeah, the little thing panels that you slide back to let water come through, and he lets all that water come back down. That's up there above the dome, and then it says he busted open the fountains of the great deep and let all that water that's under the earth come back up, and he uncreates, right? He reestablishes the primordial watery mass of Genesis 1.
Yeah.
So I mean, like the text believes that there was actually water up there.
Yeah, maybe there was.
Right, but there would still have to be a big dome up there that
Yeah,
Artemis would have bounced off of,
yeah, well, the
or would
dome
have had to
isn't
have.
there anymore.
Sorry, there was a big dome up there, and it's
I don't know.
gone. Yeah,
I don't know.
okay. So you're coming up with interesting ideas here. What's a more logical approach to this?
I think the Earth is a sphere. I
Right.
don't.
Maybe they just didn't know, right? The writers here aren't presenting what we understand today through modern scientific understanding as like the cosmology of the universe, whatever. Right. By the way, this was a very common ancient Near Eastern thought. If you read the Enuma Elish, this is what Marduk does with Tiamat. He unalives Tiamat, and then he cuts her body in half and then uses half of it, stretches it out, has a big dome overhead, and puts guards in place to keep the water up there above the dome. Like this is what they thought was going on in the ancient Near East.
I am not a flat earther.
Good. I mean, like thumbs up for real. Like because there are plenty of them out here, much to my chagrin. But that's why I'm bringing it up, because I don't think you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that slavery, I would be bringing that up not because I think you're cool slavery, right? I'd be bringing it up because you'd be like, ugh, what the hell?
Yeah. I definitely don't agree with slavery.
Thank God.
I think it's wrong to take advantage of people, and yeah.
But so that's why I think Thrayle's bringing these things up. That's why Hammy's bringing these things up. Certainly why I'm referencing them, because like we know that you're a thinking person here. So like you're looking at this and going, okay, if that's true, which is why I suspect you're kind of trying to find reasons to understand it where it's not a big dome overhead or that sort of thing, because that doesn't make sense with your view of the world, which is great.
Michael,
Yep.
is it possible for the Bible to be wrong about the shape of the earth?
I think anything's possible. Yeah.
If the Bible is wrong about the shape of the earth, can it be wrong about other things?
Yep.
is it possible that it is wrong about some of the core things that you believe?
Yep. That's why I like to ask questions.
W's for Dr. Josh. Great questions. Appreciate you. How are you?
I'm okay.
I'm glad to hear you're okay. Michael.
Yeah.
I feel I'm not sure that we should keep pushing. I have more questions for you, but it might be a good time to to bring this conversation to a close.
Yeah. That's all good.
I really appreciate you coming up and being open to the questions. I hope that you keep asking questions.
Yeah, I will.
And maybe come back. We'll definitely have more questions for you.
All right then. See you later.
Appreciate you. I think we can throw some W's for Michael too. There are some rigid, unquestioning things there. I never thought I would say W's after somebody said that the Bible was true no matter what, but it seemed like there was some movement towards the end, either that or he was shutting down. Either way, I felt like we were at a wall, or at least a natural end.
Natural standstill.
Standoff, if you will.
No, I don't know if that was quite it. He seemed to be a little shaken, and I didn't want to push him too much in the moment.
Let me have my Western stuff, Thrayle.
I definitely will have questions for him if he comes back. I'm gonna guess I'm lagging.
I don't think so.
Well, let's find out by bringing up a new guest. Also, thank you guys for the 168,000 times you've tapped this screen. Oh, and the 72 times you've shared. All of those really help. I'm not quite ready for a musical break. I'd really love it if we had somebody else who did have the courage or curiosity to question their beliefs. I'm looking at Hammy.
Oh, I'm always curious. I'm always ready to question my beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also always down for the game of Find Hammy's Woo, if he has any.
Oh, there's Woo there.
There might be. We haven't found it yet.
Did I hear Kokies?
I don't think so.
No, you probably heard the background music over here.
Yeah, there was a squeaking in there.
In the comments asks what beliefs.
Well, I mean, we are seeing if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. But of course, if you've got a belief in a mermaid, yeti, alien, Santa, devil, or some sort of Mothman, Jesus, Thor, I don't know, I just pieced them all together. Whatever it is you believe in, if you can question that belief, that's really what we're here to see.
Did we lose the music?
I still hear it faintly, but maybe you don't.
There we go.
It's
Very
definitely
quiet
there.
on my end.
It's the same music I heard, at least.
Well, that's good. That's a good sign.
But if there is anybody just joining us who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you. We're not here to argue. No one's here to burgle your god, necessarily. We are just here to see if you can question that belief. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if we don't have someone soon, I will be forced to play another, maybe pair or more of great tunes from our community. I think I know one or two I want to hear.
Spread some jammy tunes.
And eventually, if we still don't get anybody, he's forced to question me.
I mean, you are questionable, Hammy.
I concur. Wow, already 172,000. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all those taps. Appreciate all those shares. More importantly, I appreciate you just being here. Really. And what, Hammy?
Oh, I was gonna say I bet we can get that up to 200 real quick.
Maybe. Possibly.
Michael asks a question, but Michael, hold on to that question and keep coming back, because eventually Thrayle may throw up the questioner, and that question will get answered. So stick around and keep following us.
You said Michael or Michelle?
Michelle, sorry. My bad.
This is what you get when you make assumptions.
Yes, this is.
You need to practice your reading more often.
Look, I just got my letters down, Morgan.
You can increase listening, okay?
Uh-oh. That wasn't the song I meant to play. But what it does do is give me just a moment's opportunity, I suppose. A moment's opportunity. What the hell? It's not that late. I don't think that was that wasn't the phrase I meant to. Anyways, it gives me the opportunity to thank Shell, Tape Traders, Heather's Descent, Paniac, also Donnie Dauntless, and Claire and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And now I think we can go on to something. Well, I don't know if we should stay this somber now. Let's start here and see where we go.
Pain flaked off the mirror horse, jawbone grin, chipped glass eye. Black lace on a velvet pole, creaks in circles, choir, it cries. Moonlight on the weathered main, ticket booth with no one there. Your breath fogs a tilted glass, cold brass rings the empty air. Round, round, gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. Oh, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling. Round, gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours, right till the rust stains your wrist. Count the bones instead of the hours. Candy skulls and paper bags, moths asleep in crooked masks, fortune cards with burned out ink, futures just the questions asked. Bandstand draped in tattered red, songbooks nailed and left to rot. You hum the tune you almost know. It's on your lips, then it's not. Who built this crooked heaven? Who wound the music tight? Who keeps the painted ponies pacing in the night? Hey, round, 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 gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. No, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling round, round. Gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours. Ride till the rust stains your wrist. Count the bones instead of the hours. Instead of the hours.
Round and round, same few notes, same old spin. Short ride, thin rope. Born in dust, fed old tales, golden gates. Past these veils, they sold me endless dawn. If I just obeyed, held on. But this is a tilt-a-whirl of time. It creaks, it sways, it leaves no sign. One short turn, then off we climb. I won't trade this fleeting, aching light for a ghost of a promise in an endless night. Candles drip on chapel stone, names half carved, breath long gone. They all saved their sweetest wine for some feast past the line. But this is the tilt-a-whirl of time. It creaks, it sways, it leaves no sign. One sharp laugh, one last soft rhyme. I won't sell this fragile, failing flesh for a coin of comfort in a timeless mesh. If all I am is here, is now these scarred hands, this furrowed brow, then every bruise and every bruise again is worth more than a perfect, never-ending win. This is the tilt-a-whirl of time. It hums, it hurts, it won't rewind. One small life, crooked, not sublime. I'll take this ride, this only one, and rest my bones when it is done.
held your answers like a flame, burning and bright. But every truth you swore was fixed, flickers in the night. Maps you drew inside your mind drift like smoke in wind. Every road you thought was yours turns and bends again. Lantern in the hollow air shows the patterns always there, not to guide and not to warn, only what was always worn. When the last sure answer breaks and the quiet patterns show, that is when you hear the call through the hollow in the fall. In the quiet of the wood where the old roots wind, others walk the hidden ways of a different kind, not by crown and not by throne. Not only those who saw the threads, others passed apart. Lantern in the hollow air shows the patterns always there, not to guide and not to warn, only what was always worn. When the last sure answer breaks and the quiet patterns show, that is when you hear the call through the hollow in the fall. In the dark, the pages turn, ink and memory. Every path a story told in the hidden leaves. Tome of whispers, branch and bone keeps what time forgets. Every soul who heard the mist written in its steps. Lantern in the hollow air shows the ones already there, those who saw the threads beneath certainty and breath. Here and moving through the fog, older than the maps. The gods tread older paths. Even the gods tread older paths. Even the gods tread older paths.
Welcome. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a god or gods? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your gods. But there is always room for one more in the shed.
Come on down, folks, don't miss the scene. With a cup of brew that'll fulfill your dream. Blueberry coffee, it's a taste divine. Sipping on sweetness, it's simply sublime. Question your beliefs, take a little pause.
Blueberry coffee, let's take a chance. One sip of magic, Join in the dance, lose your worries, let the flavors flow. Life's a swing when you're brewing, let it show. Feel the rhythm as the coffee brews. Swing into flavor with every single fuse. Well, shake your doubts with every single sip. Blueberry bliss, it's a joy-filled trip. Come on down, friends, don't wait too long. Blueberry coffee, let's take a chance. One sip of magic, join in the dance. Lose your worries, let the flavors flow. Life's a swing when you're brewing, let it show. So come on down to Blueberry Cafe, where every sip makes your troubles sway.
Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare, you're fragile.
So were we all done?
Well, no, we weren't. Don't know why that song did that.
These crowns in your sky, gave them your hunger and your time, taught you to kneel so you feel tall, then called the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? A cage is made of words you never choose. You say you're led by sacred hands, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old. Sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Masks you mistake for your own face, harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If not the key you fear to turn in you.
Welcome unto the Batcolyte. Can you question your belief? Request on up, on up. Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power? And you can question that belief. Request on up.
I feel like we owe one of those songs a revisit.
I agree.
The problem is, of course, there's a moment in every show where something happens, and it hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened.
Hasn't it happened?
Oh no, the Thrayle fell off the panel. Skeleton Thrayle, you must look at your box and scream.
You have to replace your voice box.
Look at him,
I
he's screaming.
I don't think panic will help the situation, my friend.
Panic won't, but you know, sometimes panic does feel good. Don't worry, everyone. This is just a normal glitch. We will have the Thrayle back up top in a minute or so.
Hammy.
Yes?
Please think about what you say before you say it.
What did I mess up?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. No. I am going to worry about it now. I'm going to be thinking about it, and it's going to haunt my every waking moment. Tell me.
I'm sure it will.
No. We don't fight for the position of new Thrayle. Thrayle is always still here.
Thrayle is always listening.
Always. Just because you don't see him doesn't mean he's not here. You can't vote for Morgan because there is no new Thrayle.
Those are some really big bones for me to fill, so no thank you.
Yes. Quite right. Cat, you can't vote for Morgan either. Nobody can vote for Morgan because Thrayle is still here. Like, he was in the box that's right above my head. That's where he's up where.
Apparently I am the incumbent Thrayle. I don't know.
What? I don't. Yeah, I see. I caught on, chat. I caught on. Y'all were thinking that I'm going to crash out over this, that I'm going to get angry about this, but it's not going to work. Not going to work. It won't work. It's not. No, it is not going to work. I will not. Cat, I swear, if you keep counting up how many people, stop it. Stop it. I will not crash out over this. I will not crash out over this.
It's like I've lost count now. We're at like 9 or 10.
No, Cat. We're at nothing because Morgan.
I mean, I'll change my vote to myself if it makes you feel any better now that I'm here.
I feel like you're already crashing out, darling.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm calm. I'm collected.
Are you?
Yes. Chat.
I'm calm. I'm collected.
Chat, who do you want the new Thrayle to be?
There's no. No. Cat, I see what you're doing, Cat. I see what you're doing.
I don't think you're going to win this one. Now I'm up here too. It can be me and Morgan.
Stop it. No.
It just can't be me, Morgan, and Hammy.
No. This is not for debate. It's just not.
Well, good, because this isn't a debate space.
Game.
This is a place for you to question your beliefs in a god, gods, higher power, or anything else like that. We're not here to steal your gods from you, or change your mind, or tell you that you're wrong. We just want to know what you believe and why you believe it. Go ahead and type one of those empty boxes down the bottom.
And fortune telling tonight, though.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying. Also, Morgan, so Itty Bits down there is basically me and Hazel again.
Oh, terrifying.
Because like me and Hazel are pretty much the same. Itty Bits is like us.
Now there's 3 of you.
Now there's 3 of us.
Look, I'm still trying to get over the fact that there's 1 of y'all. And then there became 2 of y'all, and you know what? I was like, I'm fine. This is cool.
This is fine.
Now you're having, this is fine. I'm calm. And now 3? There's 3 of you?
There's 3 of us.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. This is cool.
This is fine.
Now you're having. This is fine. This is fine. I'm.
Expect this from you.
It is.
I expected of
100%
Cat.
is.
I expected it of Cat because Cat likes to do things to try to make me crash out. And I'm not falling for it anymore, Cat. I'm not doing it.
You already did, and you're doing it
You already
again.
did.
I'm not doing it anymore. Never again.
Thrayle, do you
crashing
hear
out over
this?
the thing. This shit, y'all shenanigans.
Press
Y'all's
X
tomfoolery.
to doubt. X to doubt.
Your
Put a
tomfoolery.
1 in the
I will not
chat
fall
if
for
you
it.
think that Hammy already crashed out.
I'm not. I'm not crashing out. I will not give y'all the satisfaction. Look, Papa Henny's on my side. He put it X, so that means 10. So that means nothing.
Because I said X for doubt.
Mm-mm.
Look at the chat.
Let me see who's all. Let me see here. Let me see who all's getting muted. Let's see.
You're not gonna mute any of them. I'll just go back and unmute all of them.
Let's see who's all getting muted today.
Crash out confirmed.
Look,
I'm
Henny
not
said
gonna lie to you though.
XXCX.
Like the best thing so when I left here like an hour ago, I left here to Dr. Josh and like incredulous at that guy about his belief, and that was hilarious. And then I came back to a Hammy crash out that I got to participate in. So this is great.
No, I told you I'm not crashing out. I'm not doing it, Cat. I don't care what the chat says. The chat's wrong.
The chat is never wrong.
Is this really what you're going to be axiomatic about?
This is what I'm going to be axiomatic about.
This is the dogma, Morgan.
Too much time with Fen.
This
You're
isn't-
spending too much time with Fen. I'm gonna have to.
Nope, this is
cut
the
you
axiom.
off.
You can't cut me off from my love, Finn.
Oh, you guys, hold on. You guys.
Shh. Oh, his voice box is back.
Welcome back, Thrayle's voice box.
Nothing to see here. Definitely here when you left.
She's always been here.
They didn't disappear.
As if I wasn't here the whole time.
I like how the Thrayle skeleton kind of slightly shook his head like.
But that's what makes it fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like how all three of us just immediately mute up when Thrayle comes back up.
Guys, shut up! Dad's here. Stop.
And look. This is the sibling thing here between me and Kat, because the very second Kat's like, I've been here the whole time, even though minutes before we were arguing back and forth with each other. I still was like, yep,
I was explaining this to someone the other day, Hammy. I was like, look, I can fuck with Hammy as hard as I want. Like, I can do whatever, like, but nobody else can fuck with Hammy, and it's the same, like, both ways. Like, we act like siblings.
Exactly. Like, if you want to come at Kat, like, I'm on up there. I've done it to people in chat who are like trying to come at Kat, and I'm like, nobody talks to my cat that way. No, don't do that.
Really funny time was when he did it to Regulus. Because we were just goofing, but we were goofing pretty hard, and Hammy was like, no. I was like, oh shit.
I'm fine with the goofing as long as I know the people who are goofing. Like, if it's somebody who's a regular who's goofing around with Cat, I'm like, oh, they're regular, they're harmless. But I didn't know Regulus at the time, so all I see is Regulus sitting there coming
It was
at
so fucking funny because he was
like,
talking mad shit to me.
mad. And I was like, oh, not under my watch, my guy.
It was so funny. I was like, ha, you got in trouble.
Yep, there it is.
I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about, Thrayle?
Hey, the music's back.
I got these bookmarks that are that look like the library check-in and check-out cards.
You're such a dork.
And they have these little tassels, and I was like, hey, that's cool. And then I get the package in. I gotta put the tassels in my... But I'm about to do all that right now.
How much did you pay for those bookmarks?
Like $5-6.
I think you can handle the tassels.
I know, but I just didn't wanna.
Out over the tassels too?
No, I'm sucking it up and doing it. I just didn't want to. But it is what it is.
There's a common phrase in the military. A bitching soldier is a happy soldier.
I'm not gonna lie, looking at these bookmarks, I'm damn happy.
Hammy, I went to jail the other night and you're bitching about tassels?
Oh.
We started with dragons and missing black socks and someone yelled cheese and we all took shots. You were ranting of onions, I swore it was love. Now we're arguing loudly about clouds up above. What the fuck are we talking about? Hey, was it treasure, was it beer, was it doubt? Hey, did we wander off the map inside our mouth? What the fuck are we talking about? Sing it loud! You insisted the shovel was king of the tools. I proposed that a spoon should be crowned in these stools. Then we drifted to politics of and what the fuck are we talking about? Was it heartbreak? Was it stew? Was it gout? Did we trade in all our cents for another round? What the fuck are we talking about? Drink it down! Last thing I remember, you said time is a pie. Now we're 3 songs later, and I still don't know why. Oh, why? What the fuck are we talking about? Was it fortune? Was it frogs? Was it trout? If there's meaning in this mess, it's hiding out. What the fuck are we talking about? One more shout!
What were we talking about?
The ethics of stealing each other's phones is an interesting lyric.
That's honestly my favorite lyric in the whole song.
It got me thinking. And I think I could hand any of you my phone. Like any of you, like any of the people that are like here regularly or in the Batcave regularly, I think I could hand any of you my phone and be fine with it.
Yeah, let's do that. Hand me your phone, Cat.
Okay. The problem with my phone is that I don't do anything on it. So like it's
my cold dead hands, sorry.
I really do like these bookmarks. They're amazing.
Hammy's still talking about fucking bookmarks, Thrayle.
Can I be a book nerd? Thank you.
I have so many books, you have no idea. The Habitat for Humanity lets you fill up a box of books for $1.
And if your god is worth $1, request on up.
Wild behavior. Fucking diabolical.
Absolutely unfucking hinged, my friend. The fuck?
I don't even have words for that.
My god's worth more than $1, thank you very much.
Well, $1 includes the $1.50.
Does it?
That doesn't. What does that even mean? God damn it!
Your god
Every
is
time I say it,
$1.50.
Mika says that's dollar store logic. I don't know. It might be 99-cent store logic.
those don't exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
My friend Leah and I in Boise used to go on dollar store, like Dollar Tree shopping sprees, like, well, it was $1.25 tree, whatever, but like what we would do is, like, when we were having a bad day, we'd go to the Dollar Tree and, like, you were allowed to buy anything you wanted because it was all only $1.25. So there's a fun life hack for when you're having a bad day, chat.
That's the fact that your nostalgia is that reason is unsettling. Does anybody have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Why?
Anybody?
No, I want to
anybody.
question that.
Question what?
Why is it unsettling? Sounds like a nice memory with my friend.
How long ago was that?
Well, I lived in Boise, so it wasn't that long. It was like 3 years ago. Oh, look what he's about to do.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
What he's about to do?
You.
I don't know what you mean.
Thrill's a question dodger.
What was the question?
Why is that unsettling?
That your old nostalgia is from 3 years ago.
It's not nostalgia. It was just a fun thing I used to do with my friend.
Is
I
that
don't
really
have
how
my
long
Dollar
ago
Tree.
it was? Is that how
Yeah, it
long
was like,
ago that? Okay, for me, that was so recent.
what, the $1.25 thing?
Mm,
Yeah, no, it
extremely
definitely happened
recent.
like 4 years ago, maybe. But like Leah and I used to do this 3 years ago. But it is the reason there's nostalgia is because I no longer have access to Dollar Tree or my friend Leah in Boise. So
I feel like we've questioned this as far as it needs to be questioned.
I agree.
Besides, we have Smiley Heart joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
For me, it's more of a knowing. Like, I've had experiences with God, so it's more of a knowing than a belief.
What do you mean by knowing?
So it's like I've experienced like downloads, and yes, that's why I know God.
When you say downloads,
Yeah.
could you mean assumptions?
It's not assumptions. It's like information that just comes into my head,
How have
and
you
it's also
verified
like
the
it's
information that comes into your head?
sorry.
How have you verified the information that comes into your head?
What do you mean? Like, how have I verified it? It's a knowing, isn't it? So it's like, you know,
But
like how
is it
some
always
people
true?
are psychic.
I don't know what you're talking about now. Is it always true?
It's always been true, yes.
So every time you have one of these, what you call downloads, it's always true information that cannot be questioned.
Yes.
So
Yeah. So
why
I've
did
had
you
it.
request up?
So yeah. For
Why did
me,
you?
I believe in a
Why
higher
did you
power.
request up?
So for me, I believe based on my
So,
downloads and my experiences.
but can you question your beliefs?
Can I question my beliefs? Of course I can.
Can you question your downloads?
Of course I can. I have questioned them. I have explored where it came from, and yeah, like whenever I've followed those downloads, or you can call it intuition. Some people call it intuition,
Have they
but
ever
that's
been wrong?
not when I followed my intuition. No.
Your downloads, have they ever
Yeah.
been wrong?
No, they've never been wrong.
How have you verified that?
Through my life experience. So whenever I've followed what my downloads have told me, it's always improved my life,
That's not
and
my
it's always led
question.
me down a better path.
How have you verified that they are true?
Just by following the information that I've been given,
Are your
and then
downloads always just a life advice? Like,
they can, yeah, they have been. So like, I think one of my first was like you can't bring any darkness into the light, and then that's when I started exploring the topic of forgiveness. I lost about 4 stone, and yeah, like I had a bit of an alcohol problem before that. I stopped
yeah,
drinking, but yeah, so
I
for
don't think
me it
you've
was like,
quite heard my question, and I feel like you're
sorry,
just
go
kind
on.
of waiting to give a testimonial at this
All
point.
right, go on. I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
What are you ready for?
the question that you're gonna ask.
What question?
I thought you said you was gonna ask me a question.
No, you haven't been hearing my questions.
Okay, explain.
I'm not going to explain how it's obvious. So, you believe, let's go back to square one. The first question I asked you was, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah,
You answered yes because of your downloads.
yeah.
When you say yes, that you believe, what god is it you believe in?
So I don't follow religion, if that's what you're asking.
I didn't ask
There's
that. I just said
okay.
what god. What
So
is
yeah, so
god?
it's not Jesus or any prophet like that. It's a higher power. It's more like energy. So it's not defined as like male, female. There's no like face of God.
What is
It's more
energy?
like, yeah, like almost like nature.
What
Like
is energy?
energy is everything. Like it powers everything. Like E equals MC squared. Energy is everything. It's all around
When you
you.
say E equals mc squared, there's more than
Yeah.
just m there, right?
What do
So
you mean?
what is energy?
So energy, like energy is everything basically. Everything is
What is,
energy.
when you say everything,
Mm.
is there anything that is not energy?
Not that I know of.
Is it possible that that's a misunderstanding on your part? Is it possible that it is a misunderstanding on your part to say everything is energy and that there's nothing that isn't?
Like everything contains energy, like whether it's even something that
You're
is
not
like a
hearing my
rock.
question.
Yeah,
Did you hear my question?
yeah, I
Can you
did, and I'm
repeat my
answering
question?
it. I'm
Can you
saying that
repeat it back to make sure you heard it? Because I don't think you heard it.
I'm saying that everything on this planet contains energy within it.
What was my
Obviously,
question?
can it be misinterpreted on my part?
And you've avoided that question. Can you answer it?
I'm explaining it. I already said
I didn't
no.
ask you to explain it. You didn't say
I
no.
already
You
said
just
no.
you launched into explaining it.
Okay, I said no.
You didn't. So now you're gaslighting. Does anybody else have questions for this guest? I'm guessing she didn't want to wait for anybody else's questions.
I wrote in the comments that everything is energy makes me want to have a hammy level crash out. And Snuffkin wrote everything is cat, and that might be the thing. It might be a thing.
Far from cat doesn't exist.
Yeah, they're almost the same.
Similar, not quite, but extremely. They're adjoining rooms.
The deadbolt locked on them, or are they like just like come and go as you please?
It's your brain, not mine. Your brain motel.
My brain motel is a scary fucking place. We don't want to go there. It's like the seedy motel that takes cash and still has like hard keys for the door, like real keys for the doors, you know.
The unwashed, unwiped baseball bat hanging over the counter.
No, not quite that bad. No.
Okay.
No, you took it. That was one too far.
Sometimes you gotta stop on the road.
There might be rugs hidden in the ceiling tiles though that somebody forgot there. So that's like kind of between what I initially described and your baseball bat thing. Like that's like right in the middle.
Somewhere in between.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tech Omega. We were playing this color game on Discord earlier, and we learned that Cat is great at describing colors and terrible at guessing them.
Also, we discovered, well, others discovered that chartreuse is not in fact pink.
Poor Hazel. We discovered also that Hazel, inversely, is terrible at describing the colors, but great at guessing them.
Chartreuse, what is it? Like a green?
Yeah. Like a kind of like a sickly green.
Look at me getting something right.
It's the first time ever, W. Harry.
Good job, buddy. Proud of you.
I'm right all the time. Y'all just don't know it yet.
If you're right and nobody's around to hear it or see it, does it actually happen? Is it just Schrodinger's rightness?
What? No, no. That's not how that works.
He's gonna crash out again, you guys.
Nah.
Wait for it.
I am too busy with my bookmarks.
See, his hands are busy. You're not gonna get him now.
Oh, that's a secret. I see. Gotta keep your hands busy.
Although there are far too many bookmarks. Far too many of them.
How many bookmarks are there?
A shit ton.
Tape trick. Tap hearts for Hammy's crash out. No, thank you guys for the 195,000 times you've tapped the screen. I really appreciate all of those taps and the 72 shares, all of those. Help get us out to the FYP and maybe get someone else who is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Maybe. Is the music completely gone, or is it just me?
No, it's there.
I will neither confirm nor deny the music at this time. Thank you. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to like get back to being able to make determinations on the music, but I think it's gonna be a while.
Understandable.
Cannot believe I did that.
I can.
Shut up, you guys. Do you see tape? Do you see what I was talking about this morning?
Laughter.
I wonder what that looks like to other people.
What?
The just uncanny knowings that we have about each other.
Oh, yeah, you, me, and Thrayle sitting up here knowing everything that the other ones are gonna do.
I think a lot of the audience understands they've been here for the ride.
You know what though? We could do some really cool like fun like gotchas. Intuitively.
That's a sentence.
Intuition.
With words.
No, I just mean like that time that me and Thrayle, without communicating about it at all, gaslit the shit out of Hammy. Like we didn't.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, we didn't plan that. We just did it. Like.
Is that intuition, or is it one person starting a bit and the other one just going along with it?
We just
but not everybody
is all it is.
Well, yeah, not everybody does that though. Like sometimes some people can't do that. Some people like just like get lost in the bit and can't just pick it up right away. It's a special kind of person that you can just pick up the bit with.
This is very true. Well, yeah, you have to at least have similar senses of humor.
Like Thrayle going back and deleting the comment was the funniest thing that has happened.
I fucking forgot about that.
It was so good.
Oh, Uncle Rory.
Don't do this to me.
Oh no, let's do it. Let's go. We'll give Hammy a little.
Oh, this is a choice.
Play ball with Hammy.
I love Uncle Rory. He's awesome.
He's a little creepy, but.
He's a bit on the creepy side, isn't he?
I don't know if I have the mental wherewithal today.
I volunteer as tribute. I'll do it again.
Okay.
Hello.
We're beginning at green. Good morning, Uncle Rory.
Good morning, Bat Coyote. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good morning, Uncle Rory.
Oh, Hammy. My sweet, tender Hammy. Good to see you, my friend. You know, I just heard someone talking about deleting something and how happy they were, and then they started giggling like a little schoolgirl. Let me tell you something. Deleting something doesn't make it go away. Okay?
Did you ever exist in the first place?
You said that. You said that. You said I saw him delete something, and then you started laughing. Have you ever, let me ask you a question. Let me ask a question for a change.
Sure.
Have you ever stepped in wet cement and left your footprint?
No.
You know, you can smooth over that surface, right? But the ground underneath has already been changed.
Okay.
When you say you want to delete something, information spreads the moment it exists. The second something is created, okay?
We were just gaslighting Hammy.
I don't care if you're gaslighting. I don't care if you're gas pumping. It doesn't matter.
I don't actually like gas pumping. Do you think you could do that for me?
Pump your gas? Well, we could talk about that later.
Oh, good
Look,
lord.
the point I'm trying to make here, okay? The point I'm trying to make, even if you delete something, right? Have you ever told a secret?
No.
I don't have secrets.
You tell the secret in a crowded room, and once it's out, you don't control where it goes. Right?
Like how you just keep blasting right on by.
Oh, Rory.
Look at
I'm like
Claire.
not going along with the bit. I'm not responding how I'm supposed to, but he just keeps going.
Why are you laughing at your own jokes?
Because they're funny.
Because I'm funny. You probably think women aren't funny though, don't you?
And my friends and I used to have an expression when we were kids about girls like you.
About girls like me?
I'm hoping your mother warned you about girls like me.
Girls?
Our saying was easily amused, easily abused. Simple as that. Okay, now you can take that any way you want. But the fact is, when you laugh at your own jokes...
You know how I'm gonna take it?
Yeah, no. Uncle Rory, that one didn't even set right with me, no. No.
Sorry, Thrayle.
See
I know.
See the Thrayle head?
I know.
No apology necessary.
Thrayle, do the thing again with the head.
What,
Yeah, see that? That's no, Uncle Rory, that.
Tape traders tap hearts for the stage hook.
Stage hook, stop.
See, Uncle Rory is
W stage hook
is okay up until the point, and he went past that point, way past that point.
There are questions I don't want to ask. Yeah, Leah. Sometimes the ick stops a question in its tracks.
Yeah, see, we were just having fun. We were having a nice little fun and games. Huh? It was all fun and games until somebody said something icky.
Yeah. and here I was laughing right along with Cat because I'm like, Cat, you keep egging him on, you keep going, and then he saw that line, the invisible line there, and he said, "Hey, that looks like a fun thing to cross over," and he did it.
I love it when people say something girls like you. I always want to I'm always so excited to hear what they mean by that because it's never anything good. But
It's always
tells me I'm doing something right. When people say something disparaging about quote unquote girls like me, I must be doing something right.
Yeah.
One of these days, I want someone to sit there and say the "girls like you" line, and then whenever asked, what do you mean by that? And it'd be something actually nice, just once.
All we want is to be called an eldritch horror
Women.
that terrifies the townspeople. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say women, but yeah, that too.
Yeah, that too.
All I want is to be evil little chaos gremlin forever. So that was the second time tonight somebody had to be gross.
yeah. I mean, they didn't have to be. I don't think they
No,
had to be.
but they were.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Brian, Leah. I've been trying to introduce you guys for like 2 weeks now.
And there they are, together in the comments.
Perfect. Love this. Snufkin says, I'm so sick of all these women constantly being so awesome.
You know what? How dare you, women? How dare you?
Cat, I will let you make the determination.
Do you think
No.
Morgan says no. She said no once, and
he wanted to apologize.
he did say that.
He did.
Well, here's the thing. You know what? We can just stage hook him again if he is out of line.
Yeah, keep your crook real close by.
Yeah. You're on thin ice.
I realize the error of my ways, and I didn't mean physically abused. Why did you all go to that? Why did you all immediately jump to physical abuse?
Any abuse is bad.
Oh, really?
I told you. No one ever listens to me. I told you.
I really just wanted to drop him again.
Is that what it was? Oh.
Yeah, it really was. Because I got him mid-sentence this time. In true Batcolyte fashion.
Uncle Rory, that's not how apologies go.
Words mean things.
It's just not.
Womp, womp, womp. Where's the soundboard when we need it?
Right?
Womp, womp, womp.
Is that what you were looking for?
Not quite. I needed it to be a little more like womp,
Sad
womp, womp.
trombone. Yeah.
Yeah, like womp wompy.
Sad trombone.
Oh no!
Still not quite what I was going for.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
That's better.
Yeah, something more like that.
Mm-hmm. I think that we should change the banner to "Why are you afraid of questions?"
Why are you afraid? Or just...
Or whatever the one is about being afraid of questions.
Well, I have "Do questions scare you?" But I
Oh, I
also
do like
have...
that one.
I also have "Are you afraid?"
I like that one. I like this one because I like the font. I think it's like in your face.
Here, we'll swap this one out. For something a little more... I mean, God, why is always good, but we could also do this.
Oh, you should do the boxes different like we did last night for a little bit.
I need to make another background for that. With
Mm-hmm.
bigger text.
And then we should listen to the song about being right.
The one about being... I think I know which one you're talking about.
You know, the one...
Fucking song? Yes.
The one that you played to make me happy the other night, and then you made me cry.
Yeah, I know which one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if the next guest can question their beliefs, and I'll keep that request on standby.
Sounds good.
Hello, Lico. Oh, still not quite loaded in. Keep trying. No, I don't think that's gonna happen. All right, Lico, well, you can try again if you meant to be up here. Maybe it was just a connection error or something.
Well, then.
I know exactly where we need to go next.
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy war? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me? Did a rick grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, but the scribe loved his neighbor, is it ink that's immortal or the heart that can change? When your creed meets a question, it can't turn to cinders. Do you bind up the thinker or call him deranged? How quaint. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like time. Lord, tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Maybe God's played eyes with suns, maybe there are none, just none. Maybe meaning's what we make with all our mistakes. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the rest of us wear our questions?
You have some idea of what it sounds like behind my mute button while that's playing, but nobody else does, and that's funny.
Same.
What happened?
I'm karaokeing that super hard every time it plays. And I was saying that Thrayle has some idea of what happens behind the mute button when that plays, but nobody else does, and I think that's funny.
Full volume belting every single
Like,
time, no
all the
matter
way.
what time of day.
Mm-hmm.
It does not matter. It has to happen. It's a requirement.
The other day, Hammy, I was karaokeing in Discord by myself, except I wasn't by myself. Thrayle was in there sleeping, but I was fine because I was like, oh, he's gonna laugh when he wakes up and I'm in here karaokeing. And he did laugh, but what I didn't account for was that he had the music bot turned all the way down.
Yeah, I think I heard this say they're while on panel or in the Discord.
Yeah, probably in the Discord. And so I was just like karaokeing, which is what I do to that song, and Morgan does it to that song. There's one song that Morgan and I love to karaoke together in Discord.
Mm-hmm. Do you think people are afraid of questions when it comes to their beliefs? Because they don't know, or they're afraid they're going to find out?
Maybe both.
Philly showed us a fantastic display of empathy at the beginning of the night. And her answer to that was closer to because they're going to find out.
I don't know that I understand that mindset.
Well, that's what
yeah, I've always wanted to know more, and it's not in an effort to like, oh, haha, you're wrong. No, I want to know. I want to learn. It's cool.
That's kind of like what I said to Philly when she brought this up. She made this point, was I was like, I maybe am not empathetic enough to this because I don't know what it feels like to like feel like I have to protect this like thing, right?
No, absolutely. And I've had the same, like, I have the same mindset because I mean, in looking back at how I was raised and the experiences I had, you know, yes, I was raised in a Christian household, but it was never something I felt I had to defend. But also, like, it's not that I didn't want to defend it. It just wasn't, I don't know. I have such a hard time understanding the mindset.
I just heard.
Well, I know that whenever I was a firm believer in my Baptist faith, it was one of those things where I would do a lot of entertaining of questions if somebody asked them.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, no matter how people responded to the answers, in my head, I didn't care how they reacted because I knew I was right.
You had the right answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the right answers. So it didn't matter to me how they responded. They could have laughed in my face. They could have sat there and said, "You're so stupid." They could have done whatever. And to me, I was like, you're going to find out eventually in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's that pesky righteousness.
Yeah, exactly. It's this overinflated sense that you are correct and there's nothing that anyone can say or do that's going to change your correctness.
Mm-hmm.
That you just, it sometimes looks like nonchalantness. You know, you just, haha, that's funny that you said that. And you're just like, what the, like, why are you like this? And you're in your head, you're just like, it's because I have the right answer. And I don't care how you react to it.
How do you deal with not having the right answer now?
Is that something that you even struggle with?
I don't really struggle with it because, like, the thing is, like, while I think I am correct now, I find that it's one of those things that, like, I'm fine with being wrong now, and it gives me a sense of kind of joy to find out when I'm wrong because I get to learn how it is that I'm wrong. And I get to go exploring more. And so,
how are you wrong? That's a good question.
Do what?
How are you wrong?
How am I wrong? Well, I am wrong. How? I'm usually wrong because, but now we're asking how. So how am I wrong?
Yeah.
I am wrong.
Someone who fucking said it.
Yeah, I'm considering it. How am I wrong?
No, I'm just giving you shit. I'm glad you're considering it. It is a good question.
Mm-hmm. How? Let's see. I guess in the sense, I'm wrong. I don't know. I know I am wrong in some way, shape, or form, but I just don't know how I am.
What life is that life just like a whole journey of like figuring out why and how we're wrong?
Do what?
Kind of.
Kind of is, isn't it?
I didn't really quite hear the question. What was the question? Or what was it that you said? Yeah.
I said, is that really what life is at the end of the day? It's just us like wandering around, figuring out why and how we're wrong.
Yeah. And it's why I always jokingly say, ask people, why are you wrong? And it's because, like, we all are wrong. We're just wandering around figuring out in which way, shape, or form we're wrong today. And I love it.
That's a very interesting concept to consider. Because I mean, it made me think of like, are there any animals that exhibit those same like behaviors, I guess, or like not necessarily behaviors, but like learning curves that humans do, which obviously a lot of them don't. But sorry, my brain
Don't
just went
animals
off into
walk
like a
around with this
whole.
like weird righteousness that we do?
But that's what I'm saying is like, do they? I don't know.
Well, animals figuring out that they're wrong about something, right? Like,
But in my mind, that's just survival instinct. That's
right.
survival of the fittest. So I don't. But
Yeah.
does that change in scale because we have a higher, quote unquote, higher functioning thinking?
Yeah, humans take this whole righteousness thing to this like extreme level. Like,
I think that it all depends. Because, like, I think I may have to, look more. Like, some of them tend to strut around in some kind of like righteous, like I'm holier than thou, what we would see as holier than thou. Whenever they think that they're the top of the top of the top, and it always takes that younger and stronger. Um,
But is that just us assigning human qualities, traits, expectations to animal behavior and communication?
like when my cat catches a lizard and puffs his chest out and struts around with it, like, am I just perceiving it that way, or is that actually what he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think that when you actually look at the creatures themselves, like especially with like cats, for instance, their dead conquest, right? They bring it to you, and they do feel that sense of pride, especially whenever you shower them with like affectionate forms of communication towards them. They do have a sense of pride, and even wild animals have that sense of pride in certain things, depending on how the rest of their pack or pride or whatever grouping, whatever their grouping names are, they tend to showcase that sense of pride as well. But like this whole entire idea of like being king, like top of the top, that part I really think I don't like. I'd have to actually do more research into it, but it could very well be humans assigning this motivation on them, because it looks like something that humans do, and they're just making that connection. Or
But we
it
love
could,
to anthropomorphize things because it makes us feel more comfortable.
yeah, yeah. I would say that making those connections to things humans do does give us more comfort in it.
Yeah, it lessens the uncanny valley and makes us feel like we know something.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think I need to do a little bit more research into that.
Really quickly, I'm going to thank Tech Omega for helping with the goal. Thank you so much. God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief. really just want to know, if you can question your belief, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it?
Real quick on the groupings of animals, do you know what a group of zebras is?
Oh, it's been a long time since I heard it. What is it?
It's a dazzle. A dazzle of zebras.
Oh my god, I love that so much. A dazzle of zebras.
It's so fun.
Bats are usually referred to as a colony, but the other groupings I've heard of are when they're on the ground, or not ground, but in their nest. They are often referred to as a cauldron, and in the air, they're a cloud.
Sorry, does that mean when we're all sitting in the bat cave, we are a cauldron of bats?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes, we are.
As far as I understand. I'm open to be corrected, but those are the terms I've heard.
I've heard cauldron of bats as well.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Just like bubbling up in the cauldron. Somebody who's on a PC tomorrow, change the little thingy for me.
It is not. Eddie says that a baby platypus is called a puggle.
That's fucking precious.
That is. I think it makes me love platypi even more. Have you seen the alligators, like when you pour like warm water on them? And how they close their eyes and just enjoy it?
Talking about them swamp puppies?
Yes, the swamp puppies. What they do is they close their eyes and then they stick their head up and they try to get up as high as possible. And they just sit there, and it's just very, very cute. And they're friend-shaped, but at the same time, I'm like, no, I know the death rolls. I know what those are.
Swamp person is weird because you do things like call alligators swamp puppies.
But they are. You just give them a little boop.
Y'all are gonna cause me to start questioning the wrong thing. Instead, I vote we listen to a couple of tunes from the community. And I've got, I think, just the right ones queued up.
You're gonna play all of our theme songs?
No. No, that's a better idea. Damn it.
You didn't come up with that already? You should cue those up too.
The panels are filled with questioners, asking questions maybe we don't know. When we are faced with what we just heard, saying I don't know can be the right choice of words.
community in things we can't know. We support them with things they didn't know. We support learning and questioning our beliefs. We support supporting those we don't know. The night was long, the days are short. The guests appear and or they don't. The rest are resting during the show. Others are questioning those that don't know. We question what, we question why, we question gods, we question time. What is energy? What is belief? What if I can't question my own belief? Do I dare or do I try? Being vulnerable may make you cry. Being hostile never wins. We aren't here to not be friends. Support the people willing to try to see. Support the people who feel unseen. Support the questioning as it proceeds. Never be weary of what it could mean. What is soul? What is eternal? And what is a choice? And what is morals? How do what is belief? The panels are filled with questioners, asking questions maybe we don't know. When we are faced with what we just heard, saying I don't know can be the right choice of words. So we support the community in things we can't know. We support them with things they didn't know. We support learning and questioning our beliefs. We support supporting those we don't know. And as the end is nigh, we see the boxes with the ghosts multiply. We know the gods are in the shed. We hear the poem, and only then Thrayle can lay his head. Cat in a vat, kicking at the side. Says this glass half empty, wasn't asked if it could be. She lists every flaw in the cracks of the walls, turns a yes into a maybe, then a maybe into prove it to me. Cat in a vat, what a drag, what a fact. She asks not what it is, only what is not, what is not. Every answer that you give, she's already forgot, but she can question you to pieces on the spot. Yeah, cat in a vat, yeah. She's all that I've got, this perpetual complaint that I can't shut off. She'll roll her eyes and pick your whole life apart. Cat in a vat. Cat in a vat heart. She says, define that, then define what it ain't. Scribble circles in the mind. Whatever.
doesn't need a reason to put you on the stand. She just tilts her head and you confess more than you planned. Cat in a bag, what a drag, what a fact. She asked not what it is. Oh, no, me what it's not. Every answer that you give, she's already forgot, but she can question you to pieces on the spot. Yeah, cat in a bag. She's all that I've got. This perpetual complaint that I can't shut off. She'll roll her eyes and pick your whole life apart. Cat in a bag. Cat in a bag heart. Circle of salt, candles in four corners, ink, ash, and blood on the parchment. I speak on her name. Rose drag dust in the catacombs. I can sew skulls like telephones. Flip old times like I'm scrolling home. Every line of land that I was born to own. Quill strip scripts like I split the moon. I make rooms move, let the glyphs balloon. Ash cool mapped out every phantom war. Morgan did that, keeper of the law. She got footnotes on the dragon breath. Cross-reference every kind of death. Knows which king slept where the crown got bent. Who lied in Latin in a royal tent. She can cite the year to see first rows. Name each cranking by his childhood woes. Reads one thread in the tapestry's core. Sees your grandson's face in your father's wall. Morgan keeper of the law. Say her name. Stacks of the past. Reaching through the door. She turned one page. And the ages roar. Ask about tomorrow. She shows you before. Morgan master of the story. In a grip. Whole world's in a glory. From beach to battle. From rock to rebirth. She got every secret that ever touched earth. I'm the old man staff as a lightning rod. She the index, cross-link, sighting gods. Ask me a spell, I consult the mind. She got footpaths paved through the fault line. Knows which swamp keeps the sleeping saint. Which saint's halo was chipped with paint. Can quote what the banshee screamed last fall. And a tongue that rusted off the wall. She got files, all packets in the attic dust. Signed witness slips from the ones you trust. Vampire variant 3, hate-seater. Footprint photos of a shy sea snake. Chart of the bend when the coastlines break. Every sucker catalog, cross-check twice. Index card hero, but morally ice. Morgan Lefay, keeper of the law. Keeper, stacks of the past. Reaching through the door. She turned one page, and the ages roll. Hear 'em roll. Ask about tomorrow. She shows you before. Morgan Lefay, master of the story. Runs in a grip, whole world's in a glory. So don't is the battle from rock to rebirth. She got every secret that ever touched earth. Hey! She don't guess, she cross checks every omen, every hex. Past in the left palm, future in the right. She don't cast spells, she just cites. Oh, Morgan Lefay, keeper of the law. Say it. Stacks of the past, reaching through the door. She tore a page, and the ages roll. That's about tomorrow. She shows you before. Morgan Lefay, master of the story. Runs in a grip, whole world's in a glory. Third is the battle, from rock to rebirth. She got every secret that ever touched earth.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Who that? Who that rolling through the jam? It's the one, it's the only notorious sham. Slide in the spotlight, who ate my fries? How you stay broke, but you rich in lies? How your crew tough, yet they scared of bees? How you sell dreams, but you hate the
sleeve. Ask dumb questions, that's my method. Backwoods blessings, crook get lessons. How your watch shine, but you late all day? How you talk deep, then you fade away? Big hand, big plan, that's facts and spam. If I don't make sense, then you just don't understand. How your tank empty, but you still gassed up? How you say you hungry, never snack up? Yeah, notorious H.A. Big hand, big man, big scam. Finna knock down what you with the flim flam. Talking in circles like a fan on a stand. Notorious H.A. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, barking all night. How you count sheep when you scared of wool? How you drop gems but your ring box full? How you hate rain yet you love that drip? How you talk slick, never moisturize lips? Come on, I pull up like who cook air in the pot? How you say you cold when your block too hot? How you stay awake in a daydream trance? How you claim you grown in your little boy pants? Big ham logic, all smoke, no exit. Make your brain glitch, you can't refresh it. How you chase clout but you scared of heights? How your future bright but you cut the lights? Notorious H.I.M. Big hand, big man, big scam. Finna knock down what you with the flim flam. Talking in circles like a fan on a stand. Notorious H.I.M. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, barking all night. Yeah, who that hog on the hotline? Ask why the stop sign never got a green side. Why you say forever, then you check the time? How you claim you honest with a practice lie? Woo! Notorious H.I.M. Big hand, big man, big scam. Finna knock down what you with the flim flam. Talking in circles like a fan on a stand. Yeah, notorious H.I.M. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, walking on bike all night. H.I.M. Ask that. H.I.M. Facts that clash. H.I.M. Big snack, big stack. Notorious H.I.M. Talk back, fall back, fall back, fall back. Ain't notorious, ain't notorious, ain't notorious H.I.M.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power? And you can question that belief. Request on up.
Fucking W heretical. First of all.
I would
Hell yeah.
I would have sat there and commented in the chat, but I was too busy jamming out to the fucking Cat, Morgan, and Me song. Oh my god, that was amazing.
Fucking so many W's for heretical.
Well, and let's not forget the W's that go to Huggy for that first one. Yeah.
And Huggy for the first one.
Hell yeah.
And Michael V for the segue.
And to Hammy, and to Morgan, and to me, and to Thrayle.
Hell yeah.
Of course, the W's to the chat, because what would we be doing without you guys? We'd be talking to ourselves, listening to songs about ourselves. That'd be fucking so dumb.
That's implying that the songs about ourselves would exist without the community.
Which they wouldn't.
Which
unless
really
we wrote them ourselves.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting venture.
Guys, just stop while you're ahead.
You know, when I have to be the mom voice, things are going really bad because Morgan is so good at it and Philly is so good at it.
I mean, we're moms, so
I know. I learned it from you guys, so I'm like pretty good at it now, and I learned it from you guys.
Hell yeah! You just have to let them have their fun, and then it's like, all right, reel it in. Okay.
Did Nishu mean to join? Didn't think so.
Nope.
That was quick. But maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that. Maybe you are curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. If that sounds like you, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not looking to burgle your gods. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Only you can prevent forest fires and question your beliefs.
And only you can prevent more awesome jams that I pull out of the playlist here. Because I've got two queued up and I'm thinking about just jumping right into them.
Is one of them the one that we were talking about before the live?
Maybe not.
The opium tank.
Yeah, we can make it one of those. I'm pretty sure that it is one of them now. But the other one is one that we began playing earlier, and we owe a little bit more, I think, of a full showing, because we only got like a few seconds in before we had a glitch. And it's worth it. Though it is also another heretical. Although
I'm hawing about.
I'm humming and hawing about whether or not to play this song that we were about to play earlier. Ha.
W200K likes.
Hell yeah. Appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. Also, thank you guys for all those shares. Really appreciate that. 74 times that you've hit the bent little arrow, copied the link, or sent it off to someone else, or even, reposted, added to story. All those things help get us out to the FYP, and I can see benefit in trying that for a little while longer before I eventually resign myself to getting a poem ready. Ooh, I know what we could. Yep. This one deserves another listen. In the meantime, while we listen to this music, make sure that you are tapping the screen and sharing the live out. Would be taking up a new guest just as soon as we've got one, assuming they don't want to interrupt the songs.
Send it to your enemies.
Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare your fragile hopes, huh? guess you're mistaken. I say, so what if my heart comes back shaking? If I'm shattered, I'll still shine. Fragile, but it's still my life. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the brave from my trembling hands. I'll stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone quest. Skeleton man, watch me tonight. Turn every crack to a battle cry. If I fall, I will fall in the sky. Faith in full expression. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request welcome. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on. Can you hear us?
Are you
In the light where the voices gather, where each word is meant to be known, there is one we cannot follow, one who stands and stands alone. A name appears, a place is opened, a space is held within the line, but something lingers just beyond us, a voice that never crosses time. I feel them there within the silence.
silence, not absent, no, but out of reach. A presence caught between the moments, with something still they meant to speak.
Just beyond,
Just unseen,
in the space,
in between. The phantom of the Batcolyte is here. The voice we wait for never clear. Call to the light,
to join the ride,
yet held beyond the Batcolyte. We remain,
we do not turn,
for every voice deserves return. No fault, no failing, no forsaking, no judgment in the quiet air.
only the weight of something waiting, and all of us still standing there.
We speak their name into the silence. We leave the space where they should be,
As if the sound might find its pathway and bring them back to what we see. Almost here,
almost near,
like a breath
we could hear. The phantom of the Batcolyte draws near. A fragile sound we almost hear.
between the dark and offered light.
They linger just beyond our sight.
We hold the place,
We keep the flame.
we do not close upon their name.
You are called.
You are still called
The space remains
until you arrive.
The phantom of the Batcolyte remains unbroken by these silent chains. And if the veil should ever lift, their voice will be the waiting gift. We will hear, we will know the moment they are able to show. We are here, waiting for you. We are here, waiting for you.
I'm really proud of that one.
Yeah, that it was so good, and honestly, it is spot on with with Phantom of the Opera style.
I got you. I know my musicals.
So, Hammy, when she finished making that one, she and I were sitting in the Batcave, and Thrayle was like reading the poem still. So it was just the two of us sitting there, and she was like, we were having a conversation, like an actual conversation about something, and then she puts it on the music bot, and she's like, shh. And we sat there and listened to it. It was so good. She was so proud of it, and it's amazing. So she should be. But it was so fun. She was so stoked.
It was a really serious conversation too. And I was like, hey, hold on a second. We gotta pause.
We just had to put our serious conversation on pause. She was so excited. That was great.
That's amazing. Well, God damn it, train.
Oh my.
But it's funny because like we were up here on panel and Thrayle had made the comment about he was about to say the ghosts, that were in the queue, and I sat there and was like the phantoms, and then I made a throwaway comment about how I was like, we need to have a song about the ghosts in the queue and like have it play off of like Phantom of the Opera style, like Phantom of the Q or something.
And then my brain started going, ooh, ooh.
And then Thrayle said Phantom of the Batcolyte. And then all of a sudden Morgan's like, I got you. And just she went on mute and just took off with it.
How's it going, Thrayle?
Oh, you know,
Being awful quiet up there.
I think we're at 9 hours. I might be getting close to poem time.
Those are rookie numbers.
Well, I'm feeling pumped.
Poem time's probably a good idea.
Our skies are looking gray over here, Thrayle. I think that rain came this way.
It's been raining here for a minute. Yeah, I didn't do it.
It's really not raining here for once.
I'm so happy for you. And the cookies.
And the cookies.
For the cookies tonight, as you can hear. There have been a couple, but
I cannot hear the cookies, and I'm very, very disappointed.
yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a little bit too chilly for them to be out.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find like a YouTube video where they're playing cookies, like where they just do a cookie sound. I'm gonna
Don't
record
do that. Oh no.
board. So that way, whenever it gets chilly, I'll just come off mute, and then every time you talk, I'll just hit the button, and so that way we can still hear cookies.
He's trying to get us yelled at again, Thrayle.
Look, I just want to hear cookies all the time.
You know, I got yelled at for that last week.
Not just yelled at, but like put on blast.
I don't give a shit what that dude thought. That dude, I got onto his ass in the comments too. I was like, "Hey, you leave the cookies alone."
Oh, that was so funny. Why are you playing cookie sounds? Bruh, we're not.
I wouldn't if I had the choice.
We be playing Cokie Frog sounds.
I need you to be able to just sit there and condemn the U.S.'s treatment of Costa Rica, because of the fact that you have cookies. Like you just have to, okay?
It's really funny because they're not Costa Rican frogs.
It's funny because what?
They're Puerto Rican, not Costa Rican.
Oh yeah, Puerto Rico. I forgot which Rico it was. My bad.
Cancelled.
That's not the worst thing I've ever used.
Look, you made Thrill's eyes turn red.
Well, get it now.
It happens. Like I said, it's not the worst thing I've been canceled over. This is the thing that gets me canceled. It's pretty milquetoast compared to the other horrible things I've done.
Why do you keep saying that?
I don't think I've ever heard someone casually throw milquetoast into a sentence like that.
Also that, yeah.
What?
Digging their hole deeper.
I'm not digging my hole deeper. Got my ladder.
Yeah, I think he's just like flinging himself into the crevasse at this point.
Oh,
into the act of like erupting volcano.
But crevasse, I get I get, like, who throws milk toast out there? But Cat uses crevasse, and nobody says anything about that?
Are you saying that you
Crevasse is a
should
normal word.
question? Like, do you need to question which syllable she put the emphasis on?
A crevice and a crevasse are different things.
Or perhaps the pronunciation.
Yeah, but they're different things.
I didn't say crevice, I said crevasse, which is what you said.
Right. So what's the problem?
The problem is I'm getting told off on by using the word milk toast, and you use crevasse, and nobody bats an eye. Like, who just in regular everyday language just says, "Yeah, oh yeah, the crevasse over there." Like, nobody.
At least that's a real thing.
Clearly can't.
You don't think milk toast is a real thing?
Yes, it is.
Milk toast is a real word.
Oh no.
When you eat a milk toast, you let me know.
Milk toast, MILQUETOST.
Oh, I thought you were making an Always Sunny reference. It's my favorite show.
I don't know how to proofread the poem under these circumstances.
Just don't. This show has been unhinged enough as it is.
This is the one time Thrall's just like, you know what? I'm not even doing a poem tonight. Y'all ruined it.
Poem ASMR, the clickety clackities.
I don't know if the music's still going.
No, now the music is off.
I do not hear it now.
Morgan and I over here cooking up some fucking great musical numbers.
How is it that the music got louder when Cat came off of mute and started talking?
I'm magical. Didn't you know that?
I wonder if it only works with my voice. Hammy, say something.
I don't know. Can you... What's going on?
No, it works with Hammy's too. Cat, say something.
Something. No?
That's weird.
Hammy's really loud and you're really loud, so...
It gets quieter with each of our voices, but louder with yours.
Maybe it's the the tone, like the pitch.
Are you using your headphones?
No, you're just playing through my phone speakers right now, actually.
That's probably why.
Yeah, because, well, hold on. Morgan, you try it.
Try what?
Just say some stuff for a little bit to see if it gets louder or quieter when you speak.
Okay. I don't ever really know what to do when you put me on the spot like that. Thanks.
I don't know. It's hard. Yeah, seem to stay the same for Morgan. Get louder for Cat and quieter for Hammy. I'm not touching the knob. I set it to a.
It's gotta be the fact that she's not wearing headphones.
I don't know. I set it to a setting where it cuts back when I start speaking. I didn't know if it would work for all of you.
Interesting.
It could also be because you and I use actual mics.
No, probably not. But maybe. I don't know.
Heretical made it an image of us as an anime crew, and I'm like a little cat in a jar.
I'm in love. I love
That's
this.
hilarious.
I need someone to animate the opening. I need it to happen. I do not have the skill. Somebody, please.
What are we doing?
Animating the anime opening to Heretical's Batcolyte anime theme with the image that he just posted in the Discord.
I need to start getting good at drawing, so that way I can animate this.
No time like the present.
I see a Trust But Verify down in the comments. Good morning, Trust But Verify. And if anybody's not already following that guy, what the hell's the matter with you? Follow him. Bet he
Follow
goes
him
live later
now.
today. Hell yeah.
He's the reason I'm here. He's how I ended up here. So
I remember.
I was telling them. Yeah.
Every now and then I do end up going into Trust's panel and you get to hear me read from something. It's whatever is within my reach at the time, usually.
I think it's time. I think we're out of all the questions that will come. I think it's, well, questionees. I don't think anyone's coming to be questioned. And the poem is ready, and I might be a little tired. We might have been at this for a while.
Thank you, Trust. Thank you, Thrayle. Thank you, Morgan and Hammy. Thank you, chat. W's all around. I love you guys.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Kat.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you, Hammy.
As always.
And thank you, Morgan, as always. And thank you to all of you. Yeah, you. Thank you for being here, for being part of the best audience on TikTok. Whether you came in to tap the screen and share the live and add your questions and engage in all of the respectful dialogue and wonderful conversation that happens down there, or if you came in to question, to be questioned, or maybe you just came in to fall asleep. No matter what it is, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here and being part of this best audience on TikTok. And thank you, of course, and especially to the mods. Thank you. Without you, I don't think we'd have really quite so comfy a space for this, the best audience on TikTok. And if you want to join the community, if you want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, between the lives, of course, you can always join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that when you get there, you follow the rules. Just make sure that you read them. Sorry, I meant to say read the rules. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. And if you can agree to them, then then you should find out that you're not alone. I'm clearly getting sleepy of already mixing up my words. Thank you all so much for being here. I think the last point was something about, oh yeah, like a poem or something. Oh yeah, the Venmo, the Cash App, and that link tree. If you happen to want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank everyone who helps that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you. And now, I think there's only one thing left. They taught you how to build a room inside your head with velvet ropes around certain thoughts you never meant to tread. A guarded little gallery of polished, framed replies. No fingerprints, no questions, no inconvenient whys. But truth is less a portrait than a pulse beneath the skin. It shifts when you apply the weight of where you're pressing in. So tap along the surface, hear what's hollow, hear what is dense. A belief that fears percussion wasn't built with evidence. Let doubt be hung like a tuning fork you strike against the claim. If it hums in steady harmony, keep playing out its name. But if it rattles jagged, out of rhythm, strained and thin, then something in the structure is letting discord seep within. They'll say that doubt's a vandal, that it tears and leaves behind, but maybe it's a locksmith for the prisons of the mind. Every question turns a tumbler, every how a subtle key, till what you thought was solid clicks to possibility. So cross-examine gently, but don't soften every blow. Let contradictions answer what convictions think they know. A truth can't be questioned, that can't be questioned, is a script you've memorized, not something you've discovered, just a role you've been assigned. And when the case is over, when the arguments are through, what's left that stands unshaken may be closer to what's true. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.